Good morning. This is a test for interpreters. Interpreters, can you hear us? Thank you.
So good morning, everyone. Welcome to this session. I'm Egg Ho Lim. I'm Director for the Trade and Environment Division at the WTO, and I'm pleased to welcome you to this session, which is jointly organized by the United Kingdom and the WTO Secretariat. The session that we are focused on today will be on the recent reports of the IEA reports on emissions measurement and data collection for net zero steel industry. Before moving on to the first few remarks, I'd just like to introduce the panel that we have. We have an excellent panel here of experts. So let me firstly introduce Will Hall, who's the Clean Energy Technology Analyst from the IEA. Will be shortly giving us some keynote remarks. And on the panel, I have Kelly Milton, who's Assistant USTR for Environment and Natural Resources of the US. I also have Mateus Mendonça Oliveira, who is Head of Steel Trade from the Department of Business and Trade of the United Kingdom. Then we also have Ruchika Chaudhry Govil, who is Additional Secretary from the Ministry of Steel, India. And we're also pleased to have online, I believe, is that right? Yes, Yukihiro Kawaguchi, who's Director for Industrial Green Transformation, Manufacturing Industries Bureau from METI of Japan. And he's also the G7 Industrial Decarbonization Agenda Chair. We have here with us on the panel, David Bubil, who's from the Directorate General for Taxation and Customs Union of the European Commission. And of course, also Mr. Hong Sang-an, who is Counselor, Permanent Mission of the Republic of Korea of Geneva. They all share one thing in common, which is that they know a lot more about steel and steel measurement than I do. But in any case, I will still be the moderator of the panel and do my best to get you in an engaged discussion for this morning. That being said, we at the WTO, we have done a little bit of work prior to this session. We had the opportunity of holding a trade forum for decarbonization standards, which was aimed at promoting coherence and transparency in the steel sector in the earlier part of the year. So from that particular forum, just to help set the scene, let me just say a few words about why the WTO feels this is such an important area of focus, and a little bit about what could be the relationship between the role of trade and the decarbonizing of heavy industry. I mean, of course, it's clear that international trade is very important because it allows low carbon technologies to spread widely. It helps economies of scale help to create them through acceleration of the production and dissemination of low or near zero carbon products. While that's good, we also face a challenge, and that is a challenge of fragmentation of markets. For example, due to a proliferation of incompatible policy approaches or standards, and that can unfortunately impede the positive role that trade can play in decarbonizing the global economy. So that's partly the scene as to why over the last few months, the WTO Secretariat, that is, has been consulting with a range of stakeholders on the decarbonization of heavy industry and looking especially at the role of standards and trade. I already mentioned that we had a trade forum for decarbonization standards that was held in March last year, March this year. And that was looked as a very important forum, and we heard from many of those invited and those participating that it would be useful to have further discussions or further information shared on this particular issue of decarbonization standards. We brought together industry representatives, experts from standards bodies, international organizations, and from academia. They helped us to discuss a bit on what could be a potential role for this sort of forum, and in particular for the organizations involved, as well as this WTO. So you will hear a lot more about this during this particular session, and my particular opening remarks are fairly long, so I will not bore you with all of it, but I'll just pick a few highlights from it, and I think that the point is really being made that, we want to avoid the risks of fragmentation. And the question is, how do we do that? And what we understand is that standards, definitions, and thresholds are incredibly important, and that we need to firstly understand what are in the initiatives and who's doing what. And it's true for virtually everything in international trade that, there needs to be greater coherence, but obtaining that coherence is, of course, very challenging. And to have that coherence, there's always a need to try to think about what could possibly be common standards to measure and verify. In this case, it's about carbon and carbon emissions. Companies often say they have great difficulty following multiple methodologies and verification processes. So there's this trade question here, what could be done to simplify or streamline or reduce diversity, let's put it that way. And here I think it's useful to reflect a little bit on the traditional role of WTO, because although this is not strictly on one particular sector, we do have the technical barriers to trade agreement. The WTO is of course also not a standard setting organization, but it does play a role in enhancing transparency and international cooperation towards harmonization and compatibility and comparability. And one anchor for this is, as I said, the TBT agreement. And the TBT agreement itself already strongly encourages harmonizations of members' national regulations with international standards where they exist. It also requires that standards be performance-based, in other words, technology agnostic. And what's very interesting, and this came out in the discussion in March earlier this year, was the decision of members in the TBT committee setting out 6 principles for the development of international standards to ensure that international standards are coherent, transparent, and inclusive of developing countries. And I think many people in the Decarbonization Forum referred to the 6 principles, which is not sector specific, but they referred to it because they saw it as being useful to trying to reduce fragmentation. So it'd be really interesting also to hear from the panel and from your discussions to see whether these are ideas that are useful to continue to look at. Now, our current session was going to be much more focused on the IEA report. I won't say very much about this because you will be getting a full presentation from Will Hall here. And we thought this particular report was very interesting. The IEA already mentioned it in the Decarbonization Forum that we had in March. And so we thought it would be really useful to share that information with you through this particular session. So that's really it. And I really hope that we get a really good discussion going. Try my best to be as interactive as possible. And for that, I think I should stop speaking and pass the floor to Will for his presentation. So thank you very much, Will, if you'd like to begin your presentation.
Great, thank you very much. And yeah, before I start, just like to say thank you very much to the WTO and to the UK government for organising this event, and also particularly thank you to the Japanese government for funding the report, and really glad to see Yukihiro here online. So if we can load the slides, please. Thanks. So I'm just going to spend the next 10 to 15 minutes running through the report. If you do want more detail, then I do encourage you to read the full thing. But this is just a quick summary of what the report covers. So first, in terms of a bit of background, this report came out of the G7 Industrial Decarbonisation Agenda, which this year was chaired by Japan as the G7 president. And increasingly, the IEA has been working on the implementation of enabling mechanisms for heavy industry. And this has particularly been the case under the G7 IDA over the past couple of years. Last year, we launched our report, Achieving Net Zero Heavy Industry Sectors in G7 members. And this covers the second kind of red box you see on this slide, which looks at emission thresholds, so definitions for near zero emission steel and near zero emission cement. What we chose to focus on this year was more on the kind of the underlying data that you'd need to inform those definitions. So the principles for net zero, emission measurement, and data collection. So within this report, we set out a series of net zero measurement principles. So this was kind of undertaken with significant consultation with member governments, companies, and others. And they broadly follow the following. So first, that these measurement principles should be able to facilitate like-for-like comparison between production from all facilities. What we noticed in our research was that sometimes you'd see measurement principles or accounting methodologies that were just for specific production routes, and so you couldn't achieve this like-for-like comparison. You should be able to produce coherent and interoperable results for both crude steel production and steel products. So, along the full supply chain, you should be able to understand how the data interacts when you're maybe cutting it off just at the plant, or whether you're cutting off the boundary at the steel product itself. In terms of the emissions boundary and scope, and I guess this is the biggest issue and the one which people will be most familiar with, we need to make sure that everyone within the steel sector is using that same boundary and scope of emissions. So we don't have some people just looking at kind of the emissions from the facility when others are looking at the facility and upstream emissions from maybe coke and coal mining, but everyone is comparing like for like. So that final tons of CO2 per ton of crude steel or tons of CO2 per steel product is genuinely equivalent. Also, there are different approaches to the application of credits and co-products that are compatible with net zero. So in some cases, there are generous credits awarded for renewable electricity generation or potentially the use of bioproducts. We need to make sure that these accounting rules are equivalent across the different methodologies, but also that they're not overly generous to incentivize kind of approaches which aren't genuinely compatible with net zero, even if they might be a useful interim step. And then finally, these measurement principles set out that we should be incentivizing the use of measured data as opposed to generic emissions factors. So it's been really positive to see, and I'll talk in a little bit more detail later, how some accounting methodologies look to prioritize this. But it's a really important part of making sure that the data quality is sufficient to inform genuine decisions on where the kind of greatest emissions rise and the difference between jurisdictions and companies. So those are the broad principles that we set out. I won't kind of go through this slide in detail, but I just wanted to give you an idea of the type of approach that we took in the report. So the principles that I just spoke through there are on the left-hand side of this table. And we selected 5 key international accounting methodologies that are relevant for the steel sector. And principally, these were covered from the International Standards Organization, World Steel, and Responsible Steel. So under each of these standards, we kind of assess those against those principles and identify where potential revisions might be necessary to bring those all in line with the requirements of a net zero steel sector. So I encourage you to look at these in more detail. But in general, we're seeing a pretty strong alignment with net zero requirements from the Responsible Steel Standard, which is a very kind of leading example of what's required for net zero. And it's a voluntary standard developed by civil society and private sector groups. In terms of World Steel, I would just say that their standard was not designed initially for net zero net zero policies. So there's some work there required to update some of the emissions scope and some of the crediting underneath their standards. And then ISO, again, wasn't initially designed with net zero in mind. So again, some revisions there would be necessary. I'd also like to draw out the links between ISO and World Steel. They work very, very closely together, the technical committee in ISO. So it's really useful to see alignment between those organizations already, broadly speaking, and really kind of support them continuing to work together very closely in the revision of these accounting methodologies. So one of the things we wanted to draw out is, not just setting out the principles of what's needed for net zero, but really, what are the practical steps to take this forward? How are we going to see ourselves in a world in the not too distant future where we will have a series of interoperable accounting methodologies for the steel sector? So to help inform that, we looked at the revision and review periods for these different standards bodies. So here we can see that ISO 14404 is currently under review, and different parts of it will be coming under review later this year as well. World Steel is pretty flexible as an organization in terms of when they can undergo a review. It's very much down to their private sector members. So they are also planning to undergo a review in line with some of the recommendations made in our report. And also with Responsible Steel, they're currently in a test phase, but we'll be updating and reviewing their methodology in 2023, 2024. Although it could be the case that Responsible Steel simply just refer back to ISO and or World Steel, really helping that alignment piece over the next couple of years. So that was a quick run through on the emissions accounting methodology side about how we're trying to bring those together and what might be required. Also, Japan asked us to look at net zero data collection principles, or the data collection framework that one might need to set up to make sure that this data on emissions for the steel sector is readily available for those who want to use it. And this can be used for a large number of kind of policy outcomes, access to finance, carbon border adjustments, standards and definitions, et cetera, et cetera. There's lots of reasons why we need better availability of this data for consumers, government officials, civil society groups to understand where the steel sector is going and maybe what they're buying in that instance. So in terms of the principles that we set out for the data collection framework, and again, this has been tested with a large number of groups who are, many of whom are already working in this area, and we reference throughout the report. But a net zero data collection framework should be able to facilitate maximum possible coverage. So whether that be mandated by governments or indeed strongly incentivized, it should facilitate the maximum possible degree of transparency. And we know that we're not necessarily going to be able to report on monthly data from each and every steel company in this instance, because that does contain commercially sensitive data, but some degree of aggregation, anonymization, and reporting frequency that protects the interests of those companies whilst providing an appropriate level of data to inform policy and buying decisions. That's the fine line that we need to tread. The data collection framework should also be able to facilitate parallel reporting from multiple measurement methodologies. So the methodologies that I mentioned in the previous part of the slide deck, it should be able to interact with those equally. And if they are truly interoperable, then that shouldn't be a challenge to combine that into one unified data set. It should also be able to accommodate the collection of highly granular data on GHG emissions, energy and material flows. I think based on the different jurisdictions that we looked at for this report, there is a wide degree of variability on the granularity of data for GHG emissions that's being reported. For example, some companies reporting relatively infrequently, maybe just the largest source emissions from, say, their blast furnace, which might be a large share of the emissions. Other kind of companies, attaching measurement equipment to all different elements of the steel facility and working with their supply chain partners to gather data further up the supply chain from material inputs as well. So we need to make sure that everyone is working on the same basis there. And then it should also be able to accommodate frequent reporting with a maximum of a 2-year lag, but also be able to minimize that reporting burden to the extent possible. And we heard lots of really interesting things from stakeholders during the writing of the report about the automation and simplification of some of these reporting processes to make it less burdensome for companies. And again, we kind of didn't just want to stop at the principles, but we wanted to provide a bit of a practical roadmap for governments and relevant stakeholders in terms of how you might actually implement this global data collection framework. And it's a really relatively novel process for these heavy industry sectors, where we have data on lots of these things in other sectors, but not so much for, say, steel, aluminium, cement. So yeah, we looked for a 3-phase approach, which would work up with the organizations who are looking at the accounting methodologies. Initially, this would be working very closely with the World Steel Association, given they have a very large share of coverage of the G7 membership, which we were writing this report for. So initially, you would see World Steel working with their members to collect that data and potentially opt in to publish that data. World Steel could then share that aggregated, anonymized data with a relevant coordinating organization, who could then conduct some analysis, synthesize that data for G7 members and other stakeholders to give them a good sense of where are the gaps in this data, in terms of actual or measured data, where are we seeing the best progress, etc. And this can then go on and inform the second phase of the approach. But we really wanted to make sure that we could start quickly, not wait for a year or 2 years for different organizations to review and revise their work in line with net zero, but start gathering data immediately and start to understand the problems that we might face later down the line. So that's really why we chose this approach to prioritize the work with World Steel. Under phase 2 in the years to follow, as those different organizations that I covered in the first half of the slide deck reviewed and aligned, or at least made interoperable their emissions accounting methodologies, we would see many steel companies reporting into those organizations using those methodologies, ideally giving us a set of comparable data. Again, World Steel, Responsible Steel, governments, and there may well be many other organizations that sit in that row as well in time to come, would feed that information back into a coordinating organization. So I think within the report, we kind of explored a couple of options, such as the Clean Energy Ministerial, or potentially even the IEA's own working party on industrial decarbonisation, which was established this year. And that organization, as an independent authoritative voice, would be able to assess and analyze that data and share that back with the relevant stakeholders, protecting that anonymity. And then finally, in the third phase, what we would hopefully see by this point, after kind of the interaction and iteration with these organizations, understanding what data is available and how that can be used by the end users to make sure that's fit for purpose, we would hopefully see this kind of set of interoperable methodologies that would be fit for net zero, and those would be kind of verified, understood, and approved by the different users of the kind of final data. That would still continue to be gathered by organizations like World Steel, Responsible Steel, ISO, but we might not necessarily need a kind of single kind of coordinating organization to process and analyze that data, as we have in other sectors and organizations. We don't necessarily have a kind of a supranational body necessarily to coordinate and understand some of that data, but organizations understand and agree on certain methodologies for how you collect data, and then that data flows into products and that's freely used within the sector. So hopefully we would reach an end point within the relatively near future, and certainly before 2030, where governments, organizations like the WTO, civil society organizations and other international organizations would feel comfortable in kind of using that data which is being gathered via these accounting methodologies. So that was a quick run through of the report. As I say, please do feel free to read the report in detail if there's any more kind of questions that you have, and do come up to me afterwards if you have some specific questions. Since the publication of this report earlier this year in the spring, we were very glad to see the recognition of the importance of this work. And again, thanks to Yukihiro and his team for driving this forward, both in the G7 Climate, Energy and Environment Ministers Communique, also within the G7 Hiroshima Leaders Communique as well. So really glad to see that being recognized there. We're also seeing some really encouraging progress by those organizations that I mentioned, so World Steel, ISO, and Responsible Steel, to revise those accounting methodologies in line with net zero. So they've been working with their memberships in close partnership with us to take that forward. I'd also say that the IEA's newly established Working Party on Industrial Decarbonisation is also planning to help coordinate the country level engagement within that kind of forum. And again, Yukihiro is very, very heavily involved there. And various organizations and countries are now exploring the role of commonly agreed principles, coordinate this work on emissions measurement data and standards for steel to better align those activities beyond the G7. So it's we're really glad to see that outcome and that level of agreement among the G7. But of course, it's very important that that level of agreement is also adopted in the larger share of market where we see the majority of steel production. So I'll stop there and hand back to the chair, but thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Will, for taking us through the report and actually making what is a very complex issue very understandable. I think you did a great job, since this chair actually understood something. So thanks very much for that. And we're going to run this in the sort of usual panel way. We're going to turn to the panelists for some of their first reflections, and then we could have some interaction here, but also we'll happily open the floor to those in the audience. And then if you have any burning questions or comments after the first round of interventions, please do raise your hand or flag. We're trying to structure this discussion really on two main points. I mean, it's bouncing off what we heard from Will in that report. And since those on the panel here are essentially government representatives, what we thought would be interesting to hear from you would be, how are the issues that you've heard raised in the IEA report, how are they relevant to your own government's efforts to measure embodied emissions in the steel sector? And if you might be able to share any work that is ongoing currently that you have on setting standards for low carbon steel or to decarbonize the steel sector more generally. So on that sort of framing, I'd like to start with Matthias. We know that UK is the co-lead of the steel breakthrough together with Germany. And we would be interested to hear, as I said, your views on what you just heard of the IEA report, and how does it fit in with what's happening nationally in the UK, particularly your efforts under the steel breakthrough. So maybe we'll start with you and take it from there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ho. First of all, it's a great pleasure for us, the UK, to be co-hosting this event together with the WTO. We'd like to say thank you to all the panelists here today and the members wanting to discuss this important topic. Also, a big thank you to all participating in the room today, but also online. It is one of the most important topics that we are grappling with in the UK, and the recommendations of the IEA report are very much in line with what we are already doing domestically. So just to start from the beginning, we were one of the first countries to publish an industrial decarbonization strategy. And there we committed ourselves to decreasing industrial emissions by 2/3 up until 2035. So that's a big task for us. It means a lot of pressure on our policymaking environment. So that's why we committed ourselves to consulting widely on what already exists in terms of emissions reporting and in terms of standards and carbon leakage policies at large, and that's very much in line what we've seen from coming out of the IEA. So we shouldn't start from zero. We should see what's out there and where improvement is necessary. We're also very much keen that the system needs to be comprehensive, and needs to be interoperable, and needs to be easy to understand. We published a call for evidence in 2021. And our industry told us that setting up a standard, setting up definitions for low carbon steel or near zero emission steel would increase business confidence in making investments in the transition. So following from that result, we launched a consultation this year. The consultation will end this month. And the objective of that consultation is to explore with the, domestic stakeholders, but also international partners willing to engage with this consultation on the principles and implementation considerations for a CBAM, so a carbon border adjustment, but also an emissions reporting system that could work not only for us, but for other countries as well. So an internationally compatible emissions reporting system. So we think there is a complementarity of policies that we need to explore as well. So we're looking at whether it is doable to implement a carbon border adjustment in tandem with a mandatory product standards, but also how this would interact with our revision of our emissions trading scheme as well. We're not committed to any of these policies as yet, but we are using this evidence gathering process to make an informed decision. For us, it's very important that the boundaries and the scope included in an emissions reporting system is very comprehensive. It is important that we are that the data is able to be verified by third-party groups. So very much in line with the IEA is suggesting. And we also using this consultation as an opportunity to get feedback on the IEA thresholds for low carbon steel and cement, something that they advised the G7 when the presidency was Germany, and we took that on board, and we are looking at that with our domestic industry, and that's because we want an international solution to decarbonization, and we don't want this to be a blockage to trade, but rather something that gives us opportunity to trade better with each other. So the consultation will, like I say, will end this month, and following from that, we are gonna use that to discuss internationally under the Steel Breakthrough. So as Ho said, we are co-leads of the Steel Breakthrough together with Germany. Is an initiative that was, well, rather a process that was launched at COP26, where we have the goal to make near zero emission steel the norm in every region of the world by 2030. There is a wide membership of that Steel Breakthrough. Many of the member countries in this panel are part of this process, and we want to make sure that we achieve that goal. And we announced an action plan at COP27, stating that we would come up at the end of the year with a roadmap for implementing a shared standard for low carbon steel. We also committed to identifying a strategic trade dialogue for near zero emission steel as well this year. So we're going to use all the information we get from our constitution to be able to inform our decisions collectively on this. We are also co-leads of the Industrial Deep Decarbonization Initiative together with India, actually. And we are looking at using that initiative, which is a state-led initiative, to create an emissions reporting system, improve an emissions reporting system, particularly for steel and cement, using and building upon what already exists. So such as the ISO standards that were mentioned in the report, the life cycle assessments, and of course the environmental product declarations. So we are also, the IDDI wants to create a proposition for a low carbon steel standard, building upon as well what the IEA has put forward. So this is how we are trying to suggest countries collaborate going forward. And that's how we plan to sequence our policymaking in this area. Thank you.
Thanks, Matthias. That was really a lot of things that seem to be going on with the UK and the breakthrough. I'm sure we'll come back to some of those points. For now, I'd like to turn to Yukihiro Kawaguchi. Kawaguchi-san, you've been mentioned already quite a few times in this presentation. Since you are the chair of the G7 Industrial Decarbonization Agenda, and as we heard, the IEA work was undertaken as part of Japan's G7 presidency. So I'm sure the question that I'm asking you is a fairly simple one for you, but it was basically just to understand a little bit how this work is relevant to Japan and the efforts that you're taking nationally to decarbonize steel making. So grateful if you could share some of your insights. Thank you. You have to unmute, I think. You seem to be still muted. We're still getting some sound problems, I'm afraid, and not coming through. I'm afraid we're not getting your sound through the microphone. Some technology issues. Can you hear me? Do you hear me? No, could you try without your on the computer? Nelly, is this? From his side? We seem to have a speaker indicated as muted here. On the computer itself, is on our side? Have we muted the computer?
He's not muted on our side.
I'm sorry, but we don't seem to be having your voice coming through the system. But you've unmuted, I can see on your side. Could you give us a few minutes? We'll try to sort out the problem and come back to you. So, sorry about that. So we'll come back to Yukihiro, but for now, let's turn to Kelly, who's with us in the room. Hopefully no sound problems. So Kelly, we know, of course, the US has a very diverse steel industry. You also have a very dynamic standards development system. So it'd be really interesting just to hear some of your views on how the IEA work could be relevant to the US and your efforts on standards and decarbonization in the steel sector. Thanks, Kelly.
Sure. So thank you, Eiko, and thank you, Will, and to the IEA for the report and for your presentation on accelerating the net zero transition in the steel sector. These are very important issues as we respectively seek to decarbonize our economies, and I certainly welcome the opportunity to join this panel. So thank you for the invitation. So to your question, I'll focus a bit on providing a snapshot of how the United States government is thinking about these important issues of industrial decarbonization, including in the steel sector. So we certainly know that pursuing deep decarbonization in our economies is key to meeting our net zero objectives by mid-century. But we also need to balance those objectives with maintaining economic growth and jobs for our workers. So adding to this challenge is the ongoing question of how the multilateral trading system is going to interact with these emerging policy demands that we as governments and consumers are placing on the trading system. And so the issues raised in the IEA report are indeed quite relevant. Having a common language, basically a common understanding of what we're talking about will be important, especially as we start to consider embodied emissions in traded goods. So part of attaining that understanding is to ensure that industry and any relevant international standards developed for this purpose consider the interoperability across systems, which I think really comes through in what the IEA report has undertaken and is elaborating. And that is so that we can really compare the GHG values reliably across goods. So when it comes to standards and ACO, I think this is something that you also noted in your introduction. We believe it's important that all perspectives be reflected in the development of steel and other industrial decarbonization standards, and that those discussions should take account of the TBT Committee's 6 principles for the development of international standards. I did want to turn to a specific example of where we are actively grappling with these complex issues, and that is our ongoing negotiations with the EU on the global arrangement for sustainable steel and aluminum. So we certainly believe that this agreement will seek to both combat climate change through encouraging the decarbonization of high intensity sectors and addressing environmentally harmful non-market practices. To do so, we're focusing in on measuring what matters, which means the embodied emissions in traded steel and aluminum. To be clear, we're not envisioning, though, a low carbon or a green steel standard as part of the global arrangement. What we've envisioned our work under the global arrangement to undertake is, the methodology used by the arrangement would be based on independently verified product level data, allowing each piece of traded steel or aluminum to be assessed on emissions intensity score that includes scope 1, 2, and certain scope 3 emissions. Another but related example is our recent request through our International Trade Commission for what we call a 332 investigation. And this request is to gather information on US produced steel and aluminum emissions intensity. So we're looking at scope 1, scope 2, and certain scope 3 GHG emissions data, plus production volumes. And together, these values will determine the emissions intensity of steel and aluminum products produced in the United States. So we recognize the limitations of existing data and the complexity of implementing a methodology on a product by product basis. We're striving to include as robust of a GHG intensity score as possible, while laying the groundwork to develop, even more precise carbon accounting. These are complex issues. It's a complex undertaking, and we very much welcome the opportunity to work with others on this important work to better understand where decarbonization opportunities exist in the sector. And venues such as this, fora such as the WTO, provide us the opportunity to really share information and have a better understanding of how we're each proceeding in this very important process. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Kelly. And it's really very interesting and good to hear of the different linkages you can see with the TBT and the usefulness of the WTO convening such discussions. Can we try back to Yukihiro? Is the sound okay
yeah.
now?
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Hello?
if I can hear you.
Okay.
But
Thanks.
maybe if you could speak louder or closer to the mic, that might be good.
Okay. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, we can.
I
Yes,
hope
please
so.
do.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for your introduction, and I'm happy that I could come back again and good morning from Tokyo. Yes, so okay. Thank you very much for inviting this session. And yes, of course, the issue of the green steel is very important, not only for Japan's decarbonization, but for the decarbonization of the world as a whole. So that's why I think not only this year, but at least since 2 years ago, when the UK was chair of the G7, the green steel was a hot topic among at least G7. So that's why last year, Germany, under the chair of the Germany, G7 had discussed the definition of the green steel or low or CO2 steel or near zero emission steel, whatever. So building on that, we in Japan wanted to continue this discussion among G7. But on the other hand, Japan found it difficult to discuss definition of the green steel nationally without a common measurement methodology and emission data based on the methodology. That is why the G7, which Japan chairs this year, discussed this issue and agreed finally to start work on global data collection framework for steel production and product. So as we work towards the implementation of the global data collection framework proposed by the IEA and explained by Will today, and agreed to by G7. And we believe that there are just three important points that we should recognize. And I introduced that 3 points. First point is that we should make use of the existing measurement methodologies. And globally applicable measurement methodologies already exist. And 5 key measurement methodologies have been identified by the IEA, including World Steel and ISO methodologies. And they are actually widely utilized in many countries to measure and benchmark their own energy efficiency efforts, and being used by steel producers in the country represented even today, including ArcelorMittal, US Steel, SAIL, Tata, and POSCO. So to ensure continuity in the efforts of steel producers in these countries, existing measurement methodologies already in use need to be made interoperable. In other words, if we think this issue globally, we do not need measurement methodology that work only for a specific region or a specific system, or a new measurement methodology that would break the continuity of efforts in each country. So that's the thing which we need to work on, not only in Japan, but globally. And the second point is we should maximize the use of private sector's work. For example, World Steel is represented by major steel producers from countries represented today again, and other major steel producers around the world. And World Steel has contributed to the G7 process since its start this year. And we continue to have a good communication with World Steel, even after the G7 agreement. We really appreciate that. And we are aware that World Steel supports the idea of the global data collection framework, and the discussion have begun in the World Steel to ensure interoperability of measurement methodology. So again, that's why I think cooperation with such work by private sector is essential. And the third point, the final point, is that it should be, of course, inclusive, and that this discussion must be extended beyond the G7, especially to the major steel producing countries of G20. And for example, India is the chair of the G20 and of course a major steel producers country. And that's why last week I visited Delhi and had a very good discussion on this issue with a colleague of Ruchika-san today, who is participating today. And Japan also had a very good and intensive discussion with Korea on this issue at the end of last month. So thus, this discussion needs to be multilateral discussion beyond one country or one region, but even beyond the G7. So these 3 points, which I consider important, continue to be worked on not only by Japan, but also or by the other country, I think. Yes, I finished here. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Yukihiro, for being very clear and a very useful 3 set of points that you gave us there on not to reinvent, work with private sector, be inclusive and multilateral. So it'd be great to continue that line of discussion. And for that, I'd like to turn to Madame Govil, Ruchika. You were just mentioned actually by Yukihiro that you've obviously had some good discussions there as well. And we know that, India has a big domestic demand, is projected to grow. You also produce around 1/5 of the world's steel. That's the projection by 2050, I mean. So, we've heard different issues now raised about the IEA report. So from your perspective and the work ongoing in India, how do you see the relevance of the IEA report? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, for having us here. Thank you, IEA, for the presentation in this regard. I'll structure my talk in 2 parts. One regarding the discussion at hand today regarding the methodologies for the harmonizing the measurement of carbon, and secondly, what India is doing for its net zero target. I welcome the report that IEA has made in this regard. It has come at an opportune time. There cannot be a discussion of green steel, low carbon steel, until we know what we are measuring, and unless we have a common language regarding what is to be measured. I think what has been measured by WSA in the past years and what Japan has been talking in terms of adopting 14404, it's part 1, 2, 3, and now part 4, is a very exhaustive exercise that has been done for the past now 7 to 8 years. In fact, it was in 2018 that for the first time Japan talked to us as to how the ISO method was a very robust method and needed to be adopted because it was a government bodies adopted methodology and how it had acceptability. WSA has also been doing an incredibly good job and has much more buy-in by the companies, because so many companies and associations are part of WSA, and everybody has accepted that their methodologies work very well. And now I'm very happy to notice that actually the 14404 methodologies, the part 1, 2, 3, and now 4, as well as WSA, has now reached a convergence. In this regard, now there is a common language that is emerging regarding how the carbon emissions are to be measured. However, we still need to work more closely, and I think by all the steel producing countries, to talk about scoping and boundaries. We have to understand that when one country talks about an emission that the steel has embedded in it, it is commonly understood by everybody across the board. But at this point, I would like to point out that the OECD report on heterogeneity is a very, very important document, which actually has put in place the kind of the heterogeneous issues that are there as to how the steel industry across the countries, across the production processes is so diverse, and how each of these aspects of heterogeneity plays a very important role in measuring the carbon emissions. So while the methodology will capture what is the carbon emission, probably there is still a need for some sort of standardization when we factor in the kind of heterogeneity that exists and will have to be factored in as we go ahead. Every country has adopted their NDC targets. The transition from the current status to to achieving its NDC targets is for countries as a whole. Sectors have not specifically been mentioned. While we are very aware that steel has an important role in carbon emissions, I think we in the steel industry are responsible enough to know that there is a case for reducing carbon emissions. And by having such a methodology, such a language which clearly states who is emitting how, we will be in a position to actually step down the carbon emissions. It is a very good first step in this regard. It is very important to also mention, and I appreciate my colleague from America who's mentioned that the growth objective of the countries have to be kept in mind. With the growth objectives, there will be certain amount of industry with different production processes that will be undertaking expansions. But this will be a responsible expansion once we know that we are monitoring our carbon in a responsible fashion. The issue of the coordinating agencies, however, is something which I'm not very clear in the presentation of the IEA. I would like to say that the WSA has been collecting data from sites, but the amount of companies that have bought into it are rather limited. And the data which is being provided is more in a generic fashion. It is still anonymized, it is still region specific, but we do not declare that data in a fashion which company is producing how much carbon. Going forward, whether we will keep this kind of anonymity, confidentiality is a question that will have to be addressed, especially when we link up carbon emissions, environment, and trade. Once we get into the realm of trade, perhaps this confidentiality will have to be relaxed, will have to be compromised. Therefore, the issue of what sort of a global framework for the coordinating agency we are looking at perhaps needs more clarity, more acceptance, more buy-in by countries beyond the G7. If the G20 OECD Steel Committee has worked on that, perhaps they could enroll more participation, more agreement on this global framework that we are talking about. Also, it's important now to develop a consensus whether we would like to limit it to a production process based or whether we want to shift it to a product base. Because after all, it is not only just carbon, we also have to look at GHG emissions. Further emissions have been identified by WSA as well as by Responsible Steel, and by ISO for that matter. If we are to traverse the whole distance of saving the planet, perhaps there is a case to also analyze which methodology is to be adopted by all the countries, product or production process based. Currently, I think there is more consensus on the production process base. Being as diverse as they are, there is still a scope for discussing how we could take it to product based, because there are just so many products in this particular method. We have to also talk about aggregation. What level of aggregation are we comfortable with? And what is the purpose that aggregation achieves? Especially with heterogeneity, what does aggregation perhaps truly mean? I think that is also something which we need to understand. We must also understand, I mean, in India, we think that this IEA report is only talking about a language. It talks about talking about measuring. Hereafter, we'll be requiring the next levers for moving toward net zero steel, low carbon steel. I'm happy to note that this particular document, in fact, even the document of OECD, does not mention the word green steel. It talks about near zero carbon steel. And I think that's a reality. As we have examined this topic deeply, we have realized that the discussion has to be near zero carbon, near low carbon steel rather than a green steel. So therefore, I think this report is correctly talking about a tool, whereas the definitions is an aspect which is being dealt with by so many bodies, so many organizations, in which I think all the leading large steel producers are working very closely. A common definition should emerge, factoring in the realities. And for that, we will be addressing issues which are not just related to steel, but which are common in talking in terms of access to renewable energy, access to CCUS, access to a host of transportation of hydrogen, production of green hydrogen. Now, these are issues not really limited to steel, but are something which actually affect industry across the board. So I think this report is a good report as a language, as a methodology, but a lot more needs to be done if we are to address the issue of net zero steel. When we were to talk about the kind of initiatives India is taking in this regard, I would now come to the second part of my presentation, Indian efforts. I would like to tell the House that India has set up 13 task forces which take up each aspect of this transition, from the methodologies of collection of data, from defining energy efficiencies, production process efficiencies, financing, to keeping an eye on what's happening all over the world. These 13 task forces, which are high-powered, are actually examining the issue at hand. Also, to fast-track the journey to green steel, a green hydrogen mission has been put in place, which shall look into production and all related issues of transportation, usage, etc., any R&D in that regard for usage of hydrogen. Hydrogen mission has already been launched by India. And thirdly, our organization, Bureau of Energy Efficiency, has been given the task as to how to monitor the carbon emissions. It was earlier looking at energy efficiency issues. Now it is also tasked with capturing, monitoring carbon emissions. And I think the common language that we are talking about today through this IEA report will be well accepted by BEE in capturing what is to be monitored, how closely it is to be shared with the international community. But I think a lot more work needs to be done in terms of which entity, which company, which production process, and how it is to be shared, and how that coordinating agency will, if at all, if it was made the repository of all the information for all the countries, if that is accepted by all, what is the guidelines, roles, discipline to be played by those bodies? I do agree that it needs to be, this whole journey needs to be inclusive. It's beyond just the G7. G7, with its 250 million tons, is an important player. I'm glad they've got the ball rolling. It's a very important report which is launched. I think in G20, we will be discussing this further. Yes, we are closely talking to Japan. We did have a discussion in this regard, how to take it up in G20 and thereafter. I'm very happy to listen to the views raised by my colleague from the US, who has also linked it up to the various trade issues in this regard. I thank everybody. I think India is very much going to be participating in all these points. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much, Ruchika, and also for pointing out all the questions and challenges, but also with some sort of forward-looking agenda, which I'm sure I'll give Will an opportunity to respond after the next couple of speakers. So the next one I have is David Boubil. EU is often a first mover in many things, decarbonization, and also many different novel policy approaches. So, you've heard a range of views now in addition to the presentation from Will. So I'd like to turn to you with a similar question, how does this help you in the EU efforts, both on measurement of emissions in steel products? And if you could share with us some of the latest EU standards development work in this area of decarbonization, particularly on steel. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. And thank you, Will, for the presentation of the report also, and to all the speakers. In the EU, we, of course, when it comes to steel, we have in place for 20 years our EU emission trading scheme, where emissions are monitored, reported, and verified, and eventually subject to a carbon price as a result of our cap and trade mechanism. What we've been doing in the last years, in addition to improving this emission trading system, is trying to implement a new instrument to address carbon leakage, which is the carbon border adjustment mechanism that will apply at the border. And the challenge in this respect is that in the EU emission trading system, what is monitored is the emissions of installations, industrial installations. And obviously installations do not cross borders, or most of the time they don't. So what we needed to do was to find a way to translate the rules that apply to goods produced in the EU to imported goods in a way that would ensure that they're not treated worse than if they had been produced in the EU. And of course, in this context, this report is interesting because it looks both at emissions of installation and emission of goods. And on our side, since last September, with the help of an expert group, we've been working on a methodology, initial methodology that aims at ensuring that we can apply a methodology at the border that reflects the boundaries of what is measured and monitored in the ETS in a way that is fair to goods, but also in a way that takes into account the way emissions are monitored in the rest of the world. In the context of carbon pricing, but not only. When this report shows that there are many ways of looking, many ways and many reasons for looking at emissions, and in this context, there are opportunities to find synergies and to limit the obligations while respecting the objectives of developing national policies. In our case, the emission trading system and the carbon border adjustment mechanism. When we look at the emissions covered in the goods in the IEA report, well, the scope of emission goes further than what is needed in the case of CBAM, because again, CBAM reflects the ETS, but still it's very useful. It's useful, and what matters for us is that the different components of the emission, the different production steps, the different processes that contribute the emissions are identified so that we can select those that are relevant in the context of the carbon border adjustment mechanism. Actually, speaking about that, I was saying that we have been working on an initial methodology. This, you probably have seen that this initial methodology has been published for feedback yesterday, and so there is a feedback period open for 4 weeks. So if any of you wants to contribute, it will be most welcome. The idea in this period, because the CBAM, the carbon border adjustment, is an instrument that will start to apply with a financial adjustment in 2026. Between now and then, what we are doing and what we are trying to do with this initial reporting methodology, which is a simplified one, which is one that does not include verification, is to build and to engage with our partners in the rest of the world on finding ways to do this in a way that is open and that can be coordinated with monitoring in the rest of the world. So in this context, the work of the IEA is useful. The report is useful. What the objective is good. Well, we see that. Well, right now it is still about bringing together the approaches, analyzing them, see their coverage, see what they include or not, and how they're compatible. Well, it still needs to go into practical implementation. And this can be done in a way that takes into account what is being done in the rest of the world. And in the case of the EU, well, there are a few references to the EU emission trading system in this report, and we'd be happy to exchange further with the IEA on this and on how it is reflected to make sure it is done in a way that is useful and that can contribute to the work that we're doing on the carbon border adjustment mechanism. I will not go further than that, so that there's still time for the discussion, I guess.
Thanks, David. I think, Will, you're hearing that many on the panel are all agreeing that this is very useful work, even though they have different sort of points to make, and we'll come back to you for that. But we have our last sort of speaker, Hong Sang-an. Of course, Korea is a very active player in all of this, and we again would be very interested to hear your views on both the report and what's going on in Korea. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. I am aware that I am the only speaker that is based in Geneva. I'm leaving here in a couple of months, and I believe that Capital has already classified me as one of them. I'd first like to sincerely thank the UK and the Secretariat for organizing this very useful meeting. And also, I would like to thank Will for his very informative report that the IEA has produced. I would first like to mention Korea's decarbonization efforts, and then speak a bit about Korea's view on the IEA report. Korea has committed to carbon neutrality by 2050, and through this goal, we would like to achieve a 40% reduction in carbon emissions by 2030. As probably everyone is aware, the steel industry is one of the biggest sources of carbon emissions, also in Korea. So they have also set very ambitious goals to mitigate carbon emissions and have implemented concrete timeframes and also roadmaps to meet these objectives. To accelerate mitigation efforts, the Korean government with the industry have devised several specific R&D initiatives, and also to support the development of carbon neutral technology, which will further enhance those efforts. The Korean government also has in place an ETS, an emissions trading scheme that would incentivize steel companies to actually reduce carbon emissions. We believe that through these efforts, we can substantially decarbonize the steel industry towards net zero emissions. However, domestic carbon reduction efforts is not the only problem we face. As my colleague from the EU has mentioned, we may face some trade-related carbon measures on steel that might potentially raise compliance costs and undermine domestic decarbonization objectives. As such, we believe that the IEA report is very timely and relevant to focus on globally agreed standards for emissions measurement and data collection. We also welcome that this report would help us discuss these issues in an open, transparent, and inclusive manner. We wholeheartedly agree that there is no need to reinvent the wheel. We welcome the report's analysis and basis for selecting the 5 existing methodologies for emissions measurement as a starting point. We also believe that multiple methodologies could coexist if modified to a certain extent, for example, scope and boundaries, as the report has suggested, to serve different stakeholders. Maybe agreeing on one methodology would favor a certain type of furnace over the other and would not be productive. Also, we believe that some methodologies have been tested and tried for longer periods and would be more acceptable to a larger audience. We support the process, principles, and timeframes mentioned in the report to achieve interoperability among the existing methodologies. I would just like to comment on the report on the views of Korea on several matters. We believe that first, both types of the main furnaces that are mentioned, blast furnaces and electric arc furnaces, coexist for a reason. the quality and properties of final steel products are different, and it is through blast furnaces that electric arc furnaces can be consistently supplied with a steel scrap. Thus, we can say that there is a somewhat healthy ecosystem going on here with both types of furnaces, as they have their own merit and should be treated differently. Next, in selecting a measurement methodology and agreeing on a criteria for low carbon steel, as my colleague from India has mentioned, the heterogeneity of each country's industrial conditions, status of current facilities, accessibility to natural resources should be reflected. Over the years, we believe that each country has developed its own carbon reduction schemes according to their method of producing steel, and we should be respectful of their previous efforts. In addition, it is possible to decarbonize steel by adapting the latest technology, enhancing efficiency, regardless of what method of producing steel. It's just a matter of time and resources. When I recall when I was engaged in climate change policy 15 years ago, in 2008 and 9, we had very high expectations for the CCUS, or the carbon capture, utilization and storage technology that would dramatically decrease carbon emissions and open a very new world for us. However, when we look at the reality now, it is still under development, while we do understand that it is gaining some traction and is being deployed in several sites over the world. We do believe that this is a testament that it can be done. However, it does take a long period and a huge financial resources. The last point I would like to make is we should be considerate towards small and mid-sized steel companies, and also for developing countries that have resource constraints. Agreeing to a certain methodology that does not favor them would clearly discourage them to make efforts to adopt or develop carbon neutral technology, especially taking into account that they have only recently made huge investments and would be financially constrained. In regards to the collection of data, we generally support the principles, process, and methods indicated in the report. As it will be difficult to impose notification requirements like the WTO to the private sector, it would be useful to design strong incentives to voluntary sharing of data. It is also important to ensure a high level of confidentiality, since even they are fabricated to be anonymous to the trained eye of experts, it might be identifiable to them and would hinder companies to provide certain data that they believe is business confidential. We should also be mindful that small and mid-sized steel companies may be burdened to produce such different sets of data due to capacity constraints. So it would be preferable to come up with them as much common elements for the different methodologies. Korea looks forward to further discussions on the methodologies for emissions measurement and will contribute constructively towards finding a common solution. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Hong San. Thanks for bringing us up to date on the work and thinking from Korea. I think, Will, you've been referred to a lot in your report as well, because I've put all the questions to you. So this is a time to come back to you again for any things that you've heard. Have you heard some very specific questions from Rushika and also from the others? The presentations were taking a bit more time than I thought, but I think they were so useful and informative. I didn't want to interrupt the speakers. We do have a little bit more time here for more questions from the floor as well. But if you allow me just a couple of minutes to Will, and then we'll come back to the floor. Thank you.
Great. No, thank you very much. I'll try and be quick. Yeah, lots of really, really useful comments, and really great to see the willingness to collaborate and cooperate among the governments on this panel. Also really glad to hear the support for the importance of taking this work up beyond the G7, and in particular the kind of comments from India to take this up within the G20, which as I'm sure everyone's aware does really represent the vast majority of global steel production, so would be incredibly influential if such work could be taken forward in that forum. I think to kind of my Korean colleagues' point on kind of making sure that these can be designed for MSMEs in developing countries. We've really seen through our work at the IEA and through the work of other organizations like UNIDO, and various other technical capacity building organizations, that rapid learning on best practice measurement on how to reduce the administrative burden, maybe through innovative approaches or automation, are really, really valuable. It's really important for forums such as the WTO, but also other forums around the world to facilitate that dialogue between countries and between the companies within those countries. And also just building on the work of the breakthrough agenda that Matthias mentioned, under the Steel Breakthrough, I know there's a particular piece of work there to scale up the technical and financial assistance being offered, particularly for developing countries to build that capacity in that area. But there's definitely a need to scale that up further as more countries adopt these accounting methodologies. Just a kind of a broader response in terms of a number of references to how the degree of specificity, I guess, the data that we refer to within this report. I think as I set out in my first slide, there are going to be lots of different purposes for using this data, ranging from procurement to just tracking progress to carbon border adjustment mechanisms, or any other number of kind of policies. So, for example, the level of specificity that a car company might require to inform their buying decision is going to differ massively from the degree of specificity that an organization might look to for tracking, say, country level or regional level progress. What we've tried to do with this report is provide an approach that would satisfy as many of these potential end uses as possible, so that when, for example, governments are requesting data from steel companies, it's not going to be the case that they're requested 1 month for a certain level of granularity, and then several months later or a year later for an even greater degree of granularity to inform another potential policy measure. But we do recognize that at the moment, there are very different levels of specificity required for the policies that are currently in place. But we're trying to kind of create that optionality, I guess, and future-proofing for such a framework. Just to Ruchika's comment on the role of the coordinating organization, and agree, we left that a little bit vague within the report just because we didn't want to be overly specific in terms of who might do that work. But really the function of that organization was really to recognize that it can be difficult sometimes to get some of these organizations to collaborate and coordinate their work, without additional country impetus. And I think we saw really strong and successful leadership from Japan this year, which has brought some of those organizations together to collaborate in the way that they have. And I think a coordinating organization to better kind of bring in some of that data, tackle some of the transparency issues that a couple of panel members have raised, to anonymize that data, and so that countries and companies feel comfortable sharing an appropriate level of data. I think that's really where the coordinating organization would come into play. And then finally, just from my Korean colleague and also from Ruchika as well, in terms of the heterogeneity of decarbonization pathways. So yeah, we would really support the work of our colleagues at the OECD, who also published a report for the Japanese presidency earlier this year on the heterogeneity of decarbonization pathways. And we do recognize that different countries, different companies will take very different approaches to net zero. Nevertheless, we do take the view that homogeneity of accounting methodologies is vital. I don't think we can get away from that, because if you're not measuring with the same stick, then you're not able to compare like for like at the end of the day. So I think heterogeneity of approaches, but homogeneity of data is where we would probably clarify that. But yeah, really welcome all of the comments and happy to discuss further. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Will. And let me just go to you, the audience, who've been patiently waiting and I'm sure absorbing lots of information. Are there any questions from what you've heard so far? Yes, please.
Hi, thank you to all the panelists. This has been really insightful to hear about your country's approaches to embedded emissions accounting. Speaking from the Australian perspective, very interested in the point around how multiple methodologies can exist so long as scope and boundary are clearly defined and harmonized between these methodologies. Particularly on the scope of emissions, the Australian scheme that we're developing looks at scope 1 and 2, whereas I recognize that some countries are looking beyond that at scope 3 also. I was wondering how we can sort of reconcile this scope and boundary inconsistency that we see at the moment, which is, primarily driven by discrepancies between domestic emissions trading scheme emission scopes. Question directed at Ruchika, but also other panelists. Thank you.
Thanks for that, the scope and boundary discrepancies. Any other questions before I go back to the panel? If not for now, let's start with that one. Rushika.
So from what I understand of your question is, if we were to have homogeneity in terms of collection of data, how do we factor in heterogeneity? So these are two different reports that we've looked at, one done by IEA and one done by OECD, which accepts the ground reality. I'm not in a position to sort of take decisions how to merge the two reports, but my off-the-cuff sort of reaction, if I was to approach that topic, would be collect your data, have a homogeneous data, and thereafter standardize it. Have factors for understanding the differences that exist. Have a best practice, and from the best practice, what would be the deviation that you could allow for a heterogeneous condition, and let that be the benchmark for the country. I mean, this is an approach. If I was to write a paper, this is an academic exercise. It's to be done. All I'm saying is today, both have been accepted. How would we take it forward? You would have to, at some stage, marry the two reports to have a workable solution. Otherwise, it would be to the disadvantage of some and to the advantage of the other. And we do not want to be in a case of stranded assets in the future, because a lot of investments, it has a lot of socioeconomic repercussions involved. We've had at the OECD reports which show 3 generations get affected if you were to have stranded assets and closures. So I would therefore like to take it up in an analytical fashion, a research paper perhaps in this regard for the future. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Rushika. Anyone else want to comment on that question?
I can.
Yeah, sure.
Just to say that in the UK, in our constitution, we have been working with the assumption that that we should aim to disclose scope 1, scope 2, and upstream scope 3 emissions for steel products, and we believe that this is the preferred choice for us, because scope 3 emissions will have to be decarbonized sooner or later. So being able to set up the systems that will enable us to know these emissions is important. That being said, for an international agreement or international discussion, it will depend on like where different countries are and what we can do at the time of decision. But for us, is very much imperative that at the very minimum we are including scope 2 emissions, because we do want a standard or a carbon border adjustment mechanism to recognize the decarbonization of the energy grid, and recognize the efforts that have been made in decarbonizing the power sector. Thank you.
For that, do we have any other comments or questions from the floor at this juncture? It doesn't seem quite like it. We're coming close to the end of our session. I would like to just ask a question myself, if I could, to the panel. I mean, and here I'm trying to reflect a little bit on WTO essentially, and apart from convening, which is a large part of what we're doing, do you see anything else that can be useful from a WTO perspective? I mentioned TBT6 principles. I think Kelly mentioned it as well, and possibly Will, you mentioned it, but just be interested in what you thought about that. And then if you are able, I think, Matthias, you mentioned some of the work of the breakthrough agenda. Are there any things that you're doing at COP28 that you might be able to share with the audience? Thank you. So this is a general question. Anyone would like to pick it up?
Yeah, just to say that COP28, as mentioned before, we do have the plan to share a roadmap on implementing a standard. We do plan to share as well a commitment to the public procurement of low carbon steel. We are, as I said, looking carefully at the IEA propositions on the thresholds, using the IDDI and discussions there to be able to arrive at a standard, but also the emissions report system that can work for as many countries as possible. We also have the need to identify a strategic trade dialogue, which could very much do what the IEA is proposing in the report, trying to coordinate the landscape and be able to promote and make decisions on a standard to be adopted in traded steel. So for this strategic dialogue, it is imperative that this is done in order to achieve the breakthrough objective, which is ensuring that near zero emissions still can be traded. But also, we recognize that no single organization can just do it alone. This dialogue, there needs to be a collective proposition from various organizations to come to countries and say how this could operate, because we know that there needs to be extensive business engagement to be done. There needs to be extensive engagement with other initiatives that are making propositions in this area, such as IDDI, Responsible Steel, etc. So that's how we see the plan ahead for COP28. Thank you.
Ruchika, please.
I'd also like to say that the IEA report talks about the 5 measures. I would like us to be mindful of the fact, the kind of burden it'll be putting on the companies when it talks about following one or many of the measures for measuring carbon. And then the questions which the report has not really addressed, which will need to be addressed moving forward with the EU's proposition and now what UK talks about, as to who collects the data, who verifies the data, who audits the data. I think with all this, the kind of burden that will exist on the companies, they're in the business of producing steel. We don't want them to be in the business of just counting their carbon all the time by various methods and incurring a large cost in this. Because add to that, when you have a price for carbon, we don't want a system that it becomes so onerous for a steel producer that it actually moves away from the objective of producing good quality steel. So if IEA and other bodies who are going to be dealing with this issue could also be mindful of that, I think that'll be important. Thank you.
Thanks, Ruchika.
Thank you, Eiko. I think to your last question, and certainly as has been very much revealed through this panel discussion, is just as I mentioned, how complex these issues are and that it's really ever evolving as we continue to improve data sources and data collection. And so, you know, from my perspective, I think the answer is simply that we need to make sure that we have the right people involved in these discussions, considering, you know, the technical elements of how we're going to move forward. As we've heard today, interoperability is and will remain a part of that, and how we're going to accomplish that needs to be considered and resolved by the appropriate technical experts, and in particular within the industry and the sectors themselves. And so, and again, I think as we've mentioned before, and as you noted as well, you know, the WTO does have a role to play through its convening power, you know, ensuring that members can utilize the opportunity to bring together experts and have these conversations in the context of trade, and basically making sure that the views and interests of the relevant stakeholders are taken into account, and we have the transparency and all of that. So we really value that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. One last comment. I'm getting chased by my staff to say I have to end. But please go ahead.
Thank you for very informative information sharing. I have a very simple, straightforward question. Essentially, the CBAM proposal that I see hinges on carbon leakage. And the carbon leakage that is being talked about, it's who is at risk of, or what industry is at risk of carbon leakage? As per the regulation of the ETS, they've arrived at some formula of 20%. Anything which is more than 20%, and if I may say, the total volume of, or the value of trade divided by the total market size, and if it exceeds, multiplied by the emissions intensity, if it exceeds 20%, then it's at the risk of carbon leakage, and therefore a CBAM on imported product. something like that is the, so where has this 20% come from? Thank you.
Are you referring particularly to the EU CBAM? Yes, maybe I ask David then.
Okay. The criteria to select sectors for CBAM go a bit beyond carbon leakage, because the carbon leakage is well, the value you're referring to is the one that has been used in the, well, that is still used to grant free allocation in the context of the EU ETS to sectors at risk of carbon leakage. Among these sectors, we have looked in the impact assessment that we did on CBAM, we have looked at the risk of carbon leakage, and the sectors that we have selected are indeed at risk of carbon leakage. We have looked at the relevant in terms of emissions, and we have looked at something which is more related to what we've been discussing today, which is how to attribute emission to goods from, well, how to move from installation to goods. So that were the three, how is it possible in practice? And that were the three elements to select the sectors that we have in CBAM. And if we were to add sectors, it would be on the same basis. Your particular question on the 20% is something I'm not sure I can answer, but just to explain how the CBAM goods were selected.
Thank you, David. And there's also another specific session on this CBAM question later today. So, so let me finish here. And before I finish, just a few thoughts on what I think I heard was that, there's also discussions about not reinventing the wheel. And at the same time, we're trying to make the wheel better. But then, we have different wheels out there, and the different wheels have been made for different terrains. And so the question is about how can you make a single wheel that can manage different terrains, absorb different bumps, and so forth. And then the last point is that a wheel is only useful if you can attach it to a vehicle. Just to have a wheel that you cannot use will not take you anywhere. So that's the last question, which is that what is this vehicle? And one vehicle, at least since we're here in the WTO, is trade. So we need this wheel to also be one that can help facilitate trade, but a more sustainable trade. So those are some thoughts, and I leave the challenge of making this wheel back to Will, because that's the privilege of the moderator. So thank you all very much for your attendance, and to the panelists as well. Thanks very much. And a little clap for them.
I discovered a nice toy. Indre? Indre? 1 second. I'm not sure if we go to David. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Thank you so much for being all here with us. It shows that we had the right reflex to organize a dedicated session today to CBAM. Let me briefly introduce the ones who you're seeing here. I have next to me David Boublil, who is our colleague who leads in DG Taxud, the CBAM initiative, the legislative initiative. Thank you, David, for being with us. And I'm Madeleine Tuininga. I work with David, but from the DG Trade side, I have in my unit both the multilateral sustainability issues as well as EU autonomous measures, amongst which the European Green Deal. Purpose of this exercise is to, and this presentation of being here, is our continued commitment to engage with trading partners on issues of relevance to them. Let me remind you that we've tried to undertake this transparency and engagement from the outset already since the beginning of the announcement of the European Green Deal. We've come numerous times to the Committee on Trade and Environment. David is a regular guest there, where also during the design phase of the measures, we've been updating you on it to explain how we've gone about the design of the measures. Now there are 2 measures where we enter into the implementation phase. The first is deforestation and the second is the CBAM. And we realize that this is a period to intensify even further our collaboration and our outreach in order to make sure that you well understand the regulation. And I think that that's to a large extent the purpose of today, but also to engage with those affected on clarity on tools to facilitate the implementation of this regulation and where pertinent capacity building. With that, I think it's less interesting to listen to me and more interesting to listen to David. The way we wanted to proceed is that he's prepared a presentation. We will follow a PowerPoint presentation and then leave time to questions and answers. But again, thank you all for coming here so with large numbers to this presentation. David.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you for your interest in our carbon border adjustment mechanism. I've had the opportunity to present it and to discuss it with some of you in previous years, and we'll have more sessions. But I think it's very useful and very good that we have an exchange on this instrument. I know that you probably know things about the carbon border adjustment, but I think it will be useful to go back on the main features of it, and then we can discuss how we intend to work with you and how we intend to support partners in the implementation of CBAM, and to come with the main takeaways of this measure. So just to remind what is the carbon border adjustment? Well, the carbon border adjustment is an instrument that the EU has developed in relation to our EU emission trading scheme, which is the main instrument that we have to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from industrial sectors in the EU, in order to prevent carbon leakage and to ensure the effectiveness of our climate policy. And for that, CBAM is there to complement and to reinforce the EU ETS, and it contributes to our decarbonation objectives to reach neutrality in 2050 and reduction by 50% in 2030, but in a way that does not move emissions outside of the EU, and that also contributes to global decarbonation. So to do that, we have designed an instrument that looks at the actual carbon content of the goods that are imported in the EU, and there the important element is actual embodied carbon content, because CBAM is a measure that takes into account how many emissions were released, and that is applied on that basis. And on that basis, it reflects and mirror the carbon pricing that we have in the EU, which is the EU ETS. And of course, we do this in a way that we have designed to be fully aligned with our international policies and legal commitments, including under WTO. It's also a targeted measure that focuses on certain sectors, which are cement, iron and steel, aluminium, fertilizers, electricity, and hydrogen. It may be extended to more sectors in the futures, but if it is, it will be done in a way that is consistent to the approach that was followed to include these sectors, meaning looking at the relevant in terms of emissions, the risk of carbon leakage, and the practical feasibility of attributing emission to goods in these sectors. It is a mechanism that has been designed to be internationally open. And in this respect, the fact that it looks at the actual carbon content of goods is very important, because it means that it's not targeting countries, it's not applied based on the country of origin of the goods, it's based on how many greenhouse gases were released in the production of the goods, meaning that any effort made, be it at country level, company level, by carbon pricing or by regulation to reduce emissions, or by voluntary initiatives to reduce emissions, will be taken into account and will be rewarded in CBAM. Meaning that, well, it is an instrument that is done to make sure that EU businesses reduce their emissions, but it also gives incentives for businesses outside the EU to do it. And companies are subject to CBAM based on the actual content, but also taking into account the level of free allocation that may still be distributed in the EU, and more importantly, the carbon price that they may have paid in the country of production. So if a carbon price is paid in the country of production, this will be discounted from the amount of CBAM, which gives an incentive also to have discussion and to work on possible introduction of carbon pricing. CBAM will be implemented soon, but progressively. Well, very soon, because the reporting will start from October this year. However, there will not be any financial obligation before 2026, and even when we get to 2026, that's in the next slide, you will see that it will be phased in progressively. What is important is in this transitional phase is that it is a blank phase. It is a phase that is designed to favor cooperation with our partners. There is a methodology for reporting emission in this phase and for reporting carbon prices, which is there to train the operators in the EU and outside on this reporting, but more importantly, which will allow us refining the methodology for the definitive period so that it can build on the monitoring and reporting that may already be in place in the countries of production, so that we minimize additional obligation that may be related to CBAM. Another important feature of the transition phase is that there is a review in 2025, which will look in possible scope extension, which will look in the inclusion of indirect emissions, because indirect emissions are included now only for some sectors, on the impact on least developed countries, and that's a very crucial element in the progress in international climate discussions. Because CBAM is not a financial instrument. It is an environment instrument. It's a climate instrument, which is there to reduce emissions. So if we manage to get to a point where CBAM does not bring any revenue, that's good news. Because it will mean that efforts will have been made everywhere to reduce emissions. So as I was saying, once we're in 2026, well, we will not remove the free allocation in the EU ETS at once. We will remove them progressively, and as we remove them, CBAM will start applying to the emissions above these free allocation, meaning that in 2028, only 10% of the emission will be subject to CBAM. So if there is a financial obligation, it will concern only certain goods, only the most carbon intensive, and only for part of their emissions. It's only in 2030 that half of the emissions will be covered. In terms of emission scope, and we had a session on that just before, well, as I was saying, CBAM is an instrument that reflects what is happening in the EU ETS. And in the EU ETS, we look at installations. So installations, meaning that we look at scope 1. But as we're looking at scope 1 in the EU ETS, well, we are looking at scope 1 emissions of several production sites, which means that in the end, what is covered by the ETS is scope 1 emissions of several sites, meaning including scope 2 emissions when we're talking about emissions of electricity generation, and scope 3 emissions when we're looking at the emissions of producing precursors to CBAM goods, as long as they're listed in the CBAM regulation. So CBAM, as I was saying, is an instrument that is designed to favor international cooperation, and in this respect, it needs to recognize the efforts that are made by other countries, by other parties. So if a carbon price was paid in the production of goods, it will come in deduction of the CBAM. The idea is that if a carbon price is to be paid, it needs to be paid only once. The other element, and that's more fundamental even, is that since CBAM is based on actual embedded emissions, it means that any effort to reduce emissions will be recognized. If we want to compute how CBAM is determined, well, CBAM will need to be paid in certificates, not in cash, to reflect the evolution of the price of ETS allowances in the ETS market. And to determine the number of certificates, it's the actual emissions minus the emissions that benefit from free allocation multiplied by the tons of product. And for that, certificates will have to be purchased at the average weekly price of the EU ETS. And that determines the CBAM obligation, from which needs to be deducted any carbon price paid abroad. And that determines the adjustment when goods, for goods that enter the EU. Just to give a few more details on the free allocation and how it affects CBAM. Well, in the transition period, that's the first column, CBAM is only about information on goods entering in the EU. From 26 to 33, CBAM will cover the part of emissions which are between the part that still benefit from free allocation in the EU and what is declared by the importer. And in the end, in 2034, CBAM will cover the totality of the emissions declared, but that's only in 2034. This slide is to explain that the compliance cycle for CBAM follows that of the ETS, and the only thing that happens at the border when goods enter the EU is that customs check that the importers of CBAM goods are duly authorized and that they will follow this compliance cycle. So there is no additional obligation at the border other than for importer of CBAM goods to be authorized. And once they're authorized for good and for the long term. I've had a number of questions on how CBAM would impact small businesses. Well, first, it is important to understand that the goods that are in the scope of CBAM are in general produced by large operators. It is true that we have included some transformed goods of steel and aluminum in the scope of CBAM, which may be produced by smaller operators, but in that case, it's likely that the bulk of the emissions, the large part of the emission, the one that needs elaborate monitoring, will take place in large production sites. And the transitional period is there to monitor the exact impact of the reporting requirement on small businesses, to define how we should target the reporting to minimize the burden on them. In each phase of CBAM, well, there are differences in what needs to be reported and monitored. In the transitional phase, well, first, there's no verification of the emissions. The reporting will be quarterly and will concern the total quantity of goods, direct and indirect emissions, and carbon price paid at origin. As I was saying, this is designed to make sure that we can refine the methodology for the definitive period. In this respect, I should say that we have published yesterday the provisional methodology for feedback on the Commission portal. So it is there. You can have a look at it. And if you have comments, well, your comments are welcome, because the idea is to work together. So have a look. It's a bit long, but it depends on the goods you're interested in. Your comments will focus on cement or steel, depending on your interest. After the transitional phase, well, CBAM declaration will be a bit more complete because it'll be the amount of goods, but it will be a yearly one. It will be the amount of goods, the embedded emissions. They will need to be verified, and they will need to be accompanied with a number of CBAM certificates. And of course, there will be the deduction of the carbon price effectively paid in the country of origin. say a few more words on the draft implementing regulation that has been published for feedback yesterday. It is very open in terms of reporting, meaning that for the first year until end 2024, the reporting can be based on any monitoring method that is in place in the country of production. After that, the monitoring will need to be better aligned with what we do in the context of the EU ETS. And coming back on the situation of small businesses, well, if there are processes or production steps that contribute to a small amount of the emissions, well, default values may be used to simplify the report. Well, this is just to illustrate the trade flows in CBAM goods towards the EU, to show which are the countries that produce and that export goods to the EU. You will notice that many are our neighbors, but of course there are exporters of CBAM goods in all of the world. So how will the EU support its partners in the implementation of CBAM? Well, the first thing is really transparency and engagement when designing CBAM. I've come here a number of times, and we have been open and transparent with our impact assessment, with our public consultation, discussions in this arena, but in others, many bilateral exchanges, events also with stakeholders in countries, the use of an expert group where some partner countries are members. So we have until now published our drafts before they became law, and we will continue because there are a number of elements that still need to be defined, and for that we will continue publishing for feedback. Another element is the fact that there is a very long phasing in of CBAM, an interim phase without financial adjustment, and this is there to make sure that it does not lead that it allows carrying out the discussion with our partners. We will continue the dialogue and this engagement. Stakeholders and international partners will have the opportunity to give their feedback. We will continue with the expert group, and we will maintain the possibility for countries outside the EU to be observers in the expert group. Of course, if you have information that you want to share with us on your carbon pricing instrument, well, we would be happy to receive that. The same for default values. We are working on default values, but if you have more accurate information that you want to share with us, this will allow refining them. We remain committed to supporting decarbonation by contributing to climate financing globally. We remain one of the biggest contributors to that. And we also intend to give targeted support to partners, in particular these developed countries, in the form of technical assistance, technology transfer, and capacity building. We will commit about 27 billion in the next budgeting period, in the current budgeting period, to support climate objectives in partner countries in the context of our instrument, Global Europe. So we will also support stakeholders, operators in view of the transitional period. First, because it was designed to give them time, but there are guidance documents that are being prepared, and there will be an information campaign, including guidance documents, direct assistance, trainings, online trainings, so that operators have the possibility to see what is expected from them and how they can best comply with their CBAM obligation. It is CBAM, and I think I've said that a number of times, but I will repeat it. It has been designed to be an open mechanism, and we expect to interact it with other instruments, and it can be complemented by bilateral, plurilateral, and multilateral cooperation on climate policies. And any progress in cooperation in climate policies will reduce the amount of CBAM and will reduce the need of CBAM. So the EU will continue discussion on climate mitigation in the OECD, G7, G20, and the UNFCCC. And the review that is foreseen in 2025 will take stock of the international discussions on climate mitigation. So on the takeaways of CBAM, it will, and it is designed to contribute to EU efforts to reduce emissions. It is and will remain an environmental measure to ensure effective carbon pricing on the internal market. It applies to goods entering the market and ensure that they pay a fair carbon price to avoid carbon leakage. It's assessed on the carbon content of the goods, and any carbon price at origin will be deducted. CBAM will be introduced gradually over a period of 10 years. And in the transitional period, it's only reporting. There's no payment expected, and there is flexibility on how emissions are to be reported. And we will continue to discuss with our partners in the whole world to progress in decarbonation, paying a particular attention to developing and least developed countries. And from now, I think we'd be happy to take questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, David. So the floor is open. Who wants to break the ice? I don't see the number plates. I see a hand, so I'm going to say 1, 2, line 2 towards the end. Please take the floor. Maybe you'll say also who you are. That would
Yeah, thank you very much. And my name is Fahad, and I am working for the Pakistan mission to the WTO here in Geneva. So in one of the slides, you mentioned that CBAM has been designed in a way that it is open and it's transparent, and it's been designed in a fair manner, and with all the opportunities of inclusivity to it, with everybody contributing and being part of the discussion. In a lighter way, it sounds like a trial where a person is being given an opportunity of a fair trial when his punishment has already been announced in a way. So they know what is coming their way, and when then they are given a fair trial. So how do you, in mentioning the Paris Agreement to this, mentioning UNFCCC to the whole debate of it, and then taking into account the Paris Agreement, which talks about common differentiated responsibility for the developing countries and towards the LDCs, how do you see this agreement going hand in hand with all that that is there with Paris Agreement and also with the Marrakesh Agreement, which talks about common differentiated responsibility in a way that special and differential treatment is embedded right in there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are going to collect questions. Yes, please. I happen to know you're Brazil.
Hi, David and Madeleine. Thank you very much. I'm from Brasilia, in Brazil, from the government. And David, you mentioned several times that in CBAM you look for considering every effort of foreign industries and foreign countries in reducing carbon emissions. And I understand that you mentioned that you excluded indirect emissions in this first transitional phase because it's not included in the ETS. But ETS and the CBAM, they are equivalent, they are not exactly the same. So how do you, I'd like you to elaborate a little bit more how we can reconcile the objective of considering every effort of countries in reducing emissions and disregarding indirect emissions from the calculation of CBAM, especially in the context of Brazil, for example, that we have 87% of our renewable energy mix, of energy mix is renewables. So it's highly unfair if the CBAM disregards this natural advantage that Brazil has in the calculation of CBAM. And as a result of this, when we look at the Brazilian steel, aluminum, iron carbon footprint, it is around 2/3 lower than the EU carbon footprint when we consider direct and indirect emissions. So if you could elaborate a little bit better on the rationale for that, I would appreciate. Thank you.
Yes, please.
I'm asking the question on behalf of India in this regard. In the scoping, raw materials have been kept out, but the EU emissions can be limited and are less because of their intensive use of scrap. And scrap has in it a lot of embedded carbon, an advantage that the EU has because it has more scrap than other countries. So by keeping out raw materials and not taking historic carbon emissions in the input material, like in scrap, it would be disadvantageous. Could that be factored in? Point one. Second question is that if facilities have multiple production processes, some which are environmentally friendly and another one which is not, would you be averaging for the entity or would you be going by the production process of the specific process which is involved in the export? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, please.
Thank you. I'm from China and I have 3 questions. The first is, according to the Paris Agreement, the carbon emission in the NDC of each country are currently calculated on the production side only. The EU imposed carbon tariff on the imported goods through the CBAM should be embedded carbon emission of imported goods subject to CBAM be counted in carbon emission inventory of EU's NDC. In this way, producing countries can avoid the double burden of their own emissions reduction responsibilities under the EU CBAM. The second question is the EU ETS allows non-compliance entities such as the financial institutions participate in the carbon market. And the future trading volume of EUA accounts for the relative high proportion, which means the EU ETS has a very strong financial attribute. Thus, the EU carbon pricing includes 2 parts. One, the emission reduction costs from the country. And two, the prices pushed by the financial institutions, which EU consider certificate the rapid or lower CBAM price for the part due to financial attributes. When EU carbon price cannot currently reflect the actual carbon emission reduction cost of enterprises. So the third question, the EU ETS allows the free allowances allocated the free allowances to the top 10% most advanced institutions or equipments, and the rest 90% equipments need to pay for their allowances. This benchmark based allowance allocation mechanism reflect the EU's climate ambitions and activities, and we are welcome that. However, the EU takes less consideration of their trade partners' conditions. They are not technically advanced as EU and has less capacity. If the EU requires the other countries to adopt the CBAM, and in fact requesting their manufacturing industries to work in the same level of efficiency of EU top 10 the companies, it is two questions. It is unrealistic, and they are unfair to developing countries who received no financial and technical support needed to such an improvement. Two, meanwhile, it is also shown not enough respect to other countries' NDC and their emission reductions effort. Reducing reducing other countries to adopt same level of emission reduction actions is violating of the CBDR, a principle of Paris Agreement. The suggest EU and their trade partners to negotiate and jointly decide how much free CBAM allowance to allocate it to them, and adjust it the allowance basis on their real condition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll take two more questions and then we respond and then we go for, and you're the first, and then I saw Norway as well. Yeah, you? Yeah, you. Yeah, you.
Thank you very much. Pastor Marindran. Gracia Marindran, Professor of Law at University College London. I have three quick questions, perhaps that do not have a quick answer, but quick questions. The first is that you have presented this mechanism to us as a mechanism that tries to level the playing field between EU producers and foreign producers when it comes to decarbonization efforts. And in that, I wanted to know if you can clarify two things. First of all, are there any difference, because that's not entirely clear to me, in the way you measure emissions between the CBAM and the ETS? We've seen that in the CBAM, you explained that you take into account direct emissions and partly indirect emissions, but not fully, as the lady here from Brazil was saying. What is the situation with the ETS? So what's the difference when it comes to measuring embedded emissions between the two mechanisms? That's my first question. Second, I have no idea of how one goes about measuring emissions, really no idea. But to me, it does look quite a complicated process when I see it as a complete ignorant from the outside, especially if we take in not only direct, but also partly indirect emissions into account. And in particularly for countries that are going to be implementing these monitoring and reporting mechanisms for the first time, that don't have them. We're giving them, and I'm talking as a EU national here, we're giving them a 2-year transition period, to be ready. I'm wondering how much did we actually give EU producers under the ETS until they had to start to fully pay the carbon price? What was the transition period originally on the ETS for EU producers? Yeah, just to have an equivalent idea. Because I think it was much longer, yeah, the time that we gave the EU producers under the ETS until they had to pay emission allowance, as we call them under the ETS. The third question, I would like a little bit of clarity from the EU of why they are putting so much emphasis on the impact that this mechanism will have on LDCs, while not really considering the impact it will have on other countries. And how do you justify that position in light of the Paris Agreement? Because I agree with you that under the Paris Agreement, we all committed to a common direction of travel, carbon neutrality by 2050. But that common direction was in exchange of developed countries providing support, yeah, not only to LDCs, but also to other countries. And I'm particularly concerned here about small island and developing states, which under the Paris framework have exactly the same status than the LDCs, but they seem to be ignored in this process or not put at the same level. So what is the EU thinking to do for these countries?
Norway, and then we stop for a next round of questions. First for answers, and then we do that after that. So Norway.
Thank you, and thank you for organizing this session and for the presentation. The EU and Norway share the view that a price on carbon emissions is, in general, the most cost-efficient way to reduce carbon emissions. As was mentioned in the presentation, Norway is among the non-EU countries that participate in the EU ETS. So for transparency, let me just mention that Norway is currently considering how CBAM is related to the EEA agreement and whether Norway will participate in the mechanism. It is essential that the regulation is designed and implemented in a manner that complies with WTO rules. We appreciate, as was said, that there will be a review in 2025 and that there is a comprehensive framework for engagement with partners. Now, we believe that the introduction and implementation of CBAM should proceed cautiously, allowing for experience gained and necessary learning. This is particularly important for refined products dependent on complex value chains. So my question is, it touches upon the same thing as others have asked, is the following. How do you calculate the actual carbon contents of goods that have inputs with different levels of embedded emissions? How do you calculate that in a sufficiently secure manner? Thank you.
Okay, so with that, we're going to respond. You want to start? You want me to start? You start.
You want to start?
No, yeah.
Okay,
I'll come.
Okay. Thank you very much. Well, I've heard the word punishment, and well, I should say that CBAM is not punishment for anyone. CBAM is a climate measure to make sure that we're not collectively punished in a few decades. And in terms of contribution, because you're saying, well, you're putting a heavy contribution on countries outside the EU. If you look at the impact assessment that we did when we proposed CBAM, you will notice that most of the impact will be on EU businesses, because what CBAM will do is that it will allow getting rid of the free allocation in the EU. And I've heard some of you criticizing the free allocation, and free allocation has been effective. It has been working in the EU. But if we want to increase our effort, if we want to reach our decarbonization target, we need stronger instruments in the EU. And that will have, and when you look at the impact assessment, you will notice that in terms of revenue, the potential revenue in the EU, and those are much more than whatever is collected at the border. It's four times more in the EU. So the effort will be on EU businesses, and actually in that also leads to the question on common but differentiated responsibility. As we increase our effort to reduce emissions, and as we increase the pressure on the producers inside of the EU. If we did not have a carbon leakage instrument, it would move our emissions to your countries, which would make your situation worse in terms of reaching your agreement. And there we don't want to increase the burden on you. So in reflecting the effect of the EU ETS at the border, we reach our agreement in our objective in a way that does not lead to increased emissions in the rest of the world. The question of indirect emissions is a very important one. We have two instruments in the EU to address the risk of carbon leakage. One instrument is free allocation, which is given to most industrial sectors which are at risk of carbon leakage. And another one is the compensation of carbon costs. And this is linked to the complexity of the pricing in the electricity market in the EU, where the pricing of electricity is defined by the most carbon intensive source of production at one given moment. So the reason why we did not include indirect emissions from the beginning is because we did not find a way to coordinate CBAM with this carbon leakage instrument, but we have a very clear mandate to look into this and to include indirect emissions in CBAM for as soon as possible. And this is aligned with the environmental objective of CBAM, which is to promote clean emissions. So this is part of the objectives. In terms of how we deal with raw materials, well, the raw materials which are in the scope of CBAM are those which are listed in the CBAM regulation, and that includes scrap steel because scrap steel remains steel, so it is in the scope of CBAM. In terms of attribution of emission, we're still working on this, and you may see that in our methodology. We need to determine whether, one thing is sure is that producing steel based on scrap will release less emission than producing steel based on raw material. But one of the elements of the methodology is to define how we deal with different materials. If I was saying that CBAM was to be applied based on the action emission of the goods, and in this respect, we will ask to report emission based on production sites. So if there are different production sites in one company, those which has the lowest emission will be subject to a lower CBAM. There's no averaging that is foreseen. Yes, China mentioned CBAM as a carbon tariff. It's not a tariff. It's not a tariff. It is a climate measure. It is a regulation that replicates what is applied in the EU, and that will really look at the emissions that are embodied in the goods. In terms of emission reduction cost and the fact that EU ETS is a financial instrument, yes, EU ETS is a financial market. It's a cap and trade system. that determines, well, that is there to make sure that the emission reduction effort takes place where it makes more sense and which is the most appropriate. The objective of CBAM is to grant the same benefits to goods outside the EU, and that's the reason why the price of the CBAM certificates will follow the price of the EU ETS, and that businesses will have the possibility to benefit from, importers will have the possibility to benefit from the fluctuations of the price of the EU ETS on the EU market. There was also a question on free allocation and the fact that it represented the situation of the best producers in the EU. Yes, but the free allocation, as long as we have it in the EU, it will also benefit to imported goods. I had a slide about that. As long as we have free allocation in the EU, CBAM will apply only above the level of free allocation. And on the fact that it is too demanding on developing countries, no, the effort is on EU businesses, and the cost of it will be also for EU businesses. I did not say that CBAM was about setting a level playing field, because it is not. It is there to make sure that emissions are treated the same. And are there differences in measuring emission in CBAM and ETS? No, there are not. Some emissions, as I said, indirect emissions, are not yet part of CBAM, but we will be collecting data on indirect emissions, and we are carrying studies on indirect emissions to include them in the scope of CBAM as soon as possible. Is it complex to measure and monitor emissions? Well, it's not that complex. It's about measuring the quantity of inputs, monitoring some processes, applying emission factors to that. It was complex, well, when it started. The fact is that many countries are already monitoring emissions of industry for other purposes than ETS or carbon pricing. And our intention is to rely on this monitoring to reduce the impact of CBAM. Well, are we putting a particular emphasis on LDCs and not on small islands? Well, if you've seen my slide on where we import goods, CBAM goods from, well, you may have noticed that there are very few LDCs and very few small islands. Well, in the list, you may have seen Mozambique and Trinidad and Tobago, which is probably a small island. And we've been engaging with these countries, and we've had events with these countries. So I don't think we're putting a particular focus. Well, yes, I take the comments on the fact that from Norway, that CBAM needs to be introduced carefully. Yes, well, actually, if you look at the goods that we have in CBAM, they are basic materials. They are not, well, they might be goods where there are several inputs, but the category of goods are goods which are steel product or aluminum products. In the other categories, it's really only very basic materials, but there are not any product that includes inputs from different categories. So it has been proposed as a targeted measure. In case we extend it to more goods, we will be very careful in terms of practical feasibility of attributing emissions.
Thanks a lot. I think you comprehensively responded. Maybe just to complement that, the impact, of course, is important. You showed this. You saw the slide where these are the informations we have of the impact. What we are doing now as part of the implementation is understanding impacts also better. We have our own intelligence, but we are engaging in this forum, but certainly also bilaterally. We've had numerous bilateral meetings. Our delegations are reaching out with those countries where we think there's an impact, also to understand. Well, first of all, step one is, do you understand the regulation? It's important that in not only the governments, but also companies understand them. So there's an information campaign, if you want. And then it's understanding the needs for implementation. Is there something not clear? Or do we need to develop tools for the implementation? We're working with our colleagues in DG INFPA. INFPA is short for International Partnerships, I think it is, who manage the budgets for capacity building. So we're certainly also looking there to make sure that we understand the impacts and the needs. So that's certainly something high on our radar. With that, sorry, you've been very patient at the end of row 2.
Thank you, Facilitator. This is Awais from the mission of Pakistan. I do understand questions around this issue have been asked, but I'm really rephrasing my question in a more precise manner now. From a WTO point of view, I believe several members will be interested still in knowing how the impact of ETS and CBAM are the same. My confusion is firstly with respect to the coverage of the schemes. The ETS, being a directive, required domestic legislations to ultimately give effect to the ETS, and as such, several EU members have varying applications of the same. For instance, close to 14 or 15 EU members, if I'm not wrong, do not have a cap for perfluorocarbon emissions, and aluminum producers do not pay a carbon price for these emissions. And as such, the non-CO2 emissions from aluminum and chemical activities are not included automatically in the scope of ETS, while on the other hand, CBAM includes both indirect and direct emissions. More so, being a regulation, CBAM is not just directive, it will be uniformly applied in all EU members as well. Wouldn't this difference in coverage and scope lead to a disproportionate cost on the countries exporting to EU member states? And if the EU identifies it as such, does EU plan on reconciling the differences as well? My second question is that ETS, just like ETS has outright exemptions for few installations like mineral oil refineries, coke ovens, metal ore roasters, etc. These exemptions cover the items particularly relevant for iron products, which are covered by CBAM for both direct and indirect emissions, while no exemptions have been identified under the CBAM. Thirdly, for EU ETS, a secondary trading market exists, and that basically provides a risk mitigation opportunity by protecting holders of allowances from variability in prices of the allowances. The secondary market allows spot and derivatives trading, and allowances can be sold to other companies in the periods after the close of a calendar year. Will EU consider creating a secondary trading market for CBAM certificates as well? Thank you, Chair.
Let's continue. Are there further questions from other delegates? Let's spread out the questions a bit. Yes, please.
My first question is because under EU ETS, benchmarking is based on the actually sub-installation level, whereas in case of CBAM, benchmarking will be based on the product types. So how there will be a coherence between these two? Second, in case, say one industry is purchasing those certificates from the domestic carbon market and becoming carbon neutral or at par with the standards of EU, then why he has to pay carbon pricing based on the carbon pricing? Because he is carbon neutral and still we are asking for carbon pricing. So it doesn't mean that it's a climate measure. It's a different business measure rather than. Third question is, in case of verifiers, I understand till 2025 December, countries can verify based on their own requirements, or say if they are having domestic carbon markets, they can verify according to that. But after 2025, who will verify whether they will continue to verify or they have to empanel or accredited with respect to the EU ETS? That is not clear. Another thing is under the CBDR again, how we are going to ensure fairness and accommodate diverse climate goals of the country, because EU is having different net zero goals, whereas say other countries are having different net zero goals. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm Ayşegül from the Turkish mission. I have three questions. First one is one of the justification that the EU is saying that the CBAM is to prevent carbon leakage. But there may be certain cases where in some CBAM sectors, average carbon intensity of the exporting countries could be lower than that of the EU average. This would be a case where there should not be a risk for carbon leakage. The question is, does the EU consider to take into account comparative carbon intensity of CBAM products in its future implementation? The second question, considering that the carbon measurement standards are not aligned internationally, as we discussed this morning, whether how the EU will take into account in recognition of decarbonization efforts of third countries the carbon price that is paid in the exporting country. So how this will be equalized, how this will be recognized. The third question is that there's a financial compensation in place in the EU for electricity use for some sectors that are under the CBAM. So will this continue to be implemented during the implementation stage of the CBAM? Or will there be a mechanism to deduct these from the payments? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Unless there's at this moment no further question, I suggest that we take a round of replies again to.
Okay. Okay. There were questions on potential small differences between the ETS and CBAM in terms of coverage of emissions, exemptions. Well, in terms of coverage of emissions, we have made sure that the emissions that need to be reported for CBAM are the same that those that need to be reported under the ETS. And if you look at the CBAM regulation, you will see that for most products, it's only CO2, and for some specific products, there are another gas that needs to be reported, but this has been done in alignment with the EU ETS. The question of direct and indirect emissions, well, the way we've done it is that when indirect emissions are subject to another carbon leakage instrument in the EU, such as the compensation of carbon cost that was mentioned both by Pakistan and Turkey. As long as this instrument applies, these indirect emissions are not included in CBAM, meaning that if they are subject to a full carbon price in the EU, well, they will be subject to CBAM. If they are not subject to CBAM. So we're applying the same in the EU and on imported goods. In terms of exemptions, the exemptions that may be applied by member states for small installations in the context of the ETS. These exemptions do not apply in the steel sector, and therefore there is no difference. The question of the secondary market, there is a difference between ETS and CBAM, and this difference is justified by the fact that ETS is a cap and trade system. ETS sets a limit on how many emissions are released in producing goods. Obviously, if we had done that on imported goods, many countries in this room would be up in arms, and for good reasons. We do not put quantitative limits to how much emissions can be embedded in the goods that are imported in the EU. And that's the reason why the CBAM certificate follow the price of the ETS market. And if you want to cover yourself against fluctuation, you can use forwards and futures in the ETS market. CBAM certificates are personal, individual, and are there only to allow mirroring the price of the ETS when applying CBAM, giving a great level of flexibility to importers. The fact that ETS applies to installation and sub-installation and CBAM applies to products, well, how we move from one to the other is precisely the object of the draft methodology that has been published for feedback, and that we intend refining in cooperation with our partners for the years to come, and to have something very solid in 2026. On the question of verification, no, there is no verification of emission in the transition period. And actually, we've been criticized for that, but we saw that as it is a learning period, there's no obligation to verify. Those who want to verify their emissions, of course, they're welcome to do that, but there's no such obligation. In 2026, verification will be compulsory, but verification can be done by local or international verifiers. The only additional condition is that these verifiers need to be accredited by an EU authority. On the question of average intensity of the goods, production of the goods in and out of the EU, well, as we increase the constraint in the EU, the risk of carbon leakage remains. And that's that's why we have applied CBAM in sectors at risk of carbon leakage, but the comparative carbon intensity, well, if some countries are more efficient than the EU in reducing emissions, well, their goods will be, we will have an advantage on the EU market because they will pay a lesser carbon price. Yes, difference in decarbonization efforts in different countries. Well, the efforts will be reflected in the level of emissions that are embodied in the goods that are imported, and therefore they will, in any case, be recognized. The question on financial compensation, I think I answered already in relation to indirect emissions.
Are there? Yes, please.
Thank you. This is Hong Sang-an from the Korean Mission. I just still do not understand your explanation that emissions would be treated the same because, for instance, we also have an ETS system in Korea. The cost of the ETS or a credit would be about, I don't know the exact cost today, but would be cost $20 to $30, for example. If the EU ETS credit for the EU ETS is about $100, what I have learned, I have been understanding until today is that we have to pay the difference, although it could be deducted, which would be a matter of mutual agreement as well. And the rest would be have to pay by the CBAM credits. But the emissions or the cost of lowering or decarbonization from country to country would be different. In our case, in Korea, it would cost about $20 to $30 as reflected in the ETS. So I really cannot understand how emissions could be treated the same. It's just having a level playing field in our understanding. So if you could explain more on that. And for example, our ETS system includes other greenhouse gases other than CO2, which would be covering a larger scope, also being more difficult to achieve as well. And how would this be reflected in the CBAM is also one of my questions. And for the efforts that have been recognized or would be realized in each country, I understand that in quantified terms, for example, if both countries have an ETS, this might be easily deducted or compensated for. However, there might be other efforts, for example, R&D schemes, other regulatory schemes that might enforce or prohibit companies from having much more emissions. And how could this be reflected? Because these are also very important schemes that countries are having in their countries, which would support their NDC initiatives. So if you could elaborate on that more, would be very helpful. Thank you.
We'll respond to this one. We still have a little bit of time, but we're slowly indeed moving to the end. So very brief questions, because we will need to be able to respond to it. And we are told that we really have to leave the room strict on time.
Again from India, one of the burning question here in the room is that CBAM is more focused on the future related with the emissions. But what about the sharing of responsibility of historical emissions? And another thing is that in the earlier session, we were discussing on the WSA methodologies that which methodology we are going to adopt for the monitoring and verification, but how actually we are going to implement, because as of now, we are not clear that how we are going to have those methodologies, what we are going to actually measure. So how we are going to implement this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Again from China. My question is that CBAM is set up on the premise that the carbon emission of domestic EU products are lower than those of imported products, and therefore a carbon burden adjustment tax or adjustment mechanism is imposed to prevent carbon leakage. Should the same approach to be used to give rebates to exporting countries if the carbon emission of some EU domestic products are higher than those of imported products? This could be the case, for example, when the Russia-Ukraine crisis pushed up the energy prices and the EU turned to coal as energy supply. This is the first one. And the second one is CBAM based on the difference in carbon prices. But if the exporting country's carbon price is higher than the EU's, for example, the UK ETS, would the EU consider a rebate or subsidy? Thank you.
Since maybe I'm going to try to respond to the burning question with a burning answer, and I don't think that I'm going to say things with surprise, because I take the liberty to recap what we are also saying elsewhere. So all of this, what you say, comes down the burning questions that we would need to comply with the principles outlined in the Paris Agreement. If the issue is that development considerations should be taken into account, the EU agrees. The EU has carefully assessed the potential impact and given careful consideration, in particular to LDCs. The design of the measure is therefore considered to be taking potential concerns on board, for example, through a generous transitional period. This comes in addition to significant financial support package and capacity building programs assisting developing countries in their green transition. Climate change is a global emergency. The Paris Agreement sets ambitious targets. To achieve this goal, the Paris Agreement requires each of its parties to reduce its emissions in a way that reflects its highest possible ambition, reflecting its common but differentiated responsibility and respective capabilities in the light of different national circumstances. Furthermore, developed parties, like the EU, are required to continue taking the lead by undertaking economy-wide absolute emission reduction targets, while all parties are encouraged to move towards more ambitious targets over time. The EU has respected its obligation to take the lead in reducing emissions under the UNFCCC, under the Kyoto Protocol, and under the Paris Agreement, by most recently adopting legally binding targets to reduce EU greenhouse gas emissions by 55% in 2030 and produce no net emissions by 2050. This will be achieved through the European Green Deal, including the legally binding cap on emissions implemented through the EU emissions trading system. To continue to take the lead, we need to make sure that our ambitious efforts to reduce emissions within the EU are not undermined by increasing demand for imports produced with higher level emissions outside the EU or carbon leakage. For these reasons, we've developed the CBAM to ensure that certain energy-intensive products imported into the EU bear the same carbon price as the same domestically produced products. The CBAM thereby ensures that the asymmetries that arise from the application of the CBDRC principle do not lead to unintended effects on the EU exporting its environment footprint to other countries, ensuring we are acting to limit global emissions. The CBAM also operates in the light of different national circumstances by discounting the carbon price paid by the importer to take into account any carbon price paid in the country of production. Finally, while we are working on achieving these objectives internally in the EU, we are also supporting developing countries to implement the Paris Agreement goals. The EU is collectively the biggest donor for international aid in the world, providing over 50 billion a year to help overcome poverty and advance global development. We also continue to support partner countries in their green transition in line with our international commitments. Through the EU's global instrument, we have so far committed to about 27.8 billion euro in support of climate objectives in our partner countries for the period 2021-2027. In December 2021, the EU launched the Global Gateway, a new strategy to mobilize investments totaling 300 billion euro over the period 2021-2027. So I thought that that was also useful to clarify with the various comments in the direction of development and CBDR. I would also like to highlight, this came very clearly forward in the presentation, the way we are implementing this is intended to build in space for international cooperation. And I would highlight there are many questions on methodologies. We do not have our final methodologies because we want to learn, we want to work with you. And as we are developing, and we know that we have to make a definitive methodologies, we have to define our definitive methodologies in a couple of years' time. If you see us operating in the WTO, our call for thematic sessions on carbon methodologies, engagement in all the international forum and bilaterally, our desire and our appetite is to work collectively to develop these methodologies. With that, there may be one or another question still to do, but I felt bound to have a clear answer on this little point.
I really think you've said most of it. Just to say that if in some countries the cost of abating carbon emissions are lower than what they are in the EU, well, these countries will have an advantage because they will be able to move sooner to lower emissions, and they will have a market in the EU. So that I don't think it should be seen as something different. And on the specific question of just to say that CBAM is not based on the premise that the emissions are lower in the EU than they are in the rest of the world. This is not how we've seen it. We've seen it as we put a price of carbon in the EU. We make sure that it is paid. If there's no border instrument, the result is that it will these production and the associated emissions will move out of the EU. And if there is a carbon price paid outside the EU that is higher than what is paid in the EU, well, no, there is no rebate, but it's not necessary either, because again, it has been designed for carbon leakage, not for carbon pricing. And in many cases, no CBAM will have to be paid. So that's good news.
I mean, we're sitting here, as I said in the beginning, as our strong desire to continue to engage, also in the implementation stage. Of course, this is a big forum, so it's a more sort of doesn't allow for deepening. With many of you, there have been a lot of discussions, in particular those who are raising the floor today. Not only with us, you're having in-depth discussions, but also with our climate colleagues. There have been multiple bilateral meetings also. So that's certainly a path we wish to continue. For those also who feel impacted, we always say, do engage, and I'm sure most of you are, because our delegations are also very active on the Green Deal. But you can reach out to our delegations. They're an important entry also, and know the needs on the ground. So we are in close contact with them. With that, and our continued commitment also in this forum, I will conclude our session. We are still around this week. Who knows, David feels incentivized for a coffee here or there. But we still have not some further sessions. Many, many thanks to everybody.
So good afternoon. We are going to begin in about 1 minute. So for those who are interested, please feel free to get some water, grab a copy of the fact sheet outside the door, and we'll begin in just a minute. All right, good afternoon, one and all. I'm Dan Esty, professor at Yale University in the United States, although currently on secondment from Yale to the World Trade Organization as a visiting scholar. But today I am here with my Yale hat on to share with you some preliminary thinking and results emerging from a project that I launched a couple of years ago with the colleagues on either side, Joel Trackman from the Fletcher School of Law and Diplomacy, Jean-Yves Remy from the University of the West Indies. We're joined as well by Trevor Sutton, who is the research director of our project that we call Remaking Global Trade for a Sustainable Future. And this is an initiative that we want to talk a little bit about today, share with you where we're going with this project, and then frankly, begin what we want to really do over the next few months, and that is get your guidance and thoughts as we try to bring together an agenda for sustainability reform of the trading system. And I talk about the trading system broadly because we think the World Trade Organization is at the center and is important, but we also think there's elements of that system that we need to address beyond the WTO. Regional trade agreements, the role of UNCTAD, of the International Trade Center, of the way that trade is played out at the national level, as well as in the international structure. We do have, beyond the organizations here, a set of partners that we're working with on this project. And I just quickly want to say that this includes Oxford University, particularly the Global Economic Governance Program, the Indian Institute of Technology Management, the Africa Climate Fund, the Instituto Tecnológico Autónomo de México, ITAM, the University of Copenhagen Center for International Law and Governance, UNCTAD, the Singapore Management University, the TESS Forum, many of you know, Geneva-based, the Villar Institute, the Silverado Policy Accelerator, and the UN Foundation. So while we're presenting ideas that we have pulled together, it's with all of these partners. So it is a broad-based initiative, really reaching out across the world and trying to be very diverse in the sources of ideas, looking to people who are in the trade world, but also the environment world, people from the business community, but also from a range of environmental groups and other NGOs. We're looking at people in research centers, academia, think tanks. In some regards, we're looking for any place that good ideas are being generated. Very much seeking to get input from the South, global South, as well as some of the more traditional resources that might be available in Europe or North America. We also are guided by a steering committee that we've consciously constructed with two elements. One is a sort of old guard of the trade world, people who have been through transitions before and can help us think about how one brings new ideas into the trading system. But also we're very focused on creating a next generation of leaders who understand what I call sustainability imperative, the need to update the trading system to be more in tune with and aligned with the global community's commitment to the Sustainable Development Goals, a sustainable future more broadly, climate change action in particular. And that really is what we're trying to think our way through. So we do have a steering committee. It's on the website of our project. We have, by the way, provided for anyone who's interested, a fact sheet at the door that gives a little bit more of the background, gives you a sense of who to turn to if you want to get more information and where our website is. I also just want to mention that we are supported by a series of funders, including the Skoll Foundation, the Open Society Foundations, the European Climate Foundation, Laudes Foundation, the Bezos Earth Fund, and Yale University's Planetary Solutions Innovation Fund. And we are very grateful for the support that has provided that allows us to do the kind of work we're doing. And as my colleagues will explain in a few minutes, it involves a series of workshops that we are holding to try to draw out from thought leaders, again, a diverse set of thought leaders, critical ideas. I just want to start the conversation by telling you a little bit of where we are coming from with this effort. And it is a position that believes that the trading system and the WTO in particular are fundamentally important to the way the world is going to work, or frankly, if it doesn't work, the world will not work. We are really believers in the original Bretton Woods vision coming out of the Second World War that suggested that international collaboration in the economic domain was a useful antidote to tensions and divisions that had led in the first half of the 20th century to some terrible outcomes and 2 world wars. So we are inspired originally by the vision of people like Cordell Hull, who had a very inclusive view of a trade system that he sought to set up in the wake of World War II, a system that was intended at that time to provide a sense of common economic destiny for countries across the world and really broadly engage people in collaborative commercial activity with a sense that it would provide opportunities for all to be enhanced and that there would be broadly shared prosperity. We also recognize that that system has had some tough years and maybe even tough decades in recent times. And we are taking as a premise that there is a need to revitalize, to strengthen the trading system. And that in part, we believe the way to do that is to rethink the foundations on which it's built and to bring more fundamentally into that foundation the idea of sustainability, particularly as spelled out in the UN's Sustainable Development Goals. Now, some of you will know that a few years back, I wrote a book that tried to offer this argument. I'm happy to say that the ideas here, which were presented originally in 1994, remain in many cases reasonably useful. It may have been that they were presented originally in not a very compelling form, and therefore it's taken 30 years to get people to start to pay attention. But it does seem that the moment is ripe, that the world is interested. And I say that having spent time in recent years all around the world, starting to ask the question, what would it take to reinvigorate the trading system with sustainability built in at the core? And I can tell you from my informal, perhaps anecdotal review, there is enormous interest in the North and in the South, really broadly across the world. And the question that we are trying to move forward with now is, what would an agenda for sustainability-oriented reform of the trading system look like? So with that, I'm going to pass the microphone to my colleague, Joel Trackman. He will be followed by Jean-Yves Remy, and we are then going to ask you to help us think about the path forward. What should we be doing that we're not doing? Where should we take some of these ideas? We're very cognizant of the fact that reform of the trading system is in the context of a member-driven WTO. And so our goal is not to provide an answer for the WTO Secretariat, but rather to put ideas out for members to take up and we hope evolve and develop and push forward. And we recognize, as Joel's going to explain, that some of the ideas we're putting forward may have traction in the short term. Some of them may require more processing, more research, more refinement, and will need to be undertaken and put forward over more time. But with that, Joel, why don't you walk us through?
Thank you, Dan. And it's been a pleasure to work with Dan and Jan and many of you in this room on this, what I think of as important work. I want to say a little bit about how we're developing this agenda for revitalization and for sustainable development that consists of a set of proposals. I want to talk about how to make that happen, and I hope we can get ideas in this room, especially about that, including governance and institutional reform, and also talk about how we can get more feedback on the agenda that we're developing and on its implementation. So let me start by telling you a bit about the process. And the process has been to engage with a number of thought leaders in different areas of sustainable development in a series of 10 workshops. And I'll just list the topics, because in each of these topical workshops, we've engaged thought leaders from trade and from areas of sustainable development to try to understand what is the intersection and what are the needs of the international system in this area. So we began last September in Talwar, speaking about climate. We continued in March in Villars, Switzerland, on digital commerce and the sustainable development aspects of digital commerce. We moved on to Sicily, where we spoke about circular trade in April and the demands of having a more environmentally satisfactory circular trade. We moved to sustainable development in Bridgetown, Barbados in May, transport in Copenhagen also in May, agriculture this past weekend in Talwar, France, and oceans beginning tonight here in Geneva. And then we're going to have a last substantive workshop on the social dimension, what we've been calling the social dimension, including health, poverty, labor, indigenous rights, and gender. And that's in July in Mexico City. So I want to just describe very briefly some of the items that have emerged from this series of workshops as possible agenda items for, as Dan says, consideration by member states in moving forward to bring this idea of sustainable development more fully into the trade system. And as I said, the first workshop and the first priority is climate change. And obviously, we discussed extensively the need for an equivalence mechanism for carbon border adjustments, the need to rebate carbon border adjustment payments to developing countries, the need for carbon border adjustments to include the Paris Agreement principle of common but differentiated responsibilities. And throughout our work, we've focused on a set of principles, first of all, sustainable development, but inclusiveness, both in the dialogue that we've been having, but also in our proposals for including developing countries and small countries in the policy formulation as these matters are addressed. So that was one of the ideas behind inclusive carbon clubs that are not themselves barriers to trade. We've spent a lot of time in carbon and in agriculture speaking about subsidies and the need to focus on whether subsidies are harmful, whether they have harmful externalities or whether they have positive externalities. And we've discussed ways to balance those things and to establish a mechanism for evaluating different kinds of subsidies on that basis. And in a way, the model of the recent agreement on fisheries is an important model for bringing sustainability into this system in fossil fuel subsidies, perhaps in fisheries too, and in agriculture. How can those ideas about harmful subsidies be established more fully? Including, of course, disciplines on fossil fuel subsidies, and the idea of repurposing these harmful subsidies in a way that is beneficial and also to ameliorate harm to poor people. so that as these subsidies might be restructured to make sure that there's a mechanism for taking care of the people who are harmed by the, of poor people who are harmed by the removal of those subsidies. Finally, on subsidies, the need for recognizing that that green subsidies are beneficial and to make sure that the WTO system doesn't stand in the way of that. Of course, there's a difficult problem of really defining green subsidies and making sure that they're not used as a way of having mercantilist advantage. On circular trade, and this is another theme, we thought about the question of how to have the WTO convene an inclusive harmonization or recognition process for standards for secondhand, remanufactured, refurbished, recycled, eco-design goods. And to have that idea of having the WTO convene perhaps the International Standards Organization or other standard setters as a model to have these kinds of sustainability standards, some of the new standards about forestation and other issues are standards that have a non-trade purpose, but they also have a trade effect. And the WTO is in a good position to convene discussion of those types of issues. So that was one of the issues that we addressed with respect to agriculture. Perhaps some of those kinds of standards can be established and can have power in the trade system through the technical barriers to trade agreement. That's another issue worth exploring. We also spoke about reforming the blue box of permitted subsidies along the lines I just suggested to make sure that positive environmental subsidies, ones with positive externalities are permitted, but to make sure that the ones that have adverse effects are restricted. And then, of course, this question of repurposing those subsidies. Finally, on agriculture, we spoke about restricting export controls on food and the possibility of establishing globally committed food stocks to establish a basis for trust and security for states. In our discussion of digital technology and e-commerce, we spoke again about convening inclusive harmonization to make sure that standards in that area and the use of technology to certify goods is not itself a barrier to developing countries' trade. We spoke about promoting the transfer of digital and green technologies to developing countries and expanding the scope of a green goods and services agreement and focusing on the utility to achieve nationally determined contributions in determining what are green goods and services. We spoke a lot about development in all of our workshops, but we had a dedicated workshop on development in Barbados. And there we spoke about a number of these issues, but also preferential market access for green goods, green technology, and green services from less industrialized countries, about ceasing concessional export finance for fossil fuel related exports and shifting those credits again to financing for a green supply chain. So those are the substantive issues, just a brief summary of some selected substantive ideas that have been developed in this process. We also recognize that governance and institutional reform will be needed for some of these things to address some of these issues. And we have a very functional perspective that we want to make sure that the WTO is enabled to do more on sustainable development. And we want to ask the question, what kinds of institutional reform will be necessary for that? So things like greater inter-ministry coherence at the national level, and similarly, congruently, the need for greater international organization coherence at the international level. And an example of that is what Dr. Ngozi did with vaccines cooperation among the WTO, the IMF, and the World Bank. Possibly greater inter-committee coherence at the WTO, questions about consensus decision-making and whether there are areas in which that might be modified, problems with inclusiveness and the capacity of developing countries. And one of the kind of overall questions we've been asking ourselves is, how does leadership work in this horizontal system of international organizations with a number of different mandates, a number of different types of expertise? How do we get things done in this diverse system? And we recognize that this is a transitional moment when sustainable development needs to be addressed, where we have crises of climate, of security, of digital commerce, of health, and they all require greater integrated management of trade and other values, or other values in trade. And so that's the scope of this project. Now I want to turn it over to Jean-Yves Remy to continue.
Thanks, Joel and Dan, and really excited to be here and to fill a room with so many familiar faces and such a inclusive sort of evidence of our process. And I just wanted to start by saying, well, hello to our friends also online. We've been really careful and I think strong in ensuring that at every stage of this process, that the mantra is to make sure that we get as many voices in the room, literally and figuratively. And I think this is a great expression of the interest in the project, but also how much it can draw from various stakeholders. We have not just international organizations reflected in our participants list, so people who actually represent these groups of interests, but also reaching out and making a really concerted effort to bring in people who are traditionally considered marginalized from the trading process. And I think if I had to think of one thing that really typifies for any of you who've joined our workshops or who has heard about the project, is that we want to hear from everyone. Now that kind of mirrors us a little bit of what we do internally. I'm very proud to say that this is a project where we have differing views. We started off from different perspectives. But what I think is most, would I say, sort of exemplary, without sounding self-promotional about this project, is there is room for a lot of diversity of views. And I think that's going to be reflected somewhat in the ultimate action items that we will put out. We will try very hard to come to some kind of common understanding of where the trading system needs to go to reflect these core values and themes that our project, we hope, exemplifies, but also that there are rooms on the margins for countries and different stakeholders to also feel empowered in this space to make progress in the way that they find meets the needs of their constituencies, whether that's at the level of organizations or that's at the level of countries. And I'm from a developing country, and I know that's really important not to crowd out that space. I have the short end of the stick for this presentation. Actually, I think it's a privilege of getting feedback from you. So we have distributed the fact sheet, which I think gives a really a running order of some of the things we care about, some of the things that we have to this stage in the process, sort of really been able to crystallize what are our core values and themes that you see exemplified in the way we approach these discussions and workshops, but also what we think substantively the reform agenda needs to look like. Also, we give a little bit of information about our partners, as Dan mentioned, and also how to get in touch with us after this discussion ends and as we go on through the project. And another thing I'd like to draw your attention to is the idea that ultimately the idea is to come up with some reform agenda, how that will get ultimately reflected, whether it's through suggestions for the ministerial conference or outreach that we plan to do in the fall up to the spring of next year, and coming to regions such as yours. If you invite us, we will come because we want you also to be the bridge to your stakeholders, the people that you need to be attentive to. So that's just by way of sort of introduction to what I hope is going to be another 10 minutes of opening up the floor to hear from you. I know that we have Rainer on the online segment here. So if you have questions from the online community, and as I said, we really love having you, please send them in and we will try to reflect them in the discussion we're having now. Are there any burning questions that anyone has for any of us or about the project generally? A core question we really want your feedback on is what might be missing in the sustainability trade agenda that you're not hearing about so far, that you think is key, that you think is pivotal. We are all ears and we're happy to learn and hear from you.
All right, while people are thinking of their questions, and you have several law professors at the front of the room. So if you don't have questions, we might resort to what's known as the Socratic method and start asking you questions, specifically calling people out. And I see Ambassador Mina getting ready to be among those first called upon. But I did want to say just one other thing that I think underscores our direction or highlights our direction. And that is, we do think that the trading system, and again, broadly considered, so not just the WTO, but the broader system does need to be re-geared to be people-oriented. And I think there is a sense that there is some drift away from that agenda in recent decades. And, you know, I think we also believe that it needs to be more transparent, more inclusive, and ultimately more sustainable. And so those are all elements of what we're doing. And I guess one other point underpins what we're up to. And that is that in past decades, and certainly when I was working on my first efforts, the Greening the GATT book, I was told that the overarching structure of trade was fundamental to global governance and critical, and that I had to fit my sustainability agenda underneath that superstructure. I think the world has moved, and this is what I want to advance. I think the world has moved to believe that the sustainability imperative is what the superstructure is now, and that the trading system has to fit under that. And how we make that happen, both substantively, but also process-wise, is what we're eager for guidance on. And I think we really do think we've got some of the direction in mind, but not all of it, and certainly not the pathway.
Well, thank you so much. Amazing project and very timely. Maureen Hinman, Silverado Policy Accelerator. I had a question about the agenda, since it's about remaking the global trade system. If there's scope in the future to work on the intersection between trade-related multilateral environmental agreements and WTO.
It's a good question, and one that, as you know, Maureen, has been on the world's mind for many years. And in a number of preferential trade agreements, there are, of course, requirements in modern preferential trade agreements to adhere to multilateral environmental agreements. And you might say, why don't we have that in the World Trade Organization as well? And that would be possible. There's a second part of the question, and that is, to what extent is there inconsistency between those multilateral environmental agreements and the WTO legal system? And I think we haven't seen a significant problem, and I wouldn't expect to see a significant problem where compliance with those agreements was a violation of WTO law because of the scope of the exceptions. But let me turn to Dan and see if he has anything else to add, or Jan.
No, what I'm going to say is a little bit of an advertisement to a session that's coming up very soon, which is looking across and I think at 4:15, which is looking across both the environmental as well as the trade disciplines. I think the TESS Forum has led with a number of international economic law experts, look to see where are the areas of symmetry, relevance of looking coherently at these two regimes and how they can serve or act in service of promoting the trade and environment regime. So I just say that although they're sometimes thought about as separate sort of areas of international law, there's a move afoot to try to bring them into closer proximity with each other so that countries that are undertaking obligations in the international trade space and in the environment space don't feel like it's schizophrenia. They're schizophrenic. And I think that's kind of where the direction of international economic law is going. That's where we have to go as institutions. And certainly I would say the project is where we're seeking to see where are the areas of greater coordination and symmetry across these regimes.
Let me just add that one of the questions about those multilateral environmental agreements is whether they go far enough. And one question that I think we have to ask ourselves, and we are in this project, is to what extent linkage between trade and environmental commitments could intensify some of the commitments in those environmental agreements. So when I look at the preferential trade agreements saying, we simply adhere to those agreements, I ask the question, is it possible to go further than that?
I will just add that I think the world community has set some ambitious goals for sustainability. The climate change agreement has given us all a target of net zero greenhouse gas emissions by mid-century. And I don't think any one regime alone can do the work. So I think having an environment set of agreements over here and a trade system and a finance architecture that are somehow separate is a workable strategy going forward. And so I think the fundamental game plan for the next couple of years is got to be, how do we integrate this pieces of not only the global architecture, but the national structures below into a more unified force to deliver on what are some big and one might even argue existentially critical agendas for all of us on the planet. And I would like to say that we don't think we're alone in any of this. There's a lot of people thinking about it. We're eager to draw in those voices. I would actually just point you to one whose piece is sitting outside on the table. And this is our Director General here, who's articulated a very similar case to what I think our project is putting forward in terms of the need of not leaving trade out of these conversations, recognizing it as a force for positive contribution to the climate change picture, not only to mitigation, but to adaptation. Of course, it can't be alone. The finance piece has got to be there. A lot of elements need to come together, but that's the package that we think is critical. And that's what we're working hard now to try to process and very much want to get your feedback today and then on an ongoing basis. We gave you our names and emails because we recognize that some of you will wake up tonight thinking, oh, I should have said this in that program this afternoon, but don't hold back. Fire us off an email, give us your thoughts. We're in intake mode and eager as we think over the next couple of months what this agenda looks like. And we imagine it'll have a number of pieces to absorb all the best ideas from every source we can.
Thanks, Dan. And before I call on our next speaker, I just wanted to highlight a point you made, which is moving towards this idea of the humility of this project. We're very aware that there have been people working on these issues in capitals, in organizations, among delegates for years, among academics. And that's why the church here is very broad and inclusive. And we also want to learn from what you're doing and see to what extent whatever we're doing can certainly help propel your work forward, while at the same time thinking with our partners of how we can also contribute to that effort. So I just want to be very clear that we want to hear from you, not just because this is a box ticking exercise, but we really learn a lot from the experiences that many of you have accumulated in this space over years and years and years.
And
Thank you so
as
much.
academics, we're also big readers. So send us your articles. We have at least one author here who sent us her book, and we want your sense of the best reports, the best analyses. And we are, if you're willing, happy to put it up on our website, which is becoming something of an online resource for this question of how do we create a more sustainable trading system.
I'll have mine of the One Goal Initiative for Governance. You asked if there's anything that the system is missing right now. It is missing an understanding of risk recursion and also of the so-called margin problem, whereby risks accumulate because of an incongruence between where we're going, what we're doing, and our system. When I say our system, I mean all of humanity along with its environment, not just the financial system, not just the trade system. And speaking of, providing a book, that's what I'm working on on this. So please be in touch. Yeah, thank you.
Did we get your name?
It's Alev Mine of the One Goal Initiative for Governance.
Thank you so much. I think we have two hands up. I think Ambassador George Mina and Ambassador Matthew Wilson. In that order, please.
Well, I'll try and be brief. I just want to congratulate you. I think your thought leadership and policy leadership is exactly what we need at exactly the right time. All of our governments have committed to drive towards net zero. And what I think the international community is realizing slowly is that this place has many of the tools to get there. And just a little story, when I was talking to the head of the International Union for Conservation of Nature up the road in Gland about a year ago, and I mentioned to him we have the only binding international enforceable international treaty to regulate subsidies for agriculture and land use, his jaw nearly dropped to the ground. And you make the subsequent point that Montreal, we agreed to a $500 billion reduction in subsidies on land use. You make the observation that the United Nations Food and Agricultural Organization has made that 87% of the subsidies in agriculture can be environmentally harmful. I think what we've just heard from Alev and from all of you is that our governments are all pointing in this direction. So the ideas are there. What we need to do, I think, from here is build and catalyze the case for action. Now that can come from rooms like this one. I can feel the energy here, the innovation of ideas, but it's also got to be connected with our communities, with the activists who are working on climate. Sure, with other international regimes, as you say, Dan, it's not one regime can't do that on its own. The trade and the climate regimes need to be better connected. So does the biodiversity regime. So does the agriculture regime. They need to be better connected. But we need to look up as well at our political leadership. As the Director General said, this is an issue that ministers are hungry to engage upon. That's why our government, a number of governments, are saying that Abu Dhabi can't be just another ministerial meeting. We did it on fisheries. We brought sustainability to the center of this place last year. We can do it again. We must do it again. And so Abu Dhabi's got to be something of a breakpoint. It's got to be an opportunity for ministers to plug in and make their point, and not just ministers, I think leaders as well. So connecting this place horizontally, absolutely, whole of multilateralism effort to our communities and to those who care about climate action, and then, of course, to our political leaderships. I think that's the next phase, and I think that's what we've got to be thinking about, how we do better. Well done on your leadership.
If I can only just add to that, thank you for making those points. We are interested, by the way, not just in climate change, in biodiversity, in water and air pollution, in chemical exposures, in the protection of the oceans, in coral reefs. We've got a broad agenda, and we are interested in the social dimension as well. This is clearly a package. And the one other thing, George, I would just say is it's not just looking out to Abu Dhabi and the ministerial conference in February, it's to Dubai in the end of November and December. Some of you will know that there is now going to be a trade day for the first time ever at the climate gathering, so-called COP28. And I actually put it as a challenge to all of you to make sure that that trade day reflects what the ambassador just suggested, which is that this world of trade can in fact be an important point of leverage for delivering action on climate change and more broadly sustainability. But I think all of us need to work to make sure that that message comes through and the promise is demonstrated in significant ways. Of course, at the ministerial conference in February, where the trade world's at the center, but even ahead of that, as the climate world is gathering. And just to give you one more insight, as someone who's been to 15 of these COPs over years, going back to my role as a negotiator of the original Framework Convention on Climate Change in 1992, the big news is already clear of what this COP is going to be about. And it is going to be about the stock take. How is the world doing on that trajectory to net zero at 2050? And again, without spoiling anything for anyone, the answer is already clear: not well enough. And that is where I think the trade world comes in. Everyone's going to be asked, how are you going to take up your game? What's the next iteration of your nationally determined contribution to climate action going to look like? And frankly, most countries I've talked to said, woo, we put everything we thought we could into our NDC before. This is the moment to say, no, it's time for a new chapter in every NDC, a chapter or a section on trade-related elements of climate progress. So I just put that out to you and urge you to help us think about what that package might look like.
Okay, we have about 15 more minutes. I know we have a few comments online that I would like to reflect as, again, symbolic of our inclusiveness. But Ambassador from Barbados, Matthew Wilson, and then I think Ecuador, Paraguay, and then I think there's something online. So if I'll get the questions first and then we'll wrap up.
Thank you, Dr. Remy, and thank you to the panel. My apologies for coming late. I just wanted to kind of highlight 4 issues. First of all, commend you for the excellent work that you're doing. Of course, you know what my Prime Minister Mia Mottley is doing on the Bridgetown Initiative. She's going to be here tonight, actually, so I'm very stressed. But then she will be en route to Paris for this global summit with Macron and others, pushing this issue of looking at this from multiple perspectives, bringing in finance, climate, trade. And I should point out that just today in Barbados, we are having a SIDS ministerial on NCDs, mental health and climate. So health is also a really important component of this as well. But something I wanted to put on your radar, because I think, you know, you need to look at this from the big picture perspective, but you also have to make sure that what you're going to come up with is extremely relevant to the realities on the ground, especially for small states like Barbados. And one issue that we're facing right now is the supply chain of renewable energy supplies, or rather the lack of an effective supply chain of renewable energy supplies, where similar to what we faced in COVID, where we simply could not get access, not just to vaccines, but to all the materials and mechanisms and medical equipment necessary. We're seeing something similar happening with renewable energy components, where we have licenses in place in Barbados, we have projects in place in Barbados, but we can't access the solar panels, we clearly can't access some of the conductors, we can't access some of the green technology and some of the hardware that we need to actually get these projects off the ground. So that's a very clear linkage between climate adaptation and mitigation and trade, supply chains not working effectively. So I really hope that this is also going to be a centerpiece of the work that you're doing. Thanks.
I feel compelled to say something, having brought one of the workshops to Barbados, and also to mention to those of you who don't know that actually we got Prime Minister Mottley to open our workshop. And in her charming but very forceful way, she managed to throw the gauntlet to our participants there to come up with the trade elements of the second Bridgetown initiative that herself, as well as the other stakeholders, the UN Secretary General, have put forward in terms of thinking creatively about how to reform the financial architecture. And so our participants for that workshop had a very clear vision in mind. How do we bring finance and trade together, and how do we flesh out the trade-related aspects of the Bridgetown agenda? We're very pleased that we were part of that. I want to thank again the Prime Minister and the Special Envoy and the Barbados government and people for giving our participants such a wonderful welcome. But on your more substantive point, and I'm sure the people here on the podium will have something to add, I think that is certainly an area that we are looking at very specifically in terms not just of democratizing the supply chains, but also thinking creatively about how to ensure the transfers of technologies necessary to fuel the transition to the low carbon economies. And that's a huge issue, not just for SIDS, although it's particularly unique for SIDS, but for the developing world generally. And it's very much top of mind. We couldn't go through all of the suggestions for all of these items that we had in the Bridgetown workshop, but please visit our website and see some of the things we're thinking of. And we really want to work closely and continue to work closely with the Bridgetown agenda to deal with some of the issues Matthew have raised, which are critical for developing country participation. And health, I know I'm going to precede what you're going to say, Daniela, but I know you're going to say something on that. So please widen the agenda, please. We're ready for it.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Aniv, and thank you, Dan and Joel. Great to see you there. And this is a great way to really engage with the academia. And I think that's something very valuable for all the members in this organization. So looking forward to hear, and I'm making a list of the things that I will read, and certainly looking forward to understand more about the research on subsidies. As Ambassador Mina mentioned, of course, we know the trade distortive impact on subsidies, and certainly more information in terms of how harmful they are in terms of environment, but also if they are not, if policies are not implemented from the multilateral perspective in the right way, they can create more inequalities. So looking at how to understand this topic, because I know this will be a very important disease and will be a very important one in terms of sustainability. In terms of what Ambassador Barbados already said, health is a very important issue. It makes us move targets every time. And certainly when we talk about circular economy, many countries do support and implement circular economy strategies. As we see, for example, Ecuador, we see circularity as a result of implementation of practices that lead to sustainable production and consumption. Very wary of the challenge that is for developing countries such ours to deal with secondhand products. So we are cautious about creating secondary markets if we don't clean first the existing ones. So very interesting to know if there is a space to understand from industry how industry is working in transparency and reporting. For example, chemical simplification is one of the things that is very much in the agenda of the environment, but has to do with the standards and trade. So very wary on that. I mean, secondhand goods, it's a problem we do control, and we don't see, we do see as helpful tools controlling entry in this regard, and we applaud even other initiatives like to export in terms of export bans for waste from developed countries like the EU. So that circular economy, including health, but I know it has been a great work with BRS, and Maureen, with your expertise there, great. Look forward to read more on that. And I will stop there, but certainly health is a very important issue for us. Thank you.
So I'm going to throw these wonderful comments to my colleagues up here, but I just also want to reflect some question from Johanna Lorenzo online asking, are there any specific trade, environment, sustainability linkages that recent FTAs or RTAs are creating that in your view can be multilateralized or scaled up to the WTO? Now, some of these we may have to ponder on a little bit. And it's these are questions we certainly are dealing with in the context of the workshops. But I would invite my colleagues to answer any of the wonderful comments or questions that have been placed on the table, and then we'll wrap up.
So I would just start with a response to Ambassador Wilson and to the Deputy Permanent Representative from Ecuador, that although we are professors, at least when I'm not here at the WTO and secondment, we are very focused on moving from theory to practice and to really dealing with these issues in a nitty gritty on the ground kind of way. So implementation is going to be fundamental. And I think one of the things we're hoping for as we develop a framework and ideas to get your feedback on what the challenges will be to move them forward. The implementation challenge, frankly, the political challenge to get agreement on some of this. And all of that is in our mind, the next critical phase. So we start with an agenda, but then we have to think about how does one implement it? How does one move it forward? How do you get coalitions behind it? So that is part of our package. But Joel, let me pass the microphone to you.
Thank you. I just wanted to briefly respond to Alev's concern about multiple crises. And of course, it's almost too big a problem to start with, but you have to start somewhere. And I think this project is trying to identify a number of areas in which the trade system can be harnessed to help, and to develop a practice of combining trade with other concerns in order to help. And as part of that development of the practice, to develop an infrastructure to do that. And so that, you know, each of those different types of crisis that as you say, come together and challenge us, has to be addressed individually. And I think Ambassador Mina, when he spoke about the whole of multilateralism effort, in part answers this. And of course, it's a reference to the idea of a whole of government effort. And this is the idea that the multilateral system needs to do what we do in our national governments and address combined problems. I think the preferential trade agreement practice, to respond to Johanna Lorenzo's question, is modest in my judgment. Even the EU, which does the most, and the United States, which does a lot in demanding labor and environmental provisions in preferential trade agreements, isn't really adding to the basic obligations in preferential trade agreements or in the Paris Agreement. And so I think it's those linkages are helpful. They're a start, but the linkages have to be deepened, and trade and sustainability have to be linked more deeply in order to make progress. Thank you.
So
just
just
say
quickly, because I think we have one more comment and then two more. Okay. Do you have a quick, like 1 minute intervention?
I have like 2 seconds. When I said accumulation of risks, I was not specifically referring to the polycrisis situation. It's a more fundamental thing. That's all.
And we'll be happy to discuss some of these things with you in the margins. Curleen, and then Eloisa, and then one gentleman behind. Please keep it short so we can hear everyone, and then we will wrap up.
Thank you, Yanni, for the floor. And I just want to say thank you to Dan and to you all for this project. It's great to be back to the WTO in a new capacity as the Director for Ocean and Climate at the UN Foundation, and to be working with you all on this project, particularly on the Ocean Economy Project, and along with my alma mater, the Fletcher School. So one thing that I'm really looking forward to for what we'll be doing is looking at the intersections of trade, ocean, and climate, which is something that is not really discussed. So I think it's a really great opportunity for this project to bring light to that issue. So even though I had worked on fish in my previous capacity, I think something that we could really look at is decarbonizing the shipping industry and what that could mean for trade. And even as we look at other carbon intensive industries, what reduction in carbon in those industries mean for trade rules. So I'm really just wanted to say thank you for having me here, and really looking forward to the discussion on the project overall.
Thanks, Curleen. I just wanted to use and great to be working with you on the workshop for tomorrow. I just also wanted to say that we have persons here that we had a workshop in Copenhagen, very much on shipping and decarbonization. And we are going to be going to India to talk about decarbonization of steel. So that again demonstrates to you that we are keen to hear from you, and we will come to your regions if you want us to.
Just a quick thought, Caroline. First of all, thank you for bringing this to the fore, because you've highlighted another element of the intersections that we need to pay attention to. And, you know, we did have a whole separate workshop on transportation, shipping being the centerpiece of it. And it is critical to the ocean's success. And it's critical as well from a biodiversity point of view, whether coral reefs are surviving. But it also, we need to think about the blue economy, because we need to make sure that the social dimension of how we manage the oceans is also reflected. And frankly, you know, the final piece of the package here is the potential for carbon capture and sequestration in the oceans in a variety of strategies that are being developed. So these pieces do come together, and thank you for telling us and reminding us that we need to make sure to keep that set of linkages in mind.
And I see David here from UNCTAD and Chantaline, who are also working with us on that ocean economy workshop tomorrow. Please, Eloisa, and then the gentleman, and then we will really bring it to a close.
Thank you, Genevieve, and congratulations on the fantastic project. I work for the Brazilian government, and there is one unspoken challenge, which is in which forum we're gonna just like deal with all these topics. So I was happy to see that you brought Dr. Okonjo article, because soon after she published this, we have just like we could see that there were just other articles coming out from renowned academics, American academics, saying the opposite what she's saying. So I was happy to see that you brought this article and then you put it at the door, because I think you set the tone for what you want for this project. And I know that you have here one item on the institutional reform of the WTO, and this is a crucial point for this project. Not the institutional reform, but where is the forum that you're going to discuss these topics? Because I was surprised last week, we were in a conference in Brazil, and one representative of the industry asked, do we need a new international organization to deal with this issue, trade and sustainability issues? And it was, it's a concern, and it's a question that's open there. And it's very important for the Brazilian government that the discussions are being held here in the WTO. It's important that we reinvigorate the WTO that gives legitimacy for these discussions. Because right now we see a proliferation of the rules that are just like, there are some in FTAs, of course, but there are some in other informal agreements. And we don't have a rules-based system anymore when you consider this informal agreement. So that's one point that's very important from the viewpoint of the Brazilian government.
If you could just introduce yourself.
Yes, I'm Eloisa Pereira. I'm Undersecretary for Trade Policy in the Brazilian Foreign Trade Chamber.
Great to have you here. Please, last question.
Thank you very much. I'm Diego from the Mission of Paraguay here in Geneva. I think it's very interesting. Thank you for the presentation and the fact sheet. I think the project is going to be very useful. I am very thankful to speak after Daniela and Ambassador Mina, because subsidies is a very important subject, especially when analyzed through the elements of all elements of sustainable development. We hear, sometimes we hear all these talks about repurposing, but it's good to keep in mind that this will continue being, subsidies will continue being a rich players game and will not contribute to the social and economic development of some countries like mine, which is heavily commodity dependent if it's not substantially reduced. In line with what the Brazilian colleague has just mentioned, again, very interested in the project. It will be useful to better understand how this will be articulated with the WTO. Are you thinking of sending recommendation or ideas to the members? I think that will be very important in a member-driven organization like the WTO. I understand some consultations and some member participation in the thematic workshops, but it will be useful to know how this will be brought to the members for consideration. Finally, I think this will be very useful, but it's always important to keep in mind when this is being brought to the WTO membership, that the trade rules is the best way that WTO as an organization can contribute to the tribal crisis by enforcing and strengthening its rules, and with more trade and not restrictions in name of the environmental crisis. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think it's clear from our discussion today that subsidies deserves a lot of attention. We are working with a team of folks, not only here, but beyond, on an idea of how this might be redone, with a new focus on the purpose of subsidies and of whether they deliver positive externalities as opposed to negative. It'll certainly require further refinement, but we'll be developing that and putting it forward in more detail in the coming months. But we do hear loud and clear that there's an opportunity through a sustainability lens to perhaps take on some of the issues that have been bogged down, agriculture broadly, subsidy reform in particular. So thank you all very much for pushing that idea. We'll promise you to continue to work on it. So I think we are now out of time, but let me just close by saying a huge thanks to all of you who took time out of your busy days, your busy lives, and a very busy week full of interesting events and programs to come here and be with us. We consider this to be the start of our conversation with you and not the end. So although I'm closing, I really would urge you to come back to us with further thoughts, suggestions. Again, your articles, your suggested recommended reading for us, reports, studies, all of which we're eager to take on board as we emerge over the next couple of months with this sustainability reform agenda for the trading system. So thanks in particular to the Trade and Environment Division that made our participation here possible. We've got an extraordinary team there working, of course, throughout the year, but in very high profile this week. And I am especially grateful for the opportunity to be with that team in the course of my time here at the WTO. So thanks on behalf of all of us on the podium, and we look forward to seeing you on the margins in the next few minutes and out over the coming weeks and months. Thanks again.
Good afternoon. Everybody wants to take a seat? Hello, we're going to start the session. We're put on the strict, good afternoon. I'm actually quite proud of you. After a long day already and many attended an afternoon session, a lunch session, that you're still here to be with us, to listen to deforestation. Thank you very much for that. I assume I see a couple of faces that we also saw this morning. So this is our second session. This morning we had CBAM and this afternoon we have deforestation. For those who are new to us here, I'm Madeleine Tuininga. We have even Vleets and Boyan Galas. I'm from DG Trade. We deal with multilateral sustainability issues and EU autonomous measures, so also the EU Green Deal. And Boyan Galas is from DG Environment, leading on the deforestation legislation, leading the team on that. So I'm very pleased that he could find time to come here with us. Our intention is to spend as much as possible time on the presentation and your questions. So Bojan will start with the presentation. Just to remind you, as I was also reminded this morning, this forms part of our keen engagement with our partner countries on the European Green Deal. We've tried to demonstrate that throughout the whole process from 2020, 2021 onwards, with all our interventions in the Committee on Trade and Environment. Those participating there will have seen, at least online and on screen, Bojan, because he also joins online. A lot has focused so far on the design of measures, where we've tried to explain that we've been very careful on the design of measures. We have an impact assessment process. We have public consultations, but we've also reached out, including in this house, to hear and to make an inclusive process. As we are moving to implementation, we find that the outreach and engagement with partner country becomes even more important. In the first instance, to understand what the final regulation is. It has undergone a legislative process and is only becoming clear now. So explaining what the legislation is, looking at what the tools are to implement these legislations, understanding also your needs and the impacts and needs in third countries, and then certainly also look at where possible and pertinent capacity building. So with that, I pass the floor to Bojan. He's going to give a presentation, and then we will pick up questions. We probably go in a couple of blocks of 5, 6 questions, and then answers, and then we retake questions. Thank you, Bojan. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madeleine. Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everybody. I am Bojan Grlaš. I'm the team leader on deforestation and fighting illegal logging in DG Environment in the European Commission in Brussels. I'm very happy to be here today in person, and very happy to present on the new deforestation legislation and also broader EU work on deforestation. And we'll be very happy to take your questions afterwards. I will be using now the PowerPoint presentation for the introduction, but our plan is to leave the majority of time for the questions so that we can enter more in detail to those specific elements that might be of your interest more specifically. First of all, I would like to remind ourselves of the context. So basically, we have 420 million hectares of forest worldwide, an area larger than the EU, that have been lost between 1990 and 2020. This is based on the FAO data. A significant share of that forest loss is legal. And the third point is possibly the most important one on this slide, and that is that deforestation and forest degradation are important drivers of climate change and biodiversity loss. In other words, if we, and I mean not just if we as the EU, but if we as the EU and all the partner countries together do not succeed in halting deforestation, that basically means that we will not be able to achieve the commitments that we globally did on climate change and biodiversity loss. Deforestation is so central for both issues. And this is why, among other elements of our work, we have moved forward on this particular regulation as well. 90% of deforestation is provoked by the expansion of agricultural land, also based on the data of FAO, which is linked in particular to a series of commodities. Of course, from the EU point of view, it is extremely important to bear in mind that the EU is a major consumer of commodities associated with deforestation and forest degradation. And knowing that, we basically know that the EU is part of the problem. And this is how we are trying to also be a part of the solution. But I cannot stress enough how important it is to look at this from a broader perspective and say that the regulation that I will be presenting more in detail is just one piece of the puzzle and one element of the broader work. Other elements, as described in 2019 communication on deforestation by the European Commission, are, for example, equally crucial or even more close cooperation with both producing and consumer countries, so with all partner countries. We can succeed in halting deforestation only if we work closely together at the global level, all together. Our EU can do what we can as in terms of our consumption, but that is only one part, and it will not by itself solve all the other issues. So our interest is clearly in continuing the excellent cooperation and making it even better with all the partner countries across the globe. The main objective of the regulation is to minimize the EU's consumption to deforestation, EU's contribution to deforestation and forest degradation worldwide. And as I said, this is absolutely crucial. It is a sine qua non in terms of our commitments on climate change and biodiversity loss. Specific objectives are, on the one hand, to minimize the risk that products from supply chains associated with deforestation or forest degradation are placed on the EU market or exported from it. And on the other hand, to increase EU demand for and trade in legal and deforestation-free commodities and products. The second specific objective is particularly relevant in the context of trade, because what we are aiming at here is to boost the trade in sustainable and deforestation-free commodities and products. Now I will very briefly mention the timelines, and there have been some updates very recently. Basically, after quite a long administrative process, on June 9th, so 5 days ago, the regulation was published in the official journal of the European Union. That means that from that date, there are 20 days before the entry into force. And that is what you see on this slide, that is June 29 this year, of course. This leaves 18 months for the preparation before the entry into application, which will be on December 29, 2024. And for some specific elements that will be delayed 6 months more, in particular for small enterprises and SMEs. So these are the important dates to bear in mind. And here, once again, I take the opportunity to stress that for us, it is crucial, obviously, to develop, and we are doing that, quite a serious work in terms of preparation together with the member states internally in the EU, and of course the industry and the operators, but equally so with all the partner countries that have interest or where there are supply chains that are relevant also from the perspective of the EU or are working with the EU companies. So these next 18 months will be very much the period for preparation. And we are extremely interested to find the best ways forward, and we are already working on that with all the interested partner countries and also to provide our support. I will now in the next slides go a bit more in detail on the main elements of the regulation itself. Of course, the first element is the mandatory due diligence. These are the rules for all operators, meaning those that place the relevant products on the EU market or export them from the EU. Main points to bear in mind in this context are that only products that are both deforestation-free and legal will be allowed on or exported from the EU market. They need to be covered by a due diligence statement. The second crucial element to bear in mind is that all this work at the EU side is based on the internationally backed definitions, and especially those from FAO. Main obligations are applicable to operators and non-SME traders. This is a point potentially more interesting from an internal EU point of view and not so much for external trade. This means that basically besides those operators that are first in the supply chain placing the products on the market, also those non-SME traders which come later in the supply chain, but within the EU, will have the main obligations that apply there. The reasoning behind that is that the previous experience, in particular with the EU timber regulation, we noticed that there might have been some attempts to circumvent the regulation by actually switching the roles there in terms of traders. So this is how we deal with it. The fourth point here is possibly the most important one, and it is about the strict traceability. Strict traceability linking the commodity to the plot of land where it was produced. In other words, if we are to make sure that the products do not contain elements coming from deforested land, we have to have traceability throughout the whole supply system. Otherwise, if there are elements of the supply chain where there's no traceability, basically the risk of mixing with products or elements coming from deforested land would be simply too high. And one could not be sure that then the objectives of this regulation are met. Using the geolocation coordinates in this context is actually extremely important. And this means geolocation refers to basically the location of the plot of land where a product was produced, or commodity that is used in a product was produced. And this is actually the simplest and most effective way of obtaining necessary geographic information. This represents an opportunity in many supply chains to actually simplify the way of working, because it can be done in very simple and accessible ways for everybody. And it can help even those in the supply chains, such as, for example, in some cases, smallholders, to be better positioned to have the information from the start, which then also basically makes their position in the supply chain as such much better. They do not need to depend on somebody else in terms of this kind of information. And this is a crucial element also in terms of the regulation covering, as I mentioned under the first point above, both deforestation-free element and legality. In terms of legality, of course, products will need to be legal according to the laws of country of production. This is building on our experience with the timber regulation, but also strengthening the international cooperation in terms of basically ensuring that whatever is placed on the EU market is according to the laws of the country of production. Among other main elements, I wish to mention that the commodities selected are palm oil, soy, wood, cattle, cocoa, coffee, rubber, and of course some derived products like, for example, chocolate, furniture, tires, printed products, or others. These commodities were selected after a very long and thorough study. The results of these studies and the details about how the study was undertaken can be found in the impact assessment results on our web pages. They were selected objectively based on the best available latest scientific data, and of course taking into account where the EU impact is biggest. This was done also, of course, following all the rules and procedures at the EU level as regards the policy making. This means that we have looked at quite a high number of different options and then focused on those that were found as the most efficient and effective, also in terms of costs and in terms of actual EU impact on the ground, and the final result was what we have today in front of us in this regulation. It's very important to stress here that there is that the non-discrimination principle is an essential part as the basis of this regulation. It applies both to domestically produced and imported commodities and derived products. We also need to mention what we call progressive scope. This means basically that initially we are covering selected commodities, as I mentioned before. However, this will be updated regularly. What does this mean? This means that regularly or periodically, the Commission will be developing further studies to ensure that we base the conclusions in terms of product scope on the latest available scientific information, of course, internationally recognized. Why is this important? It is important to ensure that also in the future, the scope, together with other elements of the regulation, are actually organized in the most efficient and effective way in terms of the EU impact. The last point on this slide is also very important, and that is the so-called cutoff date that refers to the deforestation-free element. This means that the cutoff date is 31st of December of 2020. It means that the commodities that come from the plots of land which are deforested or have been deforested after 31st of December 2020 will not be, there will not be the possibility to place them on the EU market. Why is the cutoff date important? It was extremely important to find the right balance, and this was chosen based on the fact that it is aligned with the UN SDGs, in particular 15.2, and it aims to minimize disruption for smallholders and facilitate also satellite monitoring. So basically, a couple of years back, the information available as regards satellite monitoring was not of the same quality, for example. But even more important, it is the fact that this is not only in line with now the EU regulation, but generally global commitments as regards forests in SDGs, but also others. Among other main elements, I wish to mention also the benchmarking system. This system will be developed in the next 18 months. The work has just started, so we will be developing a specific study, and then, of course, in close coordination with partner countries and all the interested stakeholders, we will be regularly updating on the development of the study itself, on preliminary results, and also further development of the work. The system will assign risk to countries or regions, or what is mentioned literally in the regulation, it's parts thereof, according to risk of deforestation. And there are three different categories: standard, which is by default, low, and high. And this will apply, of course, to all countries, meaning also the EU member states. This is the consequence of a very strong calls in our previous experience with fighting illegal logging, especially in the EU timber regulation, where both the industry and the competent authorities from the member states were clearly pointing to some of the other examples. This is not the first time that something like this is built. Previous examples in EU were, for example, on the IUU fishing regulations or others. And both the industry and the competent authorities were, in some specific cases, pointing to the fact that having an element like this would help them enormously in terms of implementation of the regulation. So we built on this call, and this was one of the elements that was considered among many others in the impact assessment, and it was retained. The benchmarking system also represents a great opportunity to actually working even closer together with partner countries. But maybe very important here to mention is that the idea is definitely not to have a high number of countries or regions on the list of high risk, because that would basically mean that we have all failed. The idea is to, if there was a risk that a certain region or country could in the future be considered as high risk based on the criteria as identified in the regulation, the EU, actually the Commission, is by the regulation obliged to enter into very close dialogue with the country or region in question in order to do whatever we can together to stop this from happening. So to avoid having any country or region designated as high risk. There is one additional interesting element in the regulation, which actually obliges or requires the Commission and the member states to prioritize their cooperation and development resources to these areas where the problems might be more present and where the needs for support might be stronger. This is important to bear in mind because the resources are, of course, as always, limited. And the objectives of these regulations are very clear. So it's basically to halt deforestation. So if there is a deforestation problem, we know that this happens in very limited areas. It is important to see where it happens and then immediately ensure that the EU and the member states, the Commission and the member states are ready to provide support. This is exactly how the system is designed and how we will put it in practice. We believe that this requirement, our own requirement to ourselves, basically, to ensure that the support is available where needed, where most needed, can be very interesting from partner countries' perspectives as well. Of course, it all depends on the request or openness from partner countries to work with us in one way or another. I will now pass to the second point. It's about the specific obligations for operators that's related with the benchmarking. So we have the simplified due diligence for low risk. They are still required to collect information, but not assess and mitigate risks. However, the regulation also stipulates very clearly that the operators, in case of low risk countries, still need to ensure that there is no circumvention, which basically still means that to a certain degree, the rest of the process has to be in place. And there is also very important, I would maybe dare to describe it as insurance element, or a paragraph in that specific article which says that in cases where there are doubts, the operators are obliged still to perform the whole due diligence. This is, as you can imagine, very important to avoid any potential loopholes. Now, what is the difference in terms of levels of inspections for member states' competent authorities? That's the following. The only difference between high and standard risk is actually the level of inspections. So you see here the percentages: 9% for high, 3% for standard, and 1% still on the low risk. So that is important to bear in mind, basically, that for the companies, nothing changes in terms of the differences between high and low risk. And all those companies, of course, that already work with deforestation-free supply chains do not need to worry at all. On the contrary, we see there the central element to build upon. So work with these companies and also public authorities in order to identify good elements of the work and offer to maybe others who are not as advanced to work in the same way, building on the lessons learned. There will be a number of reviews of the regulation. The first one will be within 1 year. I'm sure that you probably know that this is quite a tight deadline for us, but it focuses on one specific issue, that is the other wooded land as defined in FAO. So what we will be looking at is the possibility or not to include or not the other wooded land also in the scope of the regulation. This will be done, of course, also in a specific study. And as I mentioned, in the context of benchmarking, we will be very much regularly updating on the preliminary results once they are there. We are still basically, we haven't still started with the study, but that will happen soon. We will present the results in our deforestation platform, where many of the partner countries already are, but also in other meetings, and very much also collect the feedback from all relevant stakeholders, and in particular our partner countries across the globe. After 2 years, we have the second review, which focuses on other ecosystems, commodities, products, and financial institutions. So about commodities and products, that's I would say that the typical review in terms of scope, which is a bit what I mentioned before. This is the first one of that kind. Then it will be regularly updated also later. The element of financial institutions is a bit different. So maybe I do a step back here and say that it was considered in the legislative process to maybe also cover the financial institutions in terms of financial flows. And however, at this point, that was not done because actually the conclusion was that more information is needed, and basically another study in terms of impact assessment. And in the context of financial institutions, we will not be looking at only the context of this very regulation, but the study, the analysis will be broader. Just in logical terms, it will look at all other relevant legislation or other relevant initiatives at the EU level, and there are many, probably you are aware of some like taxonomy or green finances or others, to see what is actually the best way to address the issue of financial sector and deforestation. We are all aware that there is an issue, and if the finances towards possible deforestation don't stop, actually the whole other part that I'm presenting today can in a way be put in question. So there is a problem. Now we need to see, we also need more time to see what is the best solution, not necessarily through this regulation or possibly through some elements in the future, but this we will know after the study. And it could be that maybe in some other places in the legislation at the level of the EU, that could be done better. As one small example on that one, we need to bear in mind that, for example, in terms of implementation, the competent authorities that will work on this regulation are those that will actually be looking at the products coming to the market. So you can imagine at customs or elsewhere, like a bit in timber regulations, so checking the product itself and then the supply chain. This is very, very different than checking the financial flows. So if we did have that covered, those competent authorities would need to be completely different. So either a kind of those state authorities that are overseeing the stock markets or other financial institutions. That's very different. Just to explain a bit more why that was not included in the regulation at this moment, but there will be this study which will go in details on that and other elements existing at the EU level. Now, the last point is actually extremely important also in terms of our ongoing work, but in this context as well. It's on the frequently asked questions document and the guidelines. So these will be documents on technical questions on implementation for operators and traders, for competent authorities, and of course for partner countries as well. What I can say already is that just procedurally speaking, for the Commission, for the European Commission, the work on official guidelines takes quite a lot of time. It can be up to 2 years, 3 years, depending on how everything evolves. And we will be working on that for sure. But in the meantime, we have already started and developed quite some work on frequently asked questions, which will be the first step. That will be the basis, the document that then later will be developed also in guidance. And the frequently asked questions document, we hope to be able to publish it relatively soon. We do need to pass through some additional administrative steps. But to explain what this is a document that summarizes the most important questions, and the number is actually quite high, that we received from the industry within the EU, big players, smaller players, micro companies, from the industry in third countries, from third countries, public authorities, civil society, academic institutions, basically all relevant stakeholders. And what we are doing now, we will have a long list of most important questions that, as I said, hopefully will be published soon. There is obviously a call from many to have this online as soon as possible, be it from within the EU or from the third countries. So I'm happy to say that the work is quite advanced. But as I said, we do need to pass a couple of other administrative steps. So I'm not in a position to say exactly the date when this could be published. One important thing to bear in mind there is that this frequently asked questions document, this will be the first version that will be published, but then in the meantime, we are already working on additional questions, and we will be working on additional questions or possibly also adaptations for the next versions. So this will be regularly updated. And in this case, just a very, very a strong invitation from our side to all of you to work very closely together with us on identifying other questions and also possible answers, because as we all know, these might depend on the particularities of the local or national or regional situation. Also, there are necessarily in some cases many issues are common to different supply chains, but maybe in some cases, some supply chains, for example, of a specific commodity, we know that there are some very specific questions, and we need to address those as well in order to make this system work the best we can for basically everybody involved. On this slide, I will speak a bit more about the cooperation with partner countries, but as I mentioned already at the beginning, this goes far beyond this regulation itself. So as I said, regulation is just one part of our work, and equally important or even more important is working together with the partner countries bilaterally, but also in the plurilateral and multilateral context and including, of course, in the context of where we are today. Now, why is this important? This is crucial because, first of all, as I said, the EU cannot do this alone. And secondly, we do have commitments at the global level by almost all countries, including the Glasgow Declaration. So it is absolutely crucial to work together, building on all the excellent efforts already done across the globe. And the EU recognizes many efforts in many partner countries and is ready to work together to further build on this, also in plurilateral and multilateral context in terms of standards as well. Now, as I said, the regulation is a part of the broader set of policies. I mentioned already the 2019 communication on deforestation. When we say communication on deforestation, basically it's an expression used in the Commission to say it's a kind of action plan. So where we already identified a number of actions, including regulatory, but also others on the demand side, and then cooperation with partner countries working on financing and others. Imports of the commodities and products covered are up to 85 billion per year. So this means, of course, that there is a lot of supply chains involved, many countries. In terms of more detailed statistics, I would invite you to also look, if you need more details, to our impact assessment published on our websites, where we did go into details on many of the partner countries as well. There is, of course, no ban against any country or commodity, and the Commission not only will step up, but we have been stepping up the cooperation to ensure that the EU partners can work with deforestation-free supply chains. We already have quite broad and long experience on working on many relevant issues already, be it on illegal logging, be it on supply chains, for example, coffee or cocoa or others. And the EU has for decades been the biggest donor, and what we do now is to build on these experiences to identify if there are maybe other new areas of work where support would be needed, and then to focus the resources on those. Of course, always in close cooperation with the partner countries that are obviously best placed to identify those areas where they might wish to consider working closely with the EU, and also requesting support if that's the case. Some of the examples of the recent or new work are the so-called SAFE project, which focuses on a number of countries globally and will be supporting the work on traceability and also smallholders in terms of deforestation-free supply chains. There is the very interesting initiative on Cocoa Dialogue, where colleagues from actually DG Trade and DG INPA are in the lead, which includes a number of elements, and one of those that is in the center is the very broad stakeholder consultations and stakeholder participation. And there I take the opportunity to stress that for the EU in all cooperation projects, stakeholder participation is absolutely crucial. That is actually explicitly mentioned in the regulation itself, where quite in a unique way in this regulation, we have a specific article on cooperation with third countries. That is very unique, and that shows how important the cooperation with partner countries is for us. Other ongoing and new projects and programs include Al Invest Verde, focusing on Latin America and clean supply chains, not only deforestation, but more broadly sustainable supply chains, CAMI project in Southeast Asia, forest partnerships, and others. As you see there, we added also the specific focus, among other areas, on traceability and smallholders. This is what we see as absolutely crucial. Smallholders on the one hand, to ensure that they are very much included in the supply chains, and actually that the element of geolocation is used to their advantage, as I mentioned before. And on traceability, I can maybe mention here that, of course, the EU is aware, and we have been working for years with many of the partner countries on or following the developments of the partner countries in terms of establishing traceability systems for different commodities. We know that there are some excellent examples in many of the partner countries, and we want to build on that work for those areas where maybe traceability systems are either still not there or being developed, so that best lessons learned and best practices can be replicated. Of course, the existence or work of of traceability systems or working towards establishing the traceability systems of high quality is the best possible development that we see as regards especially public authorities in partner countries. These will, and in some cases already are, in terms of what we already have in place for wood, this will necessarily be of enormous help for the EU operators and all those that are placing the products on the EU market. So basically with solid and high quality traceability systems, those will place everybody involved in those supply chains in a privileged position as regards obviously also this regulation. I do want to mention here also that the Commission and the EU and member states are actually very much engaged in working with other consumer countries as well, such as China, US, UK, but many others as well. This is also because building on the timber regulation experience, we know that it is crucial that we all move in a similar direction. Otherwise, obviously, there would be a risk of leakage. And even if at a certain moment in time, this can seem a bit difficult or complicated, I do wish to mention our past experience on illegal logging, where when the EU timber regulation came into force, which was in 2010, basically the EU was quite, let's say, pioneering that approach. There were already developments in US, a bit different, but very similar. And at that point in time, when it entered into application in 2013, it was very difficult to imagine that many countries would follow afterwards with their own legislation, with some differences, of course, but that's just normal. But basically legislation in place that addresses illegal logging. And this includes Australia, it includes Japan, it includes Korea, and it also includes China. And we are very, very happy that we actually worked very closely with a number of these countries that I mentioned and moved in this direction. We see that as a great basis for future work on what we are talking about here today. The Commission and also the member states, of course, we have been engaged in a very intensive outreach activity since months back, but also years back. And you can see the most important elements on this slide. Specific information sessions, for example, to the partner country ambassadors in Brussels, information sessions and regular reach out here in WTO, but also in other multilateral and plurilateral fora, local workshops in third countries, sometimes focusing on specific challenges or for example, specific commodities, support contracts for public diplomacy for key regions. We have now 3 new projects in this sense, especially in order to bring the explanations and the answers to many questions closer to broader public in third countries. It's 8 million, 3 projects of 8 million euros, focusing on specific countries in Latin America and Asia. Of course, in the meantime, there are others like Cocoa Dialogue in Africa, and others are still to follow. We are organizing and have been organizing many visits on many levels, technical level, but also the highest political level, to quite a high number of partner countries, as you are surely aware. We have also been receiving visits in Brussels, and we are very thankful for that. These kind of contacts are absolutely crucial and at all levels to move closely together towards making this a success, and also to working then in the future in the multilateral context and also bilaterally, of course. I've already mentioned the deforestation platform. This is a key forum for interactions and implementation. We have there a number of partner countries represented regularly. We also have more than 200 members in terms of industry, in terms of civil society and others. This is where we discuss all technical issues, including, for example, on traceability and smallholders, but also with a view to produce new versions of frequently asked questions. This is where we gathered some of the questions, of course, and guidelines and so on. This outreach, of course, it's continuing, and it will be equally intensive in the next months. And yes, good to mention here that this also goes for all of our work internally within the EU with the member states. Now, the last 2 slides will be focusing on key takeaways, and the The important ones here is the first point is that, as I mentioned before, basically without working collectively and globally on halting deforestation, we will not be able to meet our own commitments as regards climate and biodiversity. And we are all aware that if we fail as regards those commitments, then we are not talking only about environmental consequences in negative terms. We are also talking about possible economic and social consequences in negative terms if we do not comply with the commitments on climate and biodiversity. Once again, we need to stress this is the way how the EU takes the responsibility as one of the main consumer markets. This is extremely important. It is also important for all to recognize all the good efforts already done and to be done in producing countries, because otherwise, if we don't tackle the demand, it will simply be too strong, the pressure on the supply side, and it would represent basically a kind of unloyal competition to all of those companies and countries that are working on the deforestation-free supply chain. So this is the way how we put it from our part to avoid the so-called race to the bottom, which would have completely opposite consequences. Going beyond legality is also very important, especially for what I just mentioned. This is the way how we want to avoid having the situation where maybe some could be tempted to lower their legal standards, which would put the pressure on those that are doing the right things actually to stop and go in the other direction. What I said as the element of race to the bottom that we absolutely need to avoid. The regulation will, as we are all aware, have an impact on suppliers, whether in the EU or abroad. As I said, the application will be by the end of 2024. Now we know the exact date, it's 29th of December, and we are ready to work closely with and support the partner countries' efforts to promote the transition to sustainable agricultural production, sustainable forest management, and the development of transparent and sustainable supply chains with all the elements that I already mentioned. The regulation is based on the following principles. It is transparency, accountability, sound scientific and methodological basis, consistency with international commitments, notably halting deforestation at the levels of December of 2020 in line with SDG 15, and non-discrimination, as it treats domestic and imported commodities equivalently and products and covers both imports and exports. Thank you very much.
Many thanks, Boya. So with that, let's see who wants to break the ice. Yeah, we have eager beavers. That's good. Already have 3. So I don't have the country names. At least I don't see it. So you are first. I'm going to point table 1, 2, 3.
Perfect. I'm from the mission of Brazil. I want to thank the European Union for the presentation. And this afternoon, I want to take advantage of this occasion to share a story of success. Just last Wednesday, June 7th, the Brazilian government was proud to announce that deforestation in the Amazon region has fallen by 31% in the first 5 months of 2023 as compared to the same period last year. I cannot overstate the magnitude of this achievement, of what it means for our environmental team to have done this in the first 5 years of a government in a territory that, in the Brazilian side alone, has roughly the size of the entire European Union and is home to 28 million people. That result speaks to the success of a comprehensive public policy that we have in place in Brazil, that adopts an approach to deforestation that recognizes it as a multifaceted issue, requiring, to put it very simply, a set of sticks and carrots. Law enforcement against illegal deforestation is absolutely critical. And in the same period, as I have mentioned before, the Brazilian government has applied more than $400 million in fines, an increase of 160% over last year, and severely increased seizure of goods related to environmental violations and embargoes. But on the other hand, alternative means of livelihood must be made available to the millions of people that live near forests, and agriculture is a significant part of that. Efforts against deforestation must address the needs of those people. And you forgive me for stating the obvious, but sometimes we do have the impression that this message is not coming across. But these people will not disappear. That means creating enabling conditions and the necessary revenue streams for them to prosper and at the same time play a positive role in preserving the forest. That balance is perhaps best encompassed in our forest code that requires rural properties in the Amazon area to set aside up to 80% of their land for conservation in the Amazon area, while allowing them to use the remainder for sustainable agricultural practices. Also this month, the Brazilian government has launched a new phase of our action plan for prevention and control of deforestation in the Amazon that effectively steps up even further the ambition of our efforts. And through a vast array of different measures, in the interest of time, I will limit myself to mention one goal that speaks for itself: to achieve net zero deforestation until 2030, so in 7 years. Against this background, I want to say that we commend the interest expressed by the European Union in contributing to curbing deforestation. Likewise, we applaud the European regulation's stated intent of ensuring that supply chains comply with the pertinent national legislation. With that being said, however, where we perhaps might appear to have some differences in our understanding about deforestation is in our perception that deforestation cannot be tackled by an approach that focuses solely on the sticks, on restricting market access. Among many concerns that we have repeatedly raised about this legislation, perhaps the most pressing is the fact that by effectively disregarding concepts from Brazilian legislation, as well as national systems of traceability and data collection, that it might undermine our efforts and lead to more, not less deforestation. The reason it might do that is because it decreases the attractiveness of the economic model that we have in place and that has led to the results I just mentioned. A producer who has followed the Brazilian legislation committed considerable resources to preserve 80% of their land for native forests would now face restrictions to access the European market and would need to incur potentially heavy costs for compliance. So that model is simply less attractive vis-a-vis simple disengagement, and it will be more challenging for us to promote it. Allow me to say it again, command and control initiatives can only go so far. We need the people that actually live in the forest to actively embrace a sustainable economic model. With that in mind, my first question to you then is concretely, what are the carrots in the European legislation? I know that there were many mentions of opportunities and partnerships and cooperation, which we are eager to engage in, and I commend, and forgive my bluntness, but these aspects of the proposal still seem to be a bit enshrouded in abstraction. When I speak to that Brazilian producer just mentioned, what could I tell them as positive news? Is the opportunities mentioned in your presentation limited to trying to gain an advantage over other developing countries, or are you losing a significant part of their margin in this compliance process, and depending on how it plays out as a transfer of revenues to certification agencies in the European Union? Is anything more envisaged beyond communication to facilitate compliance with your own measure? I would welcome any very concrete, very tangible clarification that you can offer in this regard. Then my second question is that when you mentioned in your presentation that the benchmark classification will be built in close cooperation with trading partners, does this mean that the European Union is collecting data provided by foreign governments? If that's the case, we would be eager to collaborate. And then finally, I've took mention that you mentioned that the regulation conceptualizes deforestation of a country or a region. Does this mean that deforestation can be assessed in relation to a region within a country? In a country the size of Brazil, one should expect that different regions may have different levels of protection of forests. Would this be considered in the implementation of the regulation? Again, I thank you for the presentation, and we are looking forward to find venues to collaborate with the European Union in our common goal of fighting deforestation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for these comments and interventions. Let's stay on table 3. So the one closest to me first, it's easier. And then we go to you, and I think at this table you also had a question.
Thank you very much, the moderator, and thanks to the European Union for your presentation. It has been very interesting and very enlightening. So the legislative proposal in questions was approved by the plenary of the parliament on April 19. Third countries, like I guess the ones that we have will speak today, Brazil, Argentina, Colombia, among others, have present concerns with regard the proposal. On May 16, the proposal was formally approved by the Council and subsequently published in the official journal on June 19. In that process, Colombia and other countries present its concerns. So far, the opinions of the affected third countries, such as mine, Colombia, have not been taken into account in the structuring of the proposal. I think this is another opportunity to show our concerns. So in the presentation, I have four general questions, and I have many others. I may, with your indulgence, I may present them in writing if you agree. So the first question is with regard a question and answers that you describe, whether you are planning to take in considerations those concerns that we have shown consistently, not only like the third countries, but also the stakeholders and from the European Union. In particular, with regard to the development of the complementary regulation of the risk classification by country and by region, and the sectoral guidelines for different value chains affected by regulation. That's my first question. The second question is with regard costs. So considering that costs are likely to be transferred to the producers, what has the EU planned to prevent, like concretely, to prevent small producers and farming families who are unable to implement measures like georeferencing, traceability, due diligence system from being excluded from the value chain? That's my second question. My third question, it's with regard the similar measures that the third countries apply. So as Brazil have mentioned, the traceability model that they apply internally. So by not recognizing those traceability models, segmented production models will be required to meet the requirements of different jurisdictions, resulting in increased costs for producing. So depending of the target market. What has the European Union planned to prevent the segmentation of production system based on the export destination of the product? And my fourth question is with regard to your explanation on discrimination. So out of the 7 products subject to the regulations, 4 are not produced in the European Union. So I'm talking about palm oil, coffee, cocoa, rubber. In this context, how can the European Union justify that this is not a discriminatory measure that does not apply within its territory? And thank you very much.
Thank you, Colombia. So I think you had a neighbor who also wanted to, near neighbor, neighbor. 2 neighbors.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for giving me the floor and for providing this opportunity to reach out. I will try to be brief, but I appreciate your offer of open channels of communication. We will take you up on your offering and reach out with additional questions. While I won't go into all our concerns, we have already expressed them in other forums within the WTO. I have a couple of quick questions that I hope won't take too much time. I'll do it in English, sorry interpreters, but I think it's going to be faster. First, since one of the goals of the regulation is to boost trade of deforestation-free production, I would like to know what incentives are being put forward to achieve that goal. I don't mean cooperation to facilitate compliance or to show compliance with the EU regulation, but actual incentives for trade of deforestation-free products, especially taking into account that trade restrictions that even deforestation-free products will face due to this regulation. For example, for high-risk classification countries, but even for low risk classification, where there will still be extra requirements without any real incentives, but to continue with existing trade. Second, the regulation does not have, we heard that the regulation does not have extraterritorial application because it is only required to the production to be allowed in the EU. I will be interested to know how legal and sustainable land use change will not affect the risk classification and therefore not affect all production, not just the production meant for the EU market, or how will this now banned legal and sustainable production will be compensated. Additionally, I failed to understand how the elements taken into account in the risk assessment and country benchmarking are not rewarding past deforestation and punishing conservation, but also possibly productivity, but by taking into account things like production trends. Or even Paraguay landlocked condition that makes supply chains more complex, especially for certain commodities. Even the cutoff date seems to reward past deforestation and conflicts with the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities, and polluters pay more. While I understand that we all need to contribute, and we are doing it, I would like to know how will this take into account the restoration commitments of the EU, which has already deforested most of their forests a long time ago. And the coming Kunming-Montreal framework was mentioned, for instance, in the restoration. Finally, I would like to highlight a concern regarding the review of the regulation. While all possible reviews appear to be for extending implementation, there seems to be no room for backing up. Even in the ex-ante impact assessment of the Commission, was established that, for instance, in the case of rubber, will require a very large effort and significant financial and administrative burden with limited return in terms of curbing deforestation driven by EU consumption. But rubber was still included anyway. A new impact assessment may show the same for other commodities or products, therefore requiring their exclusion. Thank you, and we will send more questions.
Thank you very much. I'll take two more questions and then we go you and then, yes, first table 3 and then table 2.
Gracias por esta sesión informativa. Mi participación es de la misión de Argentina en Ginebra. Le cuento que he recibido una lista de 6 páginas de preguntas. Tendría que haber pedido un lugar en el panel para ser expositor, para poder leerlas, así que no vamos a elegir solo algunas y estamos considerando circular estas preguntas a toda la membresía para recibir una respuesta formal. Creo que antes de las preguntas es necesario hacer una introducción de que pareciera que sobre todo los países latinoamericanos estamos en contra de esta iniciativa de prevenir la deforestación y creo que esa no es la intención de los países latinoamericanos, de la Argentina incluida. Sobre todo porque nuestro compromiso en conservación de los recursos naturales es marcado. En el caso de Argentina, destinamos unas 36 millones de hectáreas a la agricultura, pero en distintos niveles de protección, o sea, desde la más estricta tenemos 44 millones de hectáreas y en otras medidas basadas en conservación llegamos a los 70 millones de hectáreas. Entonces, el compromiso en conservación de la biodiversidad es ya real. O sea, creo que los países latinoamericanos probablemente ya cumplimos con el 30% de los territorios bajo conservación. Y las preocupaciones surgen de que cuando uno observa la Unión Europea encuentra de que solo conserva un 4% de sus bosques nativos, porque fueron hacia el 1600 ya habían sido todos deforestados, y no solo eso, a partir de la revolución industrial para apalancar el desarrollo económico, emprendieron una misión global de deforestar al mundo entero. Y en esos años podemos encontrar, digamos, las mayores pérdidas de biodiversidad en nuestros países. Uno puede encontrar el bosque atlántico en Brasil, Paraguay, Argentina, digamos, fue parte de los procesos de colonización cuando se deforestó. Y podemos encontrar en África, el sudeste asiático, e incluso en otros países europeos, un masivo proceso de deforestación llevado adelante por los europeos luego para apalancar el funcionamiento de la máquina a vapor. Necesitábamos carbón y ya no había carbón en Europa porque los bosques se habían extinguido hacia el 1600. Pero bueno, como diríamos en América Latina, este no es el lugar para venir a llorar, pero sí tenemos unas preguntas técnicas. De las 6 hojas, voy a leer algunas. Y paso al inglés porque mis colegas de Buenos Aires y en Bruselas fueron muy amables. Así las comprenden bien. The proposal indicates in Article 29 that the identification of low and high-risk countries, or part of them, shall be based on an objective and transparent assessment by the Commission, taking into account the latest scientific evidence and internationally recognized sources. So, regarding the sources of information and the criteria to be based will be defined in agreement with the country to be assessed. Will the criteria and sources be adjusted to each country? In some countries, there are national and subnational legislation and effective measures to prevent and sanction deforestation. Which criteria will be used to assess the forestry policies, projects, and regulation of these countries? How will you assess the environmental benefits of these policies? How will you consider compensation approaches to legal deforestation that are currently allowed? Regarding due diligence and geolocation, will the European Union or the European Union member states accept or recognize satellite mapping, geolocation, and information programs and systems developed by third countries exporting to the European Union? Regarding risk assessment, how will the type of sources that the operator will be able to use for this analysis be determined? Does the Commission foresee offering member countries a list of baselines and indicators that it considers objective? If so, can the database that will be considered reliable be defined in agreement with the third country under evaluation? And my last question regarding cooperation. The regulation indicates that in the assessment of countries, the European Union will take into account inter alia agreements and other instruments between the country concerned and the European Union, or between the country concerned and the European Union member states that addresses deforestation or forest degradation and facilitate compliance with this standard. Will this instrument have the same importance of if developed with member states or the Commission? Or if not, how will the relative importance of each type of instrument be established? Estas son las preguntas que seleccionamos para hoy. Esperamos su respuesta. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I'll take one more question and then we go to a round of replies. Please go ahead. No, I think I'm looking at you. At table 2. You wanted, yeah, I think you want to pose a question. No, you don't. Okay, so we are done. Then we go to a round of replies. I don't see another hand coming up. Carefully look. So you start. Okay. Sorry, I missed. Sorry.
Muchas gracias a la Unión Europea por su explicación. Mi participación es por parte de la misión de El Salvador en Ginebra. La Unión Europea es uno de los principales socios comerciales para El Salvador, lo que significa que cualquier medida adoptada por la Unión Europea directamente afecta a los exportadores y productores salvadoreños, razón por la cual la entrada en vigor de este reglamento es relevante y razón por la cual El Salvador se encuentra en conversaciones con la Unión Europea en diferentes foros. Dado la complejidad de este reglamento y haciendo eco de los comentarios de otros países latinoamericanos, es importante tomar en cuenta el acompañamiento en la implementación de la tecnología como geolocalización que se menciona. Este es un tema relevante para demostrar que un país es libre de deforestación, sobre todo en países pequeños como El Salvador. En este sentido, es importante tener en cuenta los documentos y guías detallados para la implementación del reglamento. Por otra parte, el diálogo directo con las entidades gubernamentales para la implementación durante estos 18 meses es relevante. Es importante que para que este reglamento cumpla con el objetivo final, la Unión Europea debe trabajar de forma conjunta con los socios comerciales. Caso contrario, las consecuencias de la implementación del mismo podrían terminar en distorsiones importantes al comercio. En ese sentido, en este momento tenemos una pregunta en concreta. ¿La clasificación de riesgo se realiza de forma unilateral por parte de la Unión Europea o se estarán contactando a las autoridades competentes de cada país? Gracias.
Muchas gracias. Maybe we start with you and then.
Thank you. Thank you very much, colleagues, for all the excellent and very relevant questions. I can assure you that we have discussed many of these, or basically all of these questions also internally before in preparation of the law, and also now when we look at the implementation. We are also very happy to say that in our previous contacts with many of the countries, also those that have spoken now, we have had the opportunities to discuss some of these questions and many more, much more in detail, and we plan to do that also in the future, especially in preparation of implementation. This includes, as I said, for example, our visits to Brazil or Argentina or others, and we are keen to further develop these kind of interchanges. Those are absolutely crucial for us. Now, starting with some of the questions. First of all, I would like to thank very much to the colleague from Brazil for the excellent updates. We have received this kind of information already, and we are always extremely happy to receive positive developments, information, news on positive developments in terms of decreasing deforestation and halting deforestation globally. So what you have just shared with us, well, just from my personal point of view, we couldn't have started better with the questions. So thank you very much for that. We are extremely happy, and we do see, for obvious reasons, Brazil as the one of the main players globally to very closely work with. And when I say that, not only bilaterally, but also as we have had the chance, fortunately, to speak with many of your colleagues in Brasilia as well, also in plurilateral and multilateral context. So thank you very much for that. I would like to stress some of the elements that we've heard in the questions, maybe in a more general way. So first of all, I wish to reassure you that the EU recognizes all efforts already done and those ongoing and those that will be done in the future. We want to build on this. So this is a crucial element in terms of also not only the regulation, but also the regulation. As I said, and Brazil is one of the excellent examples, actually. There are many traceability systems already existing in Brazil, and you actually, I think, went in the direction. Also, one of your questions was in terms of some of the certification agencies. What we know in Brazil and in our close contacts that was confirmed is that the development of public traceability systems in a number of commodities is quite advanced. In some cases, it's extremely advanced. Can be an example. Other cases, there is space to work together. And we see the element of public systems accessible to everybody, including smallholders, as a crucial one. And this is where we come together with the two main issues, which is the traceability and the smallholders. So we want to be, we can be very, very clear that these kind of developments are exactly those that, in our view, are not only very welcome under this regulation, but are actually some of the best tools and ways forward in terms of actually halting deforestation, regardless of this regulation or any other. So just to confirm that that's absolutely the same how we see it. Now, it is also, we hear your question, and we heard questions also from other colleagues in different fora and different meetings in terms of the recognition of legality in a partner country. Now, there is the element of legality in this regulation, as I explained. So where we base ourselves basically on legality, which means that the products have to be legal in accordance with the legislation of the country. That's one element. Now, beyond that, we also understand that there is, as I mentioned before, the need to avoid the race to the bottom. And I'm not now speaking about Brazil here, absolutely, on the contrary. But we have seen in the past, in some of our previous work based only on legality, the cases where there were temptations to lower the standards, be it as companies, be it as countries. And in this situation, if the system was based on legality only without the deforestation-free element, actually we, and when I say we, in this case, we could say the EU and Brazil or others that have strong systems in place, we would have no tool to deal with that situation. So you would actually end up with a situation where those that make most of the efforts could end up penalized because some other standards are lowered so that there is basically a competition advantage. And that would necessarily puts the pressure for the race towards the bottom. And I don't think that anybody in this room or any of us want that. That's exactly what we want to avoid. So that is where we come from. But just to reassure everybody, there's absolutely no intent to go against anybody, or on the contrary, we want to work together on the standards, taking into account also the specificities in each country or region, of course. So that's very, very important for us to stress that we can do this only working closely together. And I will come back to this point, answering to other questions as well. Now, there was a specific question. There were a number of questions on benchmarking. From Brazil, the specific question was about the countries or regions or parts thereof. Indeed, there is in the regulation the element of parts thereof, and it is specifically important for the countries that are particularly big. Obviously, it can be applied also in other countries, but this is exactly what we have in mind. In a way, we could say that the parts thereof element is extremely important because of what I mentioned before, which is that if there is a specific area where there is a problem of deforestation, it is both in our interest and in the interest of the partner country or within the EU, if that happens, to address that specific area. So with the parts thereof, we go exactly there. And this is connected with the legal requirement in the regulation for the Commission and member states to offer support on this specific area as a priority, which, as I mentioned, we believe can be very interesting for the countries. At the same time, I mean, and all of us that work on deforestation, we know that deforestation is basically, it happens in very specific areas. At the same time, these parts thereof, in a way, can ensure that the possible doubts or challenges that are present in a specific area are not then applied to all the rest of the territory. That is not the point. On the contrary, we need to have a tool, and this is what we have with this, to focus on where the problem is and solve it. That is behind it. And in terms of benchmarking, now when we speak about the different categories, it's extremely important to bear in mind what I mentioned before, that the idea is not to have countries or parts thereof on the list of high risk. On the contrary, the idea would be not to have anybody. And that is why, and that answers to some of the other questions, I believe also to some of the last ones from El Salvador. This is not a unilateral exercise in a sense that the EU would sit at the table, decide, and then we will publish the list. Absolutely not. The element of dialogue with countries is absolutely central. So we see this as actually a great new tool with great potential for better working together. It will, of course, be particularly important in those cases where there might be the risk of being considered in the future of high risk. So before that happens, the Commission is obliged to enter in a very close dialogue with the country and basically do whatever we can together with the country or region in question to avoid that from happening. This is how we see the prioritization in terms of use of limited resources, and which we believe could set a great new tool and basis for cooperation with partner countries. But just to reassure everybody, all the information, data, views, particularities, all that is or can be shared or will be shared by the partner countries, we will receive that and it will be taken into account. This is not an exercise of the Commissioner of the EU alone, on the contrary. Now on some other on some other questions. We heard the question from Colombia on the process. Now, the specific elements that you mentioned in April, May, and publishing in the official journal, these are the elements of the legislative process within the EU, which apply to any law and which are similar to some other procedural elements in other countries. But what I wish to stress here is that for us, the views, challenges that are there, ideas, suggestions, from third countries, from partner countries have been crucial throughout this process. That is why in the deforestation platform, we have been very actively presenting in each step of the process where we are and gathering the feedback, but not only deforestation platform. As I mentioned, we have had very intensive contacts bilaterally and on multilateral level with all the countries that have expressed interest to talk to us, to express their concerns or, as I said, suggestions on possible best ways forward. And we will continue doing this. For us, this is absolutely crucial. We find among many other meetings, the meeting today here with you as an excellent opportunity. And please do feel very much invited to get back to us and to continue in close coordination with us, as we already have done with the colleagues in Brussels, from the embassies in Brussels, but also in the countries in question. I do want to stress that this consultations and presentations of preliminary results in the platform, but also elsewhere, will apply also to the reviews, to all of our work, to the sectoral, to the guidance for different sectors or altogether. This will all be and already is discussed in the platform, and it can be discussed also bilaterally if there are specific elements, of course. And we actually appreciate enormously the feedback that we receive from countries such as Colombia as well, of course. Now, there was a question on smallholders. Once again, I take the opportunity to stress and emphasize that from our perspective, ensuring that smallholders are not excluded from the supply chains is absolutely crucial. As I mentioned before, the element of geolocation represents there an opportunity, but we are ready to work together with the partner countries on that. That said, any new standard, any new legislation, not only this and not only from the EU, but also at the national level, can represent a challenge for certain parts of the society, and smallholders possibly more often than others. So we feel that this is not the only case where this can happen. And there is certainly a big role to build on the experiences also in terms of support in maybe completely different areas, not even environmental. For example, in countries like Colombia or others, where smallholders were in very similar position because there was a new law, there was a new rule, there was a new standard on something, as I say, maybe completely not in environment, but something completely different. What has been done? The role for the national government, of course, is central, and we are there to support in the best way that the country in question considers that we can. Of course, it depends on the local and national contacts. There was also a question on standards. I would like to take the opportunity to say that we do work very closely with the partner countries on the consumer, but also on the producer sides in terms of standards. Now, this regulation, as I said, is just one part of our broader work. And this is how we see things. We are very open to discuss, and we actually want to do that. We want to motivate and drive the discussions also in the multilateral context in terms of setting up standards that we can all subscribe. But as you can imagine, it will be crucial to set the right standards in a way that we avoid trying to push the standards towards the bottom. And this is directly related with the objectives. And I'm not saying that somebody has wrong standards. And we, as I said, we recognize differences and special situations in different nations. And of course, everybody is best placed to decide on how to move forward on this. We are what we are interested in is, based on these premises, how do we work together then in the multilateral context as well. Now, maybe just on there was one element mentioned also on restoration. I wish to confirm here, therefore, the EU working on restoration and also afforestation and other similar areas of work is extremely important. We can only support that. But it's also important to bear in mind that restoration or afforestation or reforestation is not exactly the same thing as halting deforestation. We speak here about the fact that you cannot really, in terms of climate change and biodiversity importance, have the same situation with newly reforested land if you deforest an old forest. Simply in terms of quality, the data is completely different. So what is absolutely necessary, and all the scientific data points to that, is yes, to work on restoration, yes, to work on reforestation and afforestation, but in parallel to halting of deforestation. So we are absolutely open there to work together on this, and also, of course, internally within the EU. There was also, I believe, one question on the reviews where it was mentioned that, if I understand correctly, the reviews are about expansion. I would like to take the occasion to reassure you that the reviews are not about expansion. The reviews will be based on specific studies, as I mentioned. They are dynamic, and they can go in different ways. They will be based on the most recent available scientific information and data, internationally recognized. So it can go in different ways. It's important to have the right outcome. So the idea is not, certainly, I mean, also legally speaking, we cannot already say that it would go in one direction or another. So just to reassure you that that will be based on the specific studies. Now, there have been a number of questions on benchmarking on top of those that I already mentioned. Now, in terms of the criteria are sorry, very clearly identified in the regulation. There are the so-called criteria that are primarily to be taken account, and then also others which may be taken into account. These are very important because besides, and this is crucial, besides basing ourselves on the scientific data, most recent ones, internationally recognized, we can assure that taking into account all the list of the data, the efforts of the countries and the results on the ground will surely be recognized. This is absolutely something that we can confirm. Now, on many of the other details, and we understand there are a lot of questions, not only in this setting, but in general, I would need to stress that, as I mentioned before, we will be developing a specific study on this and on setting up the system. We have 18 months for that. 18 months counting from 29th of June. So we are not now in the position, as you can imagine, to go in all the details, because we first need the study. And on that study, as I stressed before, we will be sharing preliminary results and all the relevant information also with the third countries, but in deforestation platform, of course, with the industry within the EU or outside, civil society and the rest, to get the feedback, which will be then reflected in the final results. The details, of course, will be shared as soon as available. And the final results are, the Commission is expected to have that by the entry into application. As the last point, I would like to mention, and I did mention that before as well, thank you, on benchmarking, as a reply to one of the questions from the colleague from El Salvador, thank you very much for that. The dialogue in the context of benchmarking is absolutely central. So as I said, we actually see that as a great new opportunity to establish close dialogue and working together on those specific areas where maybe the challenge might be, to focus exactly on the areas where deforestation is, and work very, very closely with the country in question. So there will be no sudden or surprising steps from the EU on this in any way. especially if there are areas with stronger challenges, not to say high risk, but let's say something that might point to the, okay, we would need to see a bit more. In these cases, we are obliged to enter in close dialogue, and we actually count on partner countries that then we work very closely together. And dialogue means also receiving an openness to receive all the information, data of all possible kinds from your side on the existing systems, on the plans, on the policies, on the actual situation on the ground, as well as, for example, data from the satellite monitoring and others, which I believe were mentioned by Argentina. Maybe I finish on that point that there are many, many different areas on which we can work together. I have been stressing particularly traceability and smallholders, but that doesn't mean, I just want to make it clear that there are no others. There are many other areas, and one of them is the satellite monitoring or other types of monitoring, where, for example, we know that in countries such as Brazil and others, there are some fantastic developments, not only now, there have been for decades. So even 20 or 30 years ago, I remember myself working on the Amazon issues in some other countries, neighboring countries from Brazil, and there was already lessons learned, sharing of the data, and we see that as the best way forward. And if that was 20 or 30 years ago, we can only imagine, you can only imagine how developed that is now. So that is extremely important. Why I'm mentioning this, because we have some of our colleagues are experts in this field of satellite monitoring or other types of monitoring. They already cooperate very closely with the colleagues in Brazil or other countries, and we want to continue that cooperation. We are very much open to cooperating with also countries with whom maybe this kind of cooperation hasn't taken place still, but certainly that's one thing to consider. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know that I've skipped somebody. I've been very mean. Sorry. You also had a question. Is it a long question? Is it a short? Yes, please go. Please go. 2 minutes.
Just a small suggestion that in case of this categorization, that is high standard and low, why not to keep one more that is no risk at all? In case of those countries whose forestation is increasing, not deforestation, so they require some kind of better treatment in your EU regulations. Comparing with the same yardstick will not work as such. So that is one suggestion. And secondly, you have already replied about the small and these all things are taken care. And I think you will take whatever you have to do. That's all.
Okay.
Thank you.
We take that on board. We have a legislation that we need to implement now. I just because I know that we need to stop. I just wanted to conclude that we've very carefully listened to all your comments. What I clearly hear is moving to the implementation stage that well, on the one hand, the message is your efforts matter, both for the benchmarking and due diligence. But I also hear clarity is needed. As Bojan said, in the coming time, there will be work carried out on how exactly the benchmarking is going to take place. The regulation gives you indicators, so you can also look yourself. There's a quantitative criteria and qualitative, and they definitely hook up to your efforts. And then in terms of due diligence, what you do not have yet, but I hope that you are able to get it soon. There are a lot of questions on what do you do with my schemes, my standards, etc. That in the first step, we will do that in frequently asked questions. For us, that will also be a vehicle to develop. So do have a look at that. And this is also something that is fed into the process in Brussels of the deforestation platform. So I think that these two avenues, beyond also understanding your needs and you engaging with us and the delegations for those who feel they need capacity building or other support. So with that, I thank everybody. Thank you for giving us 3 more minutes that we concluded. And we look forward to our continued engagement with you. And thank you very much, Bojan, for coming with us and joining us.
Thank you.
Okay, buenas tardes a todos. I switch in Spanish. Es un honor para mí darles la más cordial bienvenida a este evento paralelo sobre comercio, medio ambiente, los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible en el marco de la Semana Ambiental de la Organización Mundial del Comercio. Quiero expresar primero que todo mi agradecimiento a los distinguidos panelistas que nos acompañan hoy y a los embajadores de China, Turquía, Mauricio, Australia y el representante de la Unión Europea que nos acompañan el día de hoy, quienes harán sus comentarios sobre las exposiciones de los panelistas. También quiero agradecer a nuestra moderadora y coorganizadora Caroline Dürr, directora del Foro de Comercio, Ambiente y Desarrollo Sostenible. Como embajador de Colombia, debo enfatizar la importancia que otorgamos al tema de los principios del derecho ambiental. Colombia ha sido un defensor constante de este tema en todos los foros internacionales y creemos firmemente en la necesidad de establecer conexiones entre los avances logrados en los principios y su aplicación práctica. Reconocemos que estos principios indispensables han sido parte integral de las diferentes COP y consideramos importante su vinculación con principios comerciales como la no discriminación y el trato especial diferenciado. Como ustedes saben, en Colombia ha sufrido el flagelo de la violencia interna por muchos años. Por lo tanto, para nosotros el proceso de paz total que se está impulsando por parte de nuestro gobierno es de vital importancia. Pero también creemos firmemente que la paz total se fundamenta también en una justicia climática y ambiental inclusiva, multidimensional y coherente con el desarrollo sostenible. Así que quiero expresar mi más sincero agradecimiento al Foro de Comercio, Medio Ambiente y Desarrollo Sostenible por su invaluable apoyo en traer la discusión a la Organización Mundial del Comercio y en la organización de este evento que realizaremos el día de hoy. Desde Colombia estamos plenamente convencidos de la importancia de llevar a cabo discusiones objetivas y técnicas sobre estos temas. Sin más preámbulos, cedo la palabra a Caroline, a quien agradezco por ayudarnos a moderar este evento. Muchas gracias, Caroline. Adelante.
Muchas gracias, Ambassador, for the introduction. And I must say on behalf of TESS that we are delighted to be collaborating on this event with you and your colleagues from the Colombian mission to the WTO. It's really a privilege for us to be able to do so. We also want to thank Colombia for their leadership in bringing this topic for a discussion today in Trade and Environment Week, and also in the context of the Committee on Trade and Environment. We also thank our colleagues at the WTO Secretariat for making it possible to host this event here today. So for those of you who may not know TESS, we're based here in Geneva at the Graduate Institute. Our mission is to support a global trading system that addresses urgent environmental crises and supports sustainable development goals. So we're especially active in this multilateral space with a focus on promoting inclusive international cooperation, working with many colleagues here and around the world. So in this context, we're really delighted to see so many of you here with us today. We're especially delighted actually to have several leading experts here with us on international trade, climate and public international law, and for several ambassadors and representatives of WTO members for being with us. And I will introduce them each before they speak. So we'll have two parts of our discussion today. The first will be a presentation from some of the legal experts that TESS has been working with, and then we'll move to ambassadors to provide some of their reflections. And then if all goes well, we'll have time for an open discussion, which is really what we want to spur here, is to begin the conversation. So just before we move forward, I just take a quick minute to set the scene. Oops, sorry, back. So just a reminder of the policy context. I mean, we're really in the midst of an unprecedented climate crisis, which requires urgent ambition, high ambition and urgent action. It also will involve an unprecedented transformation of the way in which we produce and consume globally. So addressing that will mean an unprecedented level of international cooperation, both in the climate space and in the trade space. And this is the context really in which we're having this discussion about principles. So what we've seen is that a range of countries are considering or implementing trade-related climate measures as part of their package to tackle the climate crisis. The differences in approaches among these are generating some international tensions, which in our view, if not properly managed, will affect climate efforts and ambition, risk marginalizing some of the countries who are least able to comply with their requirements, and will also affect the good functioning of the multilateral trading system. So in the context of the WTO, we've seen a range of countries with different views on these matters, and the idea that we need to ensure that such measures are WTO compatible, development friendly, while also advancing climate ambition. And we've seen growing debate here. So it was with this in mind that Tess decided to try and contribute to this discussion by bringing together a regionally diverse group of international experts on international law relating to climate, to international trade law, and also public international law, each of whom have been participating with us in their personal capacities. And what we recognize is we needed guidance from experts who are familiar both with trade law and with international climate law and their nuances, histories, and interpretations. And so we gave them a mission, which was to prepare for us a report on principles for consideration in the design and implementation of trade-related climate measures and policies. We asked them to try and identify what are some of these core principles in international law that are relevant, to provide guidance on how these are relevant to trade-related climate measures and policies, and also in so doing to focus on what's already there. It wasn't to come up with new stuff, it's to look at what's already there in international law that might help inform and guide discussions here at the WTO. And along the way, we asked them to consult with a range of other experts and some governments, and many of you were consulted in that process. From our side, our next step is to launch the actual report at the end of June. It's not out yet. So we consider this to sort of be an advanced discussion. And then we will look at different ways to use that report to help spur discussions in other fora. A very quick note before I move to our panelists, which is that in our mind, when we're thinking about trade-related climate measures and policies, we're thinking of a very broad scope of measures, of possible measures. So there are those that might be taken to discourage production and trade that contributes to climate change, but also measures that may encourage production and trade that would support climate mitigation and adaptation goals. And these may include border measures, regulatory measures, or economic incentives. Some of those may be targeting imported goods and services. Some of them may target all goods and services on the domestic market. And some of them may really be primarily focused at those essentially domestically produced goods and services. So I'll just quickly, I'm not going to go through it, so don't be afraid of this slide, but we felt it's important to show there that we're not, when we're thinking about trade-related climate measures, we're not thinking of just one type of thing. It could be anything from trade preferences to import restrictions, green government procurement policies, standards and regulations, taxes and subsidies. So a broad range of different things that for us are in the universe of trade-related climate measures. So I think that's important context to set at the beginning. And then the final slide I wanted to show was just a wonderful group of people that we have gathered here. So when we gathered our group, we wanted to make it as regionally diverse as possible with people, acknowledged experts, I mean, very eminent authorities really from both developed and developing countries in both the trade and climate law fields, and we have public international law, and they represent all regions of the world as well. So from our side at TESS, it's been really a privilege to work with such an authoritative group of experts. They will now introduce a little bit more about their work, and I will let them now speak for themselves. So first I will turn to Yaniv Remy, who is the director of the Sridhar Ramphal Center for International Trade Law from the University of West Indies. Thank you, Yaniv.
Thank you so much, Carolyn, the entire team at TESS, as well as all of those who contributed besides us experts. but let me just say how important it has been to work with Carolyn, Christoph, Elena, who served as rapporteur, Sarah, Eugene, all of those at the test team who've really made this possible, and how important the work of organizations such as yours are to bringing all of the parts of the debate together. It's a very humbling experience and honor for me to have served alongside some of what I consider to be the best minds in the fields of trade and climate law and environment law, as we sought to assist fundamentally governments, businesses, civil society, and other stakeholders navigate what many see as a clash between two regimes that are equally pivotal to allowing governments to respond to climate crises through supportive trade and trade policies. And I think Carolyn already alluded to what is a core challenge we see with this perceived clash, which is how to advance an ambitious climate action while ensuring that approaches that are fair, equitable, and account for different national circumstances and capacities, including levels of development and climate vulnerabilities, proceeds even as countries are divided on the best way to cooperate in a transparent, fair, and inclusive manner. So what we as a group considered to be a key contribution that we could make to the debate, and we debated internally what our role here could be and should be, was to use our collective expertise to provide what we consider to be guidance on a broad set of internationally agreed or accepted principles, at least from our perception, that would be relevant across both climate and trade regimes for designing and implementing trade-related measures to address the climate crisis. These principles would not just promote dialogue and conversations within the WTO and its CTA, Committee on Trade and Environment, as well as other committees, and within the context of the climate regime, but beyond that, also lead to better shared understandings of where climate and trade law can be mutually supportive to achieve a greater level of cooperation and reduce tensions. In identifying the 6 principles, which my colleagues Peter and McCann will shortly introduce, our starting point was a realization that the trade-related climate measures that Carolyn just mentioned are legal hybrids. They draw from and respond to international regimes relating to the environment, climate, and international trade, but also other rules and principles of general international law and commitments to sustainable development that have been agreed by the international community. We strongly believe that the different parts of international law should be understood as cumulative, should be applied simultaneously in a coherent and mutually supportive manner, giving full effect to relevant parts of international law insofar as that is possible. The guidance provided in the upcoming report, therefore, aims at suggesting options for governments interested in reflecting these different principles in that mutually coherent and supportive way. Our mandate was to focus on principles and took into account existing rules, but we felt very strongly as a group that that should not imply that we were satisfied with the status quo in trade and climate law. It was a shared view within the group that there is a need for critical reflection on whether rules as they exist are fit for purpose, and the need for trade rules to do more than merely stay out of the way, but provide more proactive support to trade-related climate measures and manage tensions. And finally, I just want, because you must be wondering as a good lawyer, what our caveats are. So before you ask us these questions, let me just say 5 caveats we have to these principles. First, we do not claim them to be exhaustive. They represent those that the group deemed to be particularly relevant at this stage of the initial dialogue. Second, they are presented in a very general manner, recognizing that they potentially apply to a wide range of trade-related climate measures, while acknowledging that each principle may apply differently depending on the specific measure or other relevant factors. Third, our report does not intend to make a definitive statement as to the legal status of these principles under international law, and we recognize that they may not be deemed to have equal standing. Fourth, the order in which we will present these principles today and in the report does not suggest any particular hierarchy among them. And fifth, and I will stop soon, our intention is not to suggest that any specific principle of international environmental law should be incorporated into the WTO, or for that matter, that key principles of trade law should be incorporated in the Paris Agreement. Rather, each has resonance in its own regime, and our modest attempt here is to reflect that as faithfully as possible based on our shared understanding that provides useful guidance, which we hope governments and ultimately other stakeholders will find useful. So without further ado, and once again, thanking all of my fellow experts, some of them are in the room, let me hand over to my esteemed colleagues to unveil, present to you these 6 principles, which I'm sure you are now gagging to hear. Over to you, Peter.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Yaniv. And I'm just going to properly introduce Peter first. So our next speaker will be Peter van den Bossche, who many of you know is the Director of Studies of the World Trade Institute. We're so grateful to have someone with your experience and authority in our group. And thank you so much for joining us, Peter.
Thank you, Caroline. It's a true honor and pleasure for me to be speaking to you this afternoon. An honor and a pleasure, as it was also to be part of this extraordinary group of experts. I never believed that we could pull it off in the very beginning, to be honest, because we trade lawyers, and I'm a trade lawyer, often live on a different planet than the environmental lawyers. And it was such an enriching experience for me personally, and I think for all of us, to see that we could come closer together. It was not always easy, and we had long discussions. But here we are, almost at the end, not quite at the end, but almost at the end. And even this morning, we were discussing certain phrases and sentences in the final report, and that will go on until the very last moment, I suppose. But here we are, subject to all the caveats that Jan already made, and they were highly negotiated, caveats with regard to our principles. The first principle that I would like to address, and now we go to the next slide, is the principle of sovereignty, which, of course, I don't have to say this in this room, is a core principle of international law. And it's of no surprise that it's clearly reflected both in international law regarding climate change and in WTO law. In international law relating to climate change, we find it explicitly reaffirmed in the preamble of the UN Framework Convention. And I've got a quote for you there. It says in the preamble, principles of sovereignty of states in international cooperation to address climate change. They reaffirmed that explicitly in the preamble of the UN Framework Convention. Now, in the Paris Agreement, they translated this principle into, and on the slide, I've got the words, regulatory autonomy of states with regard to both their emission reduction targets and the means to pursue these targets. In WTO law, we clearly also have a recognition of the principle of sovereignty in many ways. But for our purposes, most useful, I think, is if we look, for example, at Article 20B and Article 20G of the GATT, and Article 2, Paragraph 2 of the TBT agreement. It's clear that under WTO law, there's a right of members to regulate in the public interest, including for climate action, even if in doing so, the measures in question restrict trade. So that's my first principle. Next principle relates to the prohibition of arbitrary and unjustifiable discrimination. Now here I want to start with discussing a bit what this means in WTO law. Non-discrimination is clearly, as we all know in this room, is clearly a fundamental, I would say, the fundamental principle of WTO law. We wouldn't be sitting here in this room. This organization would not exist without the principle of non-discrimination. But in meeting their obligations under the UN Framework Convention and the Paris Agreement, some states have already adopted and other states are considering trade-related climate measures which differentiate between products based on their carbon content. And such measures may introduce discrimination between products which are in a strong competitive relationship and therefore, in WTO talk, are like products. And that would then lead to possibly a conclusion that such measures are inconsistent with the GATT non-discrimination obligations. But the story doesn't stop there, because these measures can be justified under Article 20 if they are necessary to protect the environment, and now we're looking at Article 20b, or they relate to the conservation of exhaustible natural resources and are made effective in conjunction with restrictions on domestic production or consumption, and then we're looking at Article 20g. And both for measures that would be provisionally justified under 20b or under 20g, there is, of course, the requirement under the chapeau that in their application, they do not constitute arbitrary or unjustifiable discrimination. This is all very familiar territory for you. But what do we learn from this? What does this mean, especially the last thing, arbitrary or unjustifiable discrimination? Well, in our opinion, if you read the case law well, it means that if a WTO member does not take into account in designing and implementing a trade-related climate measure, if that member does not take into account the conditions in trading partners, or does not take into account relevant measures taken by these trading partners, that measure and the application of that measure may constitute arbitrary discrimination. May constitute arbitrary discrimination. Much will depend on the actual facts in a particular case. Secondly, we think that if a WTO member does not undertake serious efforts to negotiate solutions with affecting trading partners before resorting to unilateral trade-related climate measures, well, again, we think that this may constitute an application of a measure that is, in this case, unjustifiable discrimination. Now, what I saw, and this is me learning something about environmental law, yeah, because I thought that the wording should constitute arbitrary or unjustifiable discrimination or a disguised restriction on trade, and that was really WTO law, GATT and WTO law, and only there. But you see it in Article 3.5 of the UN Framework Convention. We see that it states there, measures taken to combat climate change, and I quote, should not constitute arbitrary or unjustifiable discrimination or a disguised restriction on trade. So it's a principle that is also present in environmental law. Coming to my last principle, and that's the principle of cooperation. Obviously also a principle of international law, both international law relating to climate change and WTO law. I can be brief here. You find it reflected in the preamble again, the preamble of the UN Framework Convention, where it states the global nature of climate change calls for the widest possible cooperation and so on. Yeah. If you look at WTO law, WTO policy, already in 1996, and for WTO, that's very early days. In 1996, the WTO Committee on Trade and Environment also called for cooperation. That call for cooperation is also reflected in the case law, and I invite you to look at the appellate body report in US Shrimp, a report that was adopted by the DSB in 1998 already. What do we, or should we, think of when we talk about cooperation? Well, at the very least, I think we should be thinking of advance notice of measures that you're considering, giving sufficient time for comment and good faith consultations, and assistance with implementation. And with that, I'm happy to conclude on my 3 principles.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Peter, for taking us through those. It's now my pleasure to introduce Mekan Bengi, who is a professor of international law here at the University of Geneva, and equally a truly eminent professor of international public law and environmental law. Over to you, Mekan.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Caroline, and Excellencies, distinguished delegates, dear colleagues and friends. Good afternoon. Allow me to start maybe by re-emphasizing that the trade regime, the environment regime, and the climate regime all call for mutual supportiveness between those 3 regimes. Mutual supportiveness. I think it's a very important point to keep for the discussion here. So the question for us, of course, is how do you achieve, or how do you foster mutual supportiveness in terms of principles? I think that there are 3 cumulative ways to ensure mutual supportiveness between those 3 regimes. The first one is ensuring that principles of general international law, such as cooperation and sovereignty, that apply in the trade context and in the climate context are fully taken into account when designing trade-related climate measures. The second way for ensuring mutual supportiveness is, of course, ensuring that some of the most fundamental principles of WTO law, such as prohibition of arbitrary and unjustifiable discrimination, apply for environmental protection in general, but also for climate action in particular. And then the third way to ensure mutual supportiveness is by ensuring that some of the most fundamental principles of international environmental law or of climate law apply in the context of trade. And this is in relation to the third way that the report has focused on 2 very important principles of international environmental law and also of climate law. And those 2 very important principles are, of course, the principle of prevention and the principle of sustainable development. Prevention, I think I'm not going to stay too long on that. I think we all know here that prevention is a part of customary international law. And what prevention requires from state is that they act in due diligence, that state makes sure that activities under their jurisdiction or control do not cause significant harm to the environment of other states. So states have due diligence that all activities, including trade activities under their jurisdiction or control, do not cause significant harm to the environment of other states. So this is one of the fundamental principles, of course, that has been identified. The second fundamental principle of international environmental law I mentioned is the principle of sustainable development. Sustainable development since 1992 with the United Nations conference, Rio Conference on Environment and Development, has become a core principle of the international legal system. And sustainable development is about equity. And this is why on the slide you have sustainable development followed by equity. Sustainable development is about equity, two types of equity. The first type of equity is what we call intergenerational equity, making sure that present generations can satisfy their needs without compromising the needs of future generations. This is the intergenerational equities part of sustainable development. But there is a second type of equity that is entailed by sustainable development, and it's what we call intragenerational equity. So reducing the gaps within present generation, reducing the gaps between the developed world and the developing world. And so this is one very important aspect of sustainable development. And it's so important that in Rio, the international community formulated a new principle called the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities, CBDR, which is about two things. First, recognizing that not all countries have contributed to the same level to the degradation of the global environment or to the degradation of the climate system. And because of that, some countries, namely developed states, should take the lead in combating climate change. Second thing that is entailed by CBDR is that developed states, when adopting measures in relation to environmental protection, need to take into account the needs of developing countries and need to reduce as much as possible the impacts or the negative impacts that their measures can have on developing countries. And so this is the reason why CBDR is so important when discussing trade climate measures, because as we know, those trade climate measures can have negative impacts on developing countries. Now, just to conclude, I think I started by saying that these two principles, sustainable development, prevention, are principles of international environmental law and of climate law. But I think it's important to keep in mind that those principles are also reflected in the trade regime. If you take, for instance, sustainable development, the preamble of the Marrakesh Agreement establishing the WTO makes an explicit reference to the objective of sustainable development. When it comes to CBDR, a lot of provisions in the WTO are about special and differential treatment, taking into account the needs of developing countries. And I speak under your control. Even the WTO appellate body has said that in order to avoid arbitrary or unjustifiable discrimination, it's important to take into account the different conditions that may arise in certain countries, which is some of them developmental conditions. So these principles are reflected in both international environmental law, climate law, and trade law. And this is the same for the principle of transparency and consultation, which is another important principle among the 6 principles that have been analyzed in the report. Transparency and consultation, this is another reflection of the all bridges that have to be built between trade, climate, and environment, because transparency, yes, is very important in international environmental law. It's about public participation, access to information, but we also know that it's very important in the context of trade. And I think that I don't have here to recall all the rules regarding transparency in the different WTO agreements. So all that to say that if we want to assess properly the design and implementation of trade-related climate measures today, it's very important to engage into what I would call systemic integration. Systemic integration of the trade regime, of the environment regime, and of the climate regime. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, McCann, and thank you to all three for having presented that on behalf of our group today. And I hope you're all looking forward to seeing the report, which hopefully we will launch publicly by the end of June. But with that, what I'm going to do is ask our panelists. Actually, can we clap for our panelists? And just before we move to our discussions, I also wanted to acknowledge our colleague Eleanor, who was there, who was a rapporteur for our group and really did tremendous work helping the group with the drafting of this process. So a lot of credit goes to her for our final outcome. So now what I'm going to ask is our panelists to step down, our guests to come up as discussants to the panel, and then we have around 5 minutes each from each of those speaking to reflect. We've asked them 2 questions or 2 points, really just to reflect on their views on the relevance of this, of these principles, and how and if they may help us promote dialogue around these issues here in the multilateral context. So first up, we'll just ask them to come up, please. Yes. Yes. Super. Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador. No. No? Thank you. Oh, he can go here. Let's switch. Easy. Ah, okay. Yeah, good idea. Sure. Okay, so now we're up to phase 2 of our discussion. Thank you again to our ambassadors. We also have our colleague Jacob Workman, who is going to join us online, where he's at the climate negotiations in Bonn, but we're very grateful that he also joined us from the EU. So just to know, Jake, that you're not forgotten up there on the screen. We'll get to you shortly. So first, I'm going to invite Ambassador Akatsoy from the Turkish mission to the WTO to offer your reflections.
Thank you and good afternoon. I would like to thank the Colombian mission and TESS for this important panel and bringing the much needed discussion on the issue of principles and parameters in the design and implementation of trade-related climate measures. Thank you also for all the presentations that were very informative and set a good stage for a lively discussion. As a global transponder challenge, combating climate change and mitigating its impacts has been an important agenda item for us all for a while now. We set our goals and targets within the framework of the Paris Agreement. However, based on recent studies, governments acknowledge the urgency to raise ambition in tackling climate change. With this understanding, many countries updated their nationally determined contributions, including Turkey, which also committed to net zero by 2053 in COP27 last year. So our goals are set, but so are the principles that have to guide us in meeting them. While we are pursuing the goals we determined in international environmental agreements, including the Paris Agreement, we cannot ignore the principles we agreed upon in pursuing them. This is very much true in the trade and environment nexus. Trade-related climate measures and policies that aim to achieve environmental goals as a result of their hybrid nature must simultaneously meet the rules and principles set in international trade and environment law. We believe that discussing and agreeing on the principles and parameters that should form the basis upon which our measures and policies must be built is crucial. We believe that this should be applicable to the design of trade-related climate measures in all different types, whether these be standards, conformity assessment procedures, import licenses, or carbon border adjustment. Then we will be able to check our measures against this and act in collaboration. To elaborate on what Turkey considers to be among these guiding principles and parameters, we can start with collaborative, inclusive, multilateral action. International cooperation in tackling an issue such as climate change that is transboundary in nature is essential for achieving effective results. As determined by the WTO and other international organizations, there are already a lot of different policies implemented by countries on carbon pricing, measurement of embedded carbons, and environmental standards, leading to fragmentation in international trade. All this can cause trade tensions while creating uncertainty and high administrative burdens, making trading difficult, especially for SMEs around the world. Thus, cooperation at the international level is essential for applying most effective policies to combat climate change while ensuring minimum negative impacts on international trade and development. An important dimension in international cooperation has to be keeping in mind countries' diverse concerns and different developmental levels in the making of rules. Measures by diverse developing countries for green transition must be accommodated, taking into account different strengths, weakness of their economies, levels of resources, and responsibilities. This brings us to the common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities, principle for equity. This principle is in fact the basis upon which the whole system of NDCs were built. In environmental law, we are talking about a structure which is bottom-up, based on countries' differential responses, capabilities, and historical responsibilities. Each country accepts its role in combating climate change and pursues a green transition process in its own pace through its own national strategy based on its developmental level, available resources, and capabilities. These are reflected in the NDCs, and ignoring CBRD in the design of TRCMs and imposing measures to meet our NDCs on other equals to ignoring the basis of international environmental law, including the Paris Agreement. Of course, TRCMs should also be in line with the WTO rules and principles, including transparency, non-discrimination, and not constituting a disguised restriction on international trade, not creating unnecessary obstacles to trade, and not being more trade restrictive than necessary to fulfill their legitimate objective. Thus, combining the principles from international environmental and trade law is the way forward in designing our TRCMs. I believe this report and our discussions will help to chart the way in such possible work. It will be worth continuing these discussions within the framework of the CTE. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. I'm going to turn directly now to Ambassador Lee, who's a permanent representative of China to the WTO. Thank you.
Thank you, Karin. Firstly, I would like to thank the Columbia Mission and the TESS for co-organizing this important event. And congratulations for Dr. Karin and the International Expert Group for the forthcoming report, and also thank the experts for the excellent presentation. Today, no one can deny that the climate change is already a pressing global challenge. Last winter, my colleagues skied much less than previous winters because there was much less snow around Geneva. A snow-free Switzerland seems not just a sensational news in media. Last June, actually 1 year before, when we had a MC12, we all suffered the hot weather in the green room, in the various meeting rooms. We don't know how about Geneva this summer, but I have already been told in China, people will suffer extreme hot weather this year. If we are to go to Arctic or Antarctic, I believe it would make us even more anxious. With the urgent need to take actions, we see increasing implementation of trade-related climate measures by members, and even more under consideration. As highlighted in the report, those measures are of hybrid legal nature, with both environment and trade dimensions. This means when such measures are taken, they should be in line with principles and the rules agreed under the UN framework and the WTO. They should by no means undermine or even deprive of other members' rights, especially developing members, or create so-called green barriers by imposing arbitrary or unjustifiable discrimination or restrictions on trade. Actually, the issue ahead of us is not the fight between the trade law and the environmental law. Actually, it's a cooperation coordination between the trade law and the environmental law. Although I need more time to read the report, I want to appreciate the efforts made by TESS and the international expert group to identify the 6 principles, taking both international environmental law and trade law into account. This, I would say, is a good starting point for further dialogue and cooperation on trade-related climate measures, especially some new imaging policy tools. For example, the carbon pricing that members have serious concerns over. This is also a good reminder of some key principles, such as CBDR and the UN framework, and the non-discrimination of WTO, etc. Accordingly, if a measure requires developing members to have the same carbon emissions for a product as the developing members for the same one, obviously, such measure run counter to CBDRC. We do see the value of this report in the current context. With a good momentum to revitalize the CTE, members generally agree to have more focused thematic discussions to enhance transparency of those measures. We share the same view with Colombia that one of the thematic sessions could be on the principles for the design and the implementation of trade-related climate measures. I would suggest to invite TESS as an external stakeholder to make a presentation after the report is formally released. If members could not reach consensus on binding principles, at least we could explore for guiding principles based on the discussion so as to ease tensions among members on those climate measures. China also contributes to the current CTE discussion by submitting a proposal. We suggest the multilateral dedicated discussions on trade-related environment measures from 5 perspectives, including legal basis, policy design and implementation, environmental effects, trade impacts, and inclusiveness. We also further elaborate on our idea with one specific case study to show how to deepen multilateral discussions with a view to enhancing transparency and common understanding, improving the conformity with WTO rules and basic principles of international law, and relieving trade tensions. Global challenge needs global solution. The WTO is part of the international community, as emphasized by DG Ngozi last November. We cannot afford to leave trade and the WTO behind when it comes to climate actions. To this end, I would like to offer my advice in A, B, C. A is action. The WTO should enhance its role in coordinating standards and provide greater market access opportunities, especially for environmentally friendly goods and services. B is boundary. The WTO should specifically focus on addressing environmental issues from a trade perspective, without overstepping its own boundaries and establishing boundaries to prevent protectionism disguised measures. C is cooperation. Combating climate change is never a lone battle, and we cannot fight alone. Through this ABC, we can fulfill our mandate and contribute effectively to addressing climate change while promoting international trade and sustainable development. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Lee. I'm now going to turn to our guest online, who is Jacob Workman, who is the EU Principal Advisor in DG Klima. And for those who are not aware, DG Klima is the part of the European Commission that's responsible for climate policy. Jake, you have the floor.
Thanks very much, Carolyn. Can you hear me well?
Can you hear me, Jake? We can't hear you yet.
You can't. Okay. Let me try something else. Can you hear me now?
Sorry.
Okay. 'Cause, 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 'cause,
You can start, Jake. Sorry, it's my fault. I'm not an experienced person here at the WTO with my headset. Sorry.
So we need more cooperation.
We need more cooperation. Exactly.
So everybody could hear me except for Carolyn.
Yes.
Okay, great. Well, thanks, Ambassador, and thank you, Tess and the experts, and Carolyn in particular, for arranging for me to join you here from Bonn, where, as many of you know, we are addressing some of these very same principles and the challenges in implementing these principles, sometimes with a different set of vocabulary and sometimes with a different set of priorities. But let me start by saying these principles are incredibly important to our work as well as designing an international regime of public international law. I would like to immediately agree with the ambassador that spoke before me to add those three principles to our work as well. Action is something definitely that the European Union is committed to. Boundaries, definitely respect the different jurisdictional boundaries of this regime here in Bonn, the Framework Convention, and the responsibilities that we've been given to the WTO in particular to design trade rules and to resolve disputes there. And of course, the EU is always fully committed to international cooperation. The principles that you've outlined in your report are extremely important. They provide guidance and inspiration to the development of law in many fields. They play a role in building bridges and constructing compromises, as they certainly did in the Paris Agreement and the Framework Convention. But they can also leave behind contested meaning, part of what we call the constructive ambiguity of international diplomacy, that can both lubricate our negotiations, make them run smoother, but can also gum up, in certain circumstances, later efforts at implementation. So as we move from principles to the design of specific treaties, and then from treaties to the design of specific policies to implement our obligations, these contested understandings of what the underlying principle mean can lead to some real world tensions. I think that the positive side of this is that if tensions are rising today, it's a sign of the growing efforts by parties to the Paris Agreement to implement their obligations, not to just set goals, not just to come forward with those nationally determined contributions that other speakers have referred to, but actually put the policies in place to achieve those targets. This is at last happening at scale. And as a result of that, we're seeing some trade-related impacts happening as well. So we recognize how these principles have shaped Paris and how these principles have shaped the EU's response to Paris. For example, the principle of sovereignty and the principle of CBDR-RC have led to the choice by the Paris parties to nationally determine our contributions, but at the same time to encourage certain countries and certain parties, and this includes the European Union, to move forward with ambitious actions to put in place as high as possible levels of ambition in terms of our own NDC, while recognizing that others have different starting points and will have to catch up in terms of their level of ambition when they are ready to do so. This leads almost inevitably to the kind of asymmetry of the levels of climate ambition across different jurisdictions, and this in turn can lead to tensions along the lines of trade tensions as we seek to ensure that as we put in place our more ambitious climate policies, we're not inadvertently leading to the rise of emissions elsewhere. That's just a natural evolution of the way in which the policies and principles that we've just been discussing have led to differences of level of ambition and therefore the need for trade-related climate measures to be put in place to shore up the effectiveness of climate-related policies. Should these tensions lead to disputes as to the application of WTO rules between Paris parties, we have designed our measures in such a way to survive the test of such challenges, and we will have no difficulty, in our view, demonstrating that the EU remains committed to open markets, to transparent policies, to measures that have been put in place to achieve specific and justifiable environmental objectives that are both well-reasoned and justifiable, and that do take into account relevant conditions prevailing in the country of export. So all of these principles have applied in the design of these treaties, and for the EU will continue to apply in the implementation of our policies as well. Completely agree with all the calls for the need for ongoing conversations and ongoing and deepening cooperation as we face this new challenge that, as I said, is a good sign because it's a sign that more and more jurisdictions are taking their climate responsibilities seriously, putting in place policies, helping to achieve the Paris Agreement goals. So thanks again for the opportunity to join you and to make some reflections on the report that was prepared, and looking forward to working with other colleagues that I see in the room today representing us from DG Trade in deepening cooperation on both climate action and respect for the WTO rules and system.
Great. Thank you very much, Jake, for joining us and also for showing that it's possible at the national level to have cooperation between climate and trade colleagues, which is something that I think we all will need to see more of as these discussions move forward. Finally, I'm going to turn to Ambassador Mina, who is a permanent representative of Australia to the WTO, to offer last remarks. I believe that Ambassador from Mauritius may rejoin us, but we're not sure. So I'm just going to turn directly to Ambassador Mina. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Carolyn, and thank you to our distinguished panel today. Let's recognize what we have before us. What we have before us in this report is nothing less than a historic achievement. It's a historic achievement by an eminent group, an extraordinarily eminent group of public international lawyers. And it's a historic achievement by an eminent group in pursuit of a noble cause, and one that is urgent. And we know a little bit about the eminence of this group by their qualifications. We also know that there's a lot of lawyers in this room, and you're all eminent people. And you can tell you're eminent people because your footnotes are usually longer than the text. And that's the case. That is the case for this report. The footnotes are usually longer than the text in the report. But it is a very eminent and important topic indeed, and one that's very urgent. As my colleagues have said, it's one that we're all committed to. Our governments are all committed to. It's time to act. And one of the sources for those scholars of public international law in the room, one of the sources of public international law is, of course, state practice. So we have now the capacity to shape that practice and to shape those principles. So I've been asked to be a bit of a discussion, I think, fire starter, you said, Carolyn. Well, I hope I don't start any fires here today, but I will try and start a bit of discussion. I want to point to 4 topics for us to think about. The first is tension. I think Professor van der Bosche was saying that he felt like he was living on a different planet when he started the project. And there are different tensions between these different regimes. Let's not shy away from that. The job is to bring them into better alignment. That's what we want. That's what my ambassadorial colleagues have just said. We need to bring them into alignment, because if we don't, we will fail in our pursuit of the protection of the planet. So we need to deal with those tensions, identify them and iron them out. That's my first proposition. My second proposition is there's a question about the order of these 6 principles. I was a bit disappointed, I have to say. Professors, when I saw cooperation down at number 4, I get it. I get that sovereignty's got to be number 1. There's a question about the order in my mind. Are they the right order? Have we missed anything? What about coherence? What about coherence at the national level? I'll come back to that one. So that's my second discussion point. My third one is about the need for coordination to make sure that we are all pushing in the same direction, and doing that in a way that focuses on the on the coherence question. I think we've all heard a little bit about some of the tools that we have at the WTO. We know about tariffs and some of the aspects of the carbon border adjustment mechanisms and how they sit with the non-discrimination principle. What about subsidies and how they fit with coherence and cooperation? And we're all saying we want to save the planet. We're all saying we want to help the poor, but are these tools being used in the right way? Sometimes they're not. Sometimes if you pour $800 billion of agricultural subsidies onto the land, you're going to get suboptimal climate outcomes, to put it politely. The coherence needs to be there. And the fourth point I'll make is one about making sure we do this in a manner that is pragmatic and urgent. And I'd like to talk a little bit about that too in the discussion. I think there are fields of effort on carbon calculation, on standards, on guarantees of origin. There are fields of effort on subsidies. Translating these 6 or more principles into practice, I think, is the urgent challenge. And let's make sure that our state practice is up to our principles. Therefore, potential areas of discussion, Carolyn, and I look forward to the debate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Mina. It's now my pleasure to pass to our last discussant, who is Ambassador Dwaka Kanabadi, who is the permanent representative of Mauritius to the UN office here in Geneva. Thank you, Ambassador, for joining us.
Thanks, Caroline. I was going to start by saying that I agree with all the principles outlined by you, so I won't discuss that. And I think we can express our support for it. But allow me, since I'm the last speaker, just a bit more provocative and to say, I'm not sure there is a fight between environmental lawyers and trade lawyers. Where are these trade rules? They're in WTO and UNCITRAL at the most. Where are multilateral trade rules otherwise? They're mostly bilateral in nature. The problem is that we are caught between a bunch of politicians in developed and developing countries. And each side decides to create regulations and rules in direct proportion to the number of votes they can have based on that. So sometimes they're more flexible, sometimes they're less flexible, and sometimes they can give flexibility to certain countries, but not to other countries. Behind this motivation is a motivation of, can I also use this perhaps to keep out the bad guys, those really competing with me and those who don't necessarily act the way that I want. So that's another motivation that we think is there, but might not be there. It's our suspicion that it might be there. So the market flexibility then gets changed according to that. Indeed, you give us market access. What we sell, you do not buy. What we can sell, you change the market conditions to make it impossible for me to sell. So it becomes a difficult battle for us. Now, when you're a small country like Mauritius and you hardly produce anything at all, and you have to import all your entrants to produce something, like nobody knows here, but we are big exporters of cashmere and jewelry, then your carbon emission on one particular product, you don't know. It's that person who's producing it there that does it. So when we raise the question, they say, but you know, the importer from whom you're getting that is the person who will tell us how much carbon emissions there is on that particular product. But then if my source is not a good one, not registered on your calendar, I have to go and find an alternative one. Who will find that for me? Who wants to sell to small Mauritius a few thousand tons or a few thousand kilos or whatever it is? So all the added burden of that. Now, this conversation can be had differently. A lot of people say to me, you know, why are you worried about CBAM? It concerns only steel, cement, and what have you, for the time being, right? It doesn't really concern even services for the time being. It might be transport. The question is that if we agree that we are the saviors of the world in between those bad politicians in both developing countries trying to do something, how do we save them like we saved the dolphins 20 years ago, right, Peter? 20 years ago, we said we were friendly to the dolphins, so we had Article 20 to help us do that. So what do we do now? What is it that we agree upon? It's not in WTO. It's at COP and it's NDCs. So if you were to carve out trade rules, to me, the most logical thing would have been, look at what you're doing there and what common trade rules could be carved out around that. what you agreed upon at COP28. When you start looking at trade rules outside the common agreement, you start having problems. The common objective should have been the thing that binds us together and takes us forward. And conversations like this one, I think, helps us to move in that direction. I think, and to do better than that. The other thing perhaps that we think we need to be doing is that we talk about CBDR, but this needs to apply across the board. In WTO, the negotiations on environment are not within the corridor on trade and environment. George just said it. It's agriculture. It's also fisheries. People behave as though the subsidies on fisheries do not affect environment. They do. So it's got to be the same principle, the same standard all across the negotiations, and common but differentiated responsibility must be that those who contribute less, whether it's in agriculture or fisheries, also pay less. So that's the only provocative thought I had. I thought I wanted to share it with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador, and thank you to all of you who have commented. Maybe we could just give them an applause of thanks for joining us. Thank you very much. I'm going to ask our three panelists to come back up, and you, you can stay here if you wish. George, do you want to all stay? No, you want to go? Okay, fine. We bring our panelists back. Okay, great. So while we're doing the choreography, I open the floor for any comments, reflections from those of you who've joined us and been patiently listening. You could just offer a reflection. If you have a question for our expert group members who are here, they'll be happy to take those as well. Please don't be shy. Sure, please. Our colleague from Peru, please.
Muchas gracias, Caroline. En primer lugar, quería agradecer a la misión de Colombia y al TES por la organización de este evento tan interesante, y me voy a permitir tratar de saciar una curiosidad personal, dado que tenemos estos panelistas con nosotros. Hace poco leía un artículo de un profesor de Derecho Internacional Medioambiental de la Universidad Diego Portales de Chile, llamado Juan Pablo Aristegui. Y quisiera leer un párrafo de uno de sus trabajos en el que menciona lo siguiente. El CBDR, como se dijo anteriormente, no es exclusivo del derecho internacional del medio ambiente y por lo mismo no deriva del régimen del cambio climático. De hecho, es posible identificarlo primeramente en el área del derecho internacional del comercio, el Acuerdo General relativo a aranceles y el comercio, el GATT, tanto en su versión del 47 como del 95. Que permiten algunas discriminaciones en favor de países menos adelantados, como ocurre con el sistema generalizado de preferencias que permite el ingreso de ciertos productos con arancel cero a aquellos países que conceden dichas preferencias. Es decir, el profesor Aristegui, con esta interpretación, creo que va un poco más allá de identificar los elementos comunes del CBDR y el trato especial y diferenciado. Yo me atrevería a decir que él postula incluso que el trato especial y diferenciado es una suerte de precursor del CBDR. Entonces quería aprovechar la presencia de tan distinguidos panelistas para conocer su opinión al respecto. Muchas gracias.
Well, I would really like to do justice to the reflections of Professor Aristide. I haven't read the article, and honestly, as I said, I would like to do justice in making any comment on it by reading it first attentively. Yeah, it's a very first reaction would be, I agree with about half of it, but he may convince me to agree with everything.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or reflections? Yes, please, Louis from the UK.
Hi, thank you, Columbia and Tess, for organizing this fascinating event. To the panelists and everyone who's worked on the report, and to the ambassadors as well for their reflections. Really looking forward to reading the report in greater detail. Just a couple questions, clarification, if the panelists don't mind. You suggested in your slides, in one of the slides, I think, that the appellate body have considered sustainable development, equity, and CBDR in the interpretation of GATT Article 20. I was wondering if you could elaborate a bit more on that. I'm not sure I quite understood it based on the slide. And could you also perhaps provide an explanation about how the concept of CBDR has evolved from the initial UNFCCC treaty to the Paris Agreement? Because I understand that it's not necessarily a static concept, but I'm sure you could give a fuller explanation. Thank you.
Thank you, Louis. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask Professor Benge to reply on the issue of the UNFCCC, because he's the most expert on the climate regime here. And then I'll ask Peter to respond to your question about the decision. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I could also respond on appellate body jurisprudence.
Sorry. See, we have mixed expertise here.
Yes, no, but on the appellate body, and I'm sure that Professor Van den Bosch will add, the case law of the WTO appellate body has actually recognized that the objective of sustainable development is an integral objective of the WTO agreement. If you take the report of the appellate body in the shrimp case in 1998, the appellate body was very clear about that. And the appellate body didn't just limit itself at recognizing that sustainable development is an objective in the system, but it also says that that objective needs to inform the interpretation of the rights and obligations in the WTO. And we remember that it's because of the objective of sustainable development that actually the appellate body in the shrimps case engaged into evolutionary interpretation of the expression exhaustible natural resources, which used to be limited only to non-biological resources. And then because the agreement, the WTO agreement explicitly refers to the objective of sustainable development, the AB went into looking into international environmental law to determine whether today exhaustible natural resources encompass biological resources. And it found that yes, and adopted an evolutionary interpretation. So I think that the case law of the WTO appellate body actually recognized that sustainable development may be a principle for interpreting rights and obligations in the club. And then I will leave to Professor Van den Bosch to come back on the link between CBDR and the case law. But then the evolution of CBDR in climate change law, yes, there has been an evolution. In 1992, when the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change was concluded, CBDR was only called Common but Differentiated Responsibilities and Respective Capabilities. So it was the notion. And now with the Paris Agreement, actually, the Paris Agreement is saying it, but it started with the Lima COP. It was already in COP 20 in Lima that the parties to the UNFCCC came with a new formulation of CBDR, which is CBDR in light of different national circumstances. So CBDR, comma, in light of different national circumstances. So in my view, it is an evolution in terms of formulation, but it does not change. It does not change the pillars of CBDR. The pillars of CBDR since 1992 are the same. First, that developed states need to take the lead because not all countries have contributed to the same level to the degradation of the climate system. And second pillar of CBDR is that when developed states in particular are contemplating the design of climate measures, they need to make sure that those measures do not impede or do not undermine the developmental potential of developing countries. So those two pillars are still there. It's just that now with the addition of in light of different national circumstances, we recognize that not all developing countries are at the same are in the same situation to invoke CBDR. We know that some developing countries are contributing much more than some others in terms of emissions of greenhouse gases. So now the idea is that when you apply CBDR to developing countries, you need to determine which country is contributing more than the other in the application of CBDR. So you have more variable geometry among developing countries than we used to have under the UNFCCC. So this is what I would say about the evolution.
Thank you very much, McCann. I'm going to turn to Peter if you want to add on the question about the appellate body, please.
Well, as usual, once McCann has talked about and spoken about WTO law, I have very little to add. I think he said it all. The US shrimp case is, I think, a highly topical case for our purposes. And we probably didn't realize at the time how important it would be in the future. And that makes some people somewhat nervous in the sense that say, well, you can't read that sentence or these sentences in this way, the way in which we now present it and we read it, because it was not really intended at the time. Well, I think it's very useful. There's very useful and wise language in there. And I'm referring in particular to well, we don't have the slides anymore, but it is on my slides. And I'm sorry to hear that the sentence was not clear. I'll look at it again. But the United States had this import prohibition on shrimp that was fished in a way that, well, without using TETs, turtle exclusive devices. That measure was clearly WTO inconsistent. They tried to justify it under Article 20G. McCann already pointed out that the appellate body showed courage by having an evolutionary interpretation of Article 20G. It found that the measure was provisionally justified, the US measure was provisionally justified, and then looked at the chapeau. Under the chapeau, you look at the way in which the measure is applied. And then the appellate body said, oh, wait a minute, the United States applies its provisionally justified import prohibition in a very harsh way, a very inflexible way, in a way in which, and that's the wording that is useful today, a way that did not take into account at all the local conditions in India, Pakistan, Malaysia, and Thailand, the 4 complainants. And therefore, it found, the appellate body found, that the application of this provisionally justified measure constituted arbitrary discrimination. I think we can learn from this. We should learn from this. And this is why I think, yeah, we have it already in the case law. Perhaps we should then build on it. And now I'm going to make another call for a reestablished WTO dispute settlement system, fully functioning.
To dive in on that. And then I think we have time probably for 2 or 3 more comments or questions. I'll turn to you next.
My comment is just very brief. And I think, you know, it's always a humbling experience sitting next to your former boss and a professor that's as erudite as well as McCann. But I think one of the things that was very clear to me, and I'm speaking not as part of the group, but rather in my own capacity based on conversations that I've had about the CBDR RC in the context of the WTO is people still find that it's the hook. The real question is, where's the hook? And there's a sense of frustration also that you would have to test a measure through its consistency with the obligations under the GATT, and only at the level of the chapeau could you then apply CBDR with this kind of textual hook. And I think this is a great place to start. And I think some of the things that we said, I said, is that we as a group felt very strongly that we are seeing the laws as they are. We're looking for the hooks in case law as well as in provisions as they are, but there is a need, I think, now to move beyond confining CBDR just to provisions that may or may not be tested as a matter of jurisprudence or in the context of a case in the hook of an exceptional provision. And somehow, I guess we're throwing it out to the negotiating community to think really creatively. And I think that's somewhat in line, Ambassador, with what you're saying, is to bring it beyond just exceptional. And that's, I think that's really Elena's thesis in her book, to the principles that can be used much more proactively and can be actually engaged and endorsed and discussed in the context of promotional measures that actually would allow developing countries to take measures that are consistent with an appreciation of these principles. As I said, this is me off the cuff, but just thinking that these are some of the areas that the community can move towards.
For everybody, we should read Elena Sima's book.
Great plug.
The report would not have been there without her as a rapporteur. Chapeau.
Thank you again. I now have our colleague from Brazil, and then Madeline from the EU, and then I see Nick also, please. And then I think we probably have to draw to a close or we'll lose our translators, and I promise to end on time. Please go ahead.
All right, thank you. Thanks very much for this presentation. I have a question about one of your slides, the one where you explain one of the principle of sustainable development, equity, and CBDR. In the last bullet point of that slide, you state that, I'm quoting here, consideration of equity and CBDR-RC would lead member implementing a trade-related climate measure to support developing countries and LDCs with both the means and the time to comply. So I have two separate questions. The first is, would consideration of equity and CBDR be consistent with the suggestion that you appear to make here that the developing country or the LDC would nevertheless have to comply with a standard that may not necessarily be appropriate to its circumstances? Because here we refer to that at the end, that the member implementing should or would support developing country and LDCs with the means and time to comply. So I assume to comply with the trade restrictive measure. So that's the first question, whether the suggestion that it should comply is consistent with CBDR in the first place. And the second question is whether or what would you have in mind when you suggest that the member implementing the trade restrictive measure should support developing countries and LDCs with the means to comply? For example, if you take the example of a member which puts in place a CBAM, for example, what would you have in mind with a reference to means? So what would that, how would that work in practice to support a developing country or an LDC with the means to comply with CBAMs? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. You see, this is the danger of slides. I actually never teach with slides, but I had to be into mutual supportiveness with Tess here. No, but I think that it's a simplification what is in the slide. Of course, the idea there was to say that CBDR implies that developed states, because they have to take the lead, and this is what the UNFCCC says. This is what the Paris Agreement says also, that developed states have to take the lead, and taking the lead means technology transfer, means capacity building, means technical assistance, means financial assistance. And so when trade-related climate measures are being designed, in light of CBDR, it is expected that if those measures require from developing countries to make certain adjustments to the trade-related climate measures, assuming, of course, that the measure at stake is compatible with WTO law, then you can understand why the slide is saying that it would entail to a certain extent support in terms of means for implementation, etc. But of course, the idea here is not to say that a developing country in the name of CBDR would have the obligation to comply with the trade-related climate measures that is actually simply illegal or incompatible with WTO law, and then you would still need to comply because you are helped to comply with what is illegal. There is no obligation under international law to comply with what is manifestly illegal. So sorry for the oversimplification. Thank you.
Thank you very much, McCann. I had Madeline next, please.
Thank you. Maybe I should start by saying that we firmly consider that CBAM is manifestly compatible with the WTO. And if there's one member that has been from the beginning here saying we want to engage, cooperate, I hope we send that signal. I'm trying to intellectually digest what you're saying, because what I do know is that CBDR indicates that we have common responsibilities in terms of achieving the objective of UNFCCC and Paris, and that the responsibilities and capabilities differ. That I understand, but what I don't understand is how you translate this. I mean, this is by now imported into a WTO context. And I'm trying to travel from SDT, a principle to which we are deeply attached. I understand shrimps. I understand also that that has an impact. And actually, that's what we do when we assess the design of our measures. We do assess what's the impact on developing countries. We do assess transitional periods and the capacity building needed. But I don't see how one can put that CBDR into this other box. That's where I have difficulties in understanding, because this is where you get into the discussions and the question that you have here. I have a right for an exemption. No, you're busy with climate objectives. It's not to be exempted and to be more polluting to a climate measure. So the transfer of CBDR to what we are here, I have difficulties understanding that.
So I have one more comment from the floor, if it can be very, very quick, and then I need to offer the panel because we're supposed to close exactly now. So Nick, who is also a member of our expert group, did you have a comment or a question?
Thanks. I had several comments that I wanted to make. I'll try and tear through them quickly if I may. The first one is, and I'm going to pick up Ambassador Mina's framework. The first one is on tensions. I think in the trade, I come from a trade background. I've been involved in international environmental law for a few years now. And I think as a trade lawyer, as trade lawyers, we tend to have looked at international environmental law as setting out objectives for environmental protection and nothing else. And I think people in the environmental world often look at trade law as setting out an agenda for free trade and nothing else. And I think one of the insights of this group is to bridge that gap. Just as trade law, for those of us in this room who are trade lawyers, just as trade law is not just about free trade, it's about how to go about trade. There's a lot of obligations, there's a lot of rights, there's a balance of rights and obligations that are struck within that world that tell us how we should pursue trade. Environmental law is the same. It's not just about the objective of protecting the environment. There are principles, there are rules that have been established over a very long period of time that strike a balance of rights and obligations between states. And what the report tries to do is to bridge those two worlds and to provide a principled basis for all of the members in the WTO to pursue a healthy, constructive discussion about how to integrate the balance of rights and obligations that's struck in those two worlds. And it's perfectly possible. In fact, I think it's legally required and within the two regimes. The second point that I wanted to make was Ambassador Mina's point about the order of the principles. And I wanted to highlight a relationship between some of the principles. So he mentioned sovereignty and he mentioned cooperation. In fact, those are two sides of the same coin. And this is a point I would like to add to what Professor van den Bossche said about cooperation. It's not just consultation. Cooperation is engaging meaningfully as a sovereign equal with other sovereign equals in a conversation about how to resolve a particular problem. And so sovereignty and cooperation are closely entwined. The third point I wanted to make is on policy coordination. And I wanted to just highlight something that has always struck me as a curiosity when it comes to carbon pricing. I think we probably all agree that carbon pricing is a great tool to try to reduce emissions. What I find perverse is the policies that provide subsidies for fossil fuels, because it goes exactly in the opposite direction. And there are many developed members who attach importance to carbon pricing, including at the border, who are engaged also within their own markets in subsidizing fossil fuels. And that seems to me to be a factor that we should take into account as we think about trade-related climate measures. The final point that I wanted to make is on CBDR, and it's effectively on what I would call a just and inclusive transition. And the point that I want to make is not about international law, it's about domestic law. If you look at the ways that countries are pursuing the green transition, when they have the means to do so, they are not just doing it with regulatory sticks. They are doing it with extensive regulatory carrots. And if I may take the European Union as an example, which is one of the leaders when it comes to action for climate change, the European Union is 1 to 2 minutes, Carolyn, please. The European Union is pursuing extensive measures to support what it calls itself a domestic, just and inclusive transition, which includes, for example, in the effort sharing regulation, differentiated burdens within the European Union according to the level of economic development of EU member states. It is something which internally is conceptually very similar to common but differentiated responsibilities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nick. So I think what we should probably do now, do any of our panelists have any last reflections, please, McCann, and then we're going to close because I know we need to for the translators.
I wouldn't dare saying anything about CBAM, of course, but let me let me just be again a good student of the WTO appellate body, even if I know it's not very popular these days to make such a move. But in the very first report of the AB in 1996, which was US gasoline, the appellate body said that the WTO agreement cannot be read in clinical isolation from the rest of public international law. And I think that this was a very wise affirmation from the WTO appellate body. I don't believe that the WTO agreement is static. The WTO agreement is a treaty, and as any other treaty in the system, it's a living instrument. It's a dynamic instrument. So the way the WTO agreement was negotiated, even if it was carefully negotiated, was supposed always to take into account new developments and new concerns of the international community. And when it comes to climate, it is a new concern of the international community. So whatever trade-related climate measures are being developed, they need to take into account the new developments that have been made by pushed forward by the international community. And I think that CBDR is one of these new developments that the international community has pushed forward and that deserves to be taken into account when interpreting today the WTO agreement in light of the contemporary concerns of the international community. And the hook is in the preamble. The preamble of the WTO agreement talks about taking into account the different levels of development. So I don't think we need to go as far as we think to determine the hook. Thank you.
Thank you very much, McCann. So I would like to thank all of our panelists, the discussants who joined us, and all of you for taking time this afternoon to be part of this conversation. What I do think is it's shown that there's plenty of scope for further dialogue and discussion. There are many questions that arose, I think honest questions about how to understand the relationship between these areas of law. And that is something that at TESS we're really happy to have helped being able to convene this group to inform that discussion. So we look forward to bringing that report forward and to your and hope that it fosters that dialogue. I'm going to turn finally back to Ambassador to close the meeting. Thank you.
Gracias, Carolina. Y quiero agradecer a todos los panelistas, a los honorables embajadores que estuvieron acompañándonos en la tarde de hoy. Ha sido una experiencia muy particular escuchar, y me uno a la reflexión que hacía George de tener la oportunidad de escuchar a tantos abogados disertando acerca de la complementariedad entre el derecho del comercio y el derecho del medio ambiente. Como médico que soy, siento un privilegio de estar con ustedes, pero quisiera dar una última reflexión y acogerme un poco al planteamiento hecho por el embajador de China. Ustedes pudieron esquiar menos y el mundo está mucho más caliente. Y desde esa perspectiva, para concluir, quisiera decir que en medio de estos debates, el mundo sigue enfermo y es nuestra responsabilidad encontrar un camino de equilibrio para ver luz al final del túnel. Muchísimas gracias por habernos acompañado en la tarde de hoy. Muchas gracias.